Hey, welcome, David here. Welcome back to Week in Review. Hope everyone had a good week. Um, God forbid, pray for better things. So, John Mastamy, happy John Mastamy, Krishna's Appearance Day, coming up tomorrow. Um, don't have any special guests or anything lined up for Week in Review. My numbers have been quite a bit down, so hardly have anybody watching me. So, it could just be me and my research, God forbid. But if anyone does show up, the link is in the chat. People are welcome to join and join the discussion. Otherwise, I will just continue with my research. Not that much to cover for what happened this week. So, anyone found the news was possible escalation with Israel and Lebanon, rocket fire back and forth. God forbid. So, see where that goes. Tough to know, exactly what's happening. Fog of war. Claim that Lebanon was eventually going to do their grand retaliation, and Israel preemptively struck Lebanon to prevent the retaliation. And Lebanon did. Hezbollah did end up firing about 300 missiles into Israel. It could have been much more. Whether the preemptive attack stopped some of that or not was unclear. Uh, Nasrallah spoke this morning, so the tit for tat continues. And as I've mentioned, it seems like Israel's got itself into a forever war. They're not going to be able to defeat Hamas and get out of the situation in Gaza, and the scenario on the border with Lebanon might just become a perpetual tit for tat. So right now, um, I would even say the mainstream Zionist opinion from neocon thinkers, Israel, most believe that they have to basically do a successful regime change in Iran for this to end. And the official narrative in Israel is still, God forbid, to be going for the complete eradication of Hamas. And even though I mentioned the New York Times last week said that that's basically impossible, that that's not going to happen. Um, that's still the general narrative that Israel's pushing. The Democratic National Convention was this week. A lot of protests, but they basically also went for a general pro-Israel attitude. So Netanyahu's administration, the coalition, probably feels that it has the leeway to basically do whatever they want for the next few months, as I've been mentioning, and hence the preemptive strike against Hezbollah, and we could even see more of that. And presumably, there's been desire in Israel to do that all along, but not much update in that field. I streamed this week on Descartes and his contemporaries, and I ended up splitting into two parts because I've been trying to do like 5 people per portrait series just because there's so much to get through. But a lot of these were long and ended up taking. And I had to get up early on Wednesday, and ended up just getting tired, so I split it up into two. So we'll talk about Descartes, and this week, hopefully, I will continue in the metaphysics series, and we'll do a deep dive into Descartes' thought. And I've been thinking a lot about Descartes. Very interesting. Probably one of the most important people in the whole Western canon. And I had read Descartes, I think when I was in 10th grade. I read maybe parts of the rules and meditation that my dad had shown me, and had the books on his shelf, and had taken off the shelf to show me something. And then I had read large parts of maybe even the whole thing, the rules and meditations, when I was maybe 15 years old. And over the years, I've returned to Descartes. But this week, doing a whole bunch of research on Descartes was enlightening. So yeah, Elemental, God bless. Pleasure to see you as always. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And hopefully this week we'll go further into Descartes. And then, as said, next week, the week after, I hope to go backwards in time, where we'll look at the founders of physics and astronomy, like Galileo, Kepler, and a few others. And then from there, we will probably do more names of people in the time frame of Descartes and Leibniz and the founding of the Royal Society. Then we'll move into a deep dive of Leibniz and his thought, and then eventually you will move on to Kant and a deep dive of his thought. And so that's the plan for the next few months. This week I'm going to continue my research. Hopefully I'm going to wrap up part of the sociology. So I wrapped up last week with what I had to say on conspiracy theory from an academic research. So we covered the history of conspiracy theory, the first time the name started getting used, till like the pejorative, Karl Popper and Hofstadter, till the more recent mass of academic scholarship on conspiracy theory. So we read a few papers and we're saying it's very difficult to define conspiracy theory accurately, to study the phenomenon, and it would generally be an interdisciplinary study. And so a lot of the academic definitions, looking conspiracy theory as people who think that there's something that the public should know, but the public is being withheld this information because of a conspiracy. And usually conspiracies are through the powerful, and often people who are powerful but don't want you to know they're powerful. And the various studies and aspects of conspiracy theory is the tendency to believe in conspiracy theory related to any other attributes. Are conspiracy theories dangerous? Are they beneficial? And all these correlation studies and various elements. So we looked at that, and possibly a tendency, people believe in conspiracy theories because they have a higher desire for closure, less willing to deal with uncertainty, and also possibly being disagreeable. Also tendencies connecting to narcissism or different psychological disorders that make people more prone to believing in conspiracy theories. We didn't look that much at the research type people who spread conspiracy theories, or like propaganda. Are conspiracy theories natural? Are people duped into conspiracy theories? Are part of the natural human psyche of a certain element? People just looking for alternative causal explanations, because at the end of the day, all a conspiracy theory is an alternative causal explanation of cause and effect. And conspiracy theory has been politicized as opposed to a normal sociological, political, historical phenomenon. So the last few weeks, I went over a lot of names and definitions of ideas of various sociological theories. Last week, we finally looked at like social norming and different sociological theories, look at group formation, group identity, and social identity theory. And you looked at some Karl Marx and various understandings of the building up of social norms, social institutions, and if you look at philosophy of mind and just how one person operates versus the collective of mind, so it becomes relatively. So if you're just trying to describe how one mind, even just my mind, think like Descartes, and just wondering how my mind itself operates, and there's a lot of uncertainty. If you're trying to make rules or meditations, introspection into just how my individual mind operates, and then if you're going to extrapolate or make inductions, deductions about how other minds work, and then the nature towards action, towards belief, towards group identity, and say from how an individual mind might produce things like norms, rules, uh, understandings, ideas, versus a collection of societal ideas. And so it's a pretty big topic. So that's what I've been focusing on the last few weeks, and we will continue to. And this week, we'll probably pivot a little bit more into the sociology of religious belief. And we'll look at a few more theories. Then we'll also look at history and related to conspiracy theory sociology. How do you understand history? How do you understand causal effects in history? Maybe we'll analyze, just go over a little overview, like cliff notes of Oswald Spengler's um, The Decline of the West, and then I have a few papers. So with that, I'll enter screen share and we'll get started. So you will see if anyone shows up. I said my numbers have been way down, but don't want to get discouraged. So we'll continue with our studies, and people could watch this in the future, or just kind of look at these as a book on tape. So I have a few articles we're going to be looking at hopefully today. Learn Faith, the Influence of Evolved Cultural Learning Mechanisms on Belief in God. Cognitive Science Research and Religious Belief, Epistemic Friends or Foes, on how do you understand, this from the Oxford Handbook of the Cognitive Science of Religion, how do you research religion, religious belief. A longer essay on explaining costly practices, credibility enhancing displays, and signaling theories. So that just kind of generally from evolutionary psychology, what's the purpose of religious practice or group social behavior, and as a method of signaling. We talked about counter signaling in the past, or virtue signaling, but broaden the understanding of signaling in general. And then the sociology of conversion, an older article on religion. And also hopefully today we'll finally get to the social construction of enemies, Jews, and the representation of evil, in terms now after I've done the conspiracy theory and the group identity, and looking, well, anti-Semitism is widely understood as a conspiracy theory, and possibly also claiming anti-Semitism could be considered a conspiracy theory. But having now covered a lot of sociology and conspiracy theory, we'll finally get to this article today on anti-Semitism. And then I just have a few things. Look at historical recurrence, decline of the West, Oswald Spengler, and hopefully we'll get deviance, intergroup relations, Construal level theory, and actor network theory. So first, okay, I was on Defense Politics Asia earlier today for their open mic, and there are a bunch of different topics, and somehow we got talking about technocracy and federal system in America, and why it was related to the Telegram founder's arrest in France, and just question how he got arrested. So you're talking about the competitive agencies and cooperation or disjunction, information sharing, a little bit about the Chinese social credit system, some interesting topics, and then a lot about the war in Ukraine, the Kursk incursion, and what's going to happen. And we got a long back and forth that I took part of in how the war ends. And I was saying that the war in Ukraine, unlikely that it's going to have to end through diplomacy, negotiation. And I said it's near impossible that they're going to agree to a new border. So whatever happens in Ukraine, it's probably going to be perpetual dispute. And I was hypothesizing that was influencing Russia's decisions, and the likelihood that they feel there's going to be a disputed border that might have conflict, even for decades, perpetually. Even though most of the people on the channel are pretty sure that Russia is going to, so to say, win the war, that they'll successfully be able to take and hold large parts of Ukrainian territory, that they'll be able to fend off the Kursk invasion, that Ukraine and even NATO is seriously on the decline, the rise of multipolarity, and then a little bit about the rules-based order. And it was these conversations with Kevin McCarran or various people that I saw, like, people really have a difficult time understanding this conceptual thing, like what is the rules-based behavior, a rules-based order, and part of it is relation to group strategy, and use like rules, or if you're just looking at protocols and procedures, and people operate in a rules-based order according to mutually accepted social norms, protocols, and procedures, but not all societies have the same norms. And if we're moving into a multipolar world where you're conceptually trying to make the norms of the West the norms of the whole world is largely failing, and the norms of Russia and China, and how that's going to play out. But part of these difficulties in this conversation, especially like related to Israel and Palestine, like why do people feel so strongly about that? Okay, so last week someone put on my chat, maybe it was on one of my Descartes metaphysics videos, just asking if I ever heard of computational Trinitarianism. And I had heard the name, but like when I heard it, I thought it was something to do with like Christianity. I think they had that big debate with like Andrew Wilson, the Crucible, Jay Dyer, and Fresh and Fit, and Sneeko. And so I was thinking like something Christian, but I think computational Trinitarian is actually related to logic. And so Robert Harper coined the term computational Trinitarianism to note this interreferential characteristic of type theory, proof theory, and category theory. So somewhat, let me just look at the takeaways from this, but a little bit interesting. That was Elemental's question. So yeah, I was looking at this, so the takeaways, there are two ways to interpret logic: a description of the world or a description of our knowledge. The latter epistemic view of logic is known as a BHK interpretation. The epistemic view of logic rejects excluded middle and holds that construction precedes existence claims. The view of mathematic existence is known as realizability. Two inventions spawned the computer science, the Turing machine, the simply typed lambda calculus. The simply typed lambda calculus turns out to be an equivalent to institutionalistic propositional logic. The bridge is named Curly-Howard correspondence. Category theory crystallized the shape of the bridges by Cartesian enclosed categories. The Curly-Howard correspondence unifies mathematics and computation. Proofs are programs and theorems of type. Any mathematical proof can be translated into a program and vice versa. So really there's no universal logic. There's a lot of problems with logic and mathematics, and we talked about that before, and computer science and algorithms, and there's a few general, when we looked at Leibniz, and we'll look more, and there's certain rules of logic like the law of the excluded middle, and various rules, but even those are not universal. And so honestly, I'm not even really sure I understood what this computational Trinitarianism even is, but thanks for bringing it up. But it's bringing together proof theory, type theory, mathematics, and logic. So thanks for bringing that up, Elemental. Okay, so Bob Harper. Yeah, I'll try to look more into the future. So thanks for bringing it up. I'd mentioned my Discord. If you're in my Discord, that might be the best place to bring it up or share links. And my Discord's kind of dead, or has random trolls or sometimes difficult people, but you could just find a room, or because a lot of times I just lose focus, or I hear something new and I just don't have time to think deeply about it. But yeah, I mean, it's relatively important, and hopefully I'll return to the topic. So I looked a little bit at it, so thanks for bringing it up. Okay, so let's look at two brief things in the news. Okay, yeah, so this week I did my streams on so imagine you have a pair A and B, you could drive A and you could drive B, where A and B are claims, proof, theory, perspective. You can take the first element of a pair on the second type theory perspective, and I guess it's going to become Trinitarian as opposed to classical two-way logic, and that's what is kind of explained. That's why their Trinitarian comes up. It's a new alternative. So it turns out everything gets correspondence like this. It seems people don't fully understand why in all cases. So you could share that in my Discord. Or I'll try to look more in the future. But thanks for bringing that concept up. So this week I covered Descartes in the Mersenne circle. Pierre Bayle was pretty interesting. Gassendi and Arnauld. So we cover a lot of topics that were pretty interesting. That I'm feeling pretty good about my research now, and I'll have to you'll go in more detail in the future about some of these in the future. So I'd mentioned Marin Mersenne had an intellectual circle in Paris in the 1640s, 1630s that eventually becomes the Royal Academy of Paris, the of Science, in parallel around the same time, a little later than the Royal Academy of London, and comes out of these meetings of Marin Mersenne, and there's a whole bunch of big names. The other Descartes being the most important name, although Descartes was never actually located in Paris, so he wasn't a member. However, Descartes was one of the most famous people there. And we got Ralph here. Oh, blessings, Ralph. Did you come to talk about computational Trinitarianism or something else?
Absolutely that. Bear with me, I've had a bit of a cold, so I'm not as lucid. How are you, my good man?
Thank God. Yeah, I'd heard the term before, and because I read a lot and I couldn't place it, and it's a little bit based on Hilbert, I guess, program to failed program to unify math and logic, and the old going back to Aristotle or Leibniz of trying to have a few universal rules of logic that don't actually work. So you don't actually have agreed upon universal rules of logic that everyone could agree upon, and then you have different things like type theory and proof theory that work out a little bit different or have slightly different axioms, and then computer science. So do you know Elemental Tamago in my chat? But Ralph is definitely the person who if someone I knew would know about it, it'd be Ralph.
I don't know who are you talking about. Sorry,
this man in my chat, Elemental Tamago. He was the one who was bringing up this computational Trinitarianism.
This is right. I mean, that's one of the reasons, Matt. First of all, how are you, David? All is good? Everything's good with you?
Yeah, thank God. My numbers are down, but I'm continuing my research, enjoying doing that. I've been doing my portraits in metaphysics series, doing bios of the major thinkers. So this week we're doing the Mersenne circle and Descartes, and this week I did a deep dive into Newton. I'm going to do a deep dive into Descartes, and then next Leibniz, and then probably Kant. So a little bit of theology and dualism. So I'm just trying to get my technical language and the due diligence, like who said what's the terminology, the names of these schools. So I feel good about my research, but my numbers are down in terms of YouTube and viewership. And even in Israel, like it's tough to follow the war right now because there's not, it's not really tangible. There's so much fog of war to understand what's going on, and it's hard to really see a path forward. So I've basically just been doing research. I've been covering areas of sociology, stuff that like my weaker ends in my research, and focus because I focused a lot on mind and how the mind produces thought. But what about group identity? How is it that I could have an idea, but then we could have a common idea that forms like social norms? And then this week I was going to start. I looked also into the academic research into conspiracy theory, which is a little difficult because it's hard to define what's unique about conspiracy theory. Just look, limit it if but the nature of these social phenomenon. And this week I was going to pivot to the sociology of religion.
Nice. So I'll tell you what, this is a topic, extreme. Is my voice all right? I apologize for the cold.
You sound a little hoarse. I could understand you fine, but my viewership is down. So anyone watching is probably willing to put up with it.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is, when you say computational Trinitarianism, this is right up both my street in terms of everything.
It was just someone in my chat who brought it up. So I looked it up. I really didn't know much about it. Someone in my chat was mentioning it, so I just looked it up right now.
Okay. Oh, do you want me to? I don't want to hijack your stream.
Oh, you can go ahead if you have insight on it. Like, go ahead.
Yeah. So I hope you're enjoying my settler schmettler. I'm using the Jewish shmer to meme all anti-Jewish messages, but that's a different chat. So let me share a couple of really things I think will interest you, David, and it's coming straight out of all the work we've done, all the software we built, right? So let me forget the software for a second. Let's go to the deepest intellectual model, right? So here's the basics. May I share my screen? Is that all right?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
We go present share screen. Let's just go for my entire window. This one, try that. Let's see if that works.
Yeah, I found
okay, awesome.
I covered American Pragmatism because I'm not sure. You said you knew Richard Rorty, or you heard lectures from him in Stanford?
Yeah, I had a lot of chats with people like Minsky, Chomsky, Richard Rorty, and postmodernism, and all that kind of good stuff. But if we go to some fundamental great pictures, right? And what I'm going to do
in general that pragmatism is the philosophy of America, and a lot of times that overlines with computer science. So it's not so much about German idealism and logic and philosophy. It's just what works, and the biggest indication of what works is computer science.
Correct. So can I give? Would you allow me just say 3 or 4 minutes just to run through a couple of things first, just to form a common basis?
Yeah, I'll even mute myself.
Okay, brilliant. So if you look at intellectually, right? So let's see if I share my screen correctly. If we look at here's a great diagram. If I look at on the left over here, if I look at the scale of the universe, so right at the top is the size of the known visible galaxy, the visible universe since the Big Bang. And right underneath is let's say, quantum phenomena or quantum particles. If you look at the diameter, traditionally our physical sciences, physics, chemistry, describe things at the atomic level. Think of the periodic table, the cell level biology, a human. Then we try to look at our organizations. We get into all the woolly disciplines like psychology, sociology, and right to the top, we come back into astronomy. But if you go down to the bedrock of physics and maths and computing, after Turing and Gödel, who solved the Hilbert problem, we realized a very, very interesting thing that the philosopher Popper couldn't complete, Bertrand Russell couldn't complete, and Gödel and Turing kind of almost stumbled towards it. And I'll show you a couple of quick diagrams that tell you what first the answer is. So if I now go look at the right to the bottom, and are you familiar with the Karl Popper's three-world model? So let me flip this.
Yes, in fact, I even read out the Plato Stanford Encyclopedia, the whole thing about Popper's world level.
Right, so Popper's three worlds are really.
There was someone else who used it too. That was it.
We're using chess. Let's use us playing an online game of chess. It's a great working example. So Popper says there's a physical world, all the atoms in the universe, right? There's an abstraction world in mathematics where we describe algebra, arithmetic, geometry. And then there's these subjective creatures like David and Ralph who have got thoughts in their head, abstractions about the physical world, but they themselves are made out of physical pieces. So these three things that interoperate. What happened then is, if I just jump through some quick slides, I'll show you some fascinating stuff from our work as well. Whoops. So what happened then is physics had no real way, as we hit mathematics required to describe Einstein relativity, the mathematics required to describe quantum physics, none of them had any a kind of universal lingua franca. But if I went to pure abstraction, the genius of Turing and my discipline is that there's nothing that cannot be described by a Turing machine. By which I mean is the laws of arithmetic can be described by binary, and therefore everything above it by induction.
Computer science is your discipline?
I'm sorry, say again?
Your discipline, but is that computer science?
Correct, theoretical computer science, right? So think of it as a type of mathematics, right? So in that case, Turing says everything is describable by a computational machine, starting with the laws of arithmetic. So logic can be synthesized, algebra, topology, any abstraction language are all effectively computational pieces. And finally, this third world we don't understand is how do we unite all those three together? So what actually happened, I promise I'll be very quick. What happened is the universal Turing machine created the biggest breakthrough by uniting mathematics, i.e. all types of mathematics, and language, by being able to take formal grammars. The work was completed at MIT in the late 50s, 60s by Chomsky. And that's it, there's all types of language. Every word, this sentence we're speaking to each other, the English we're communicating with, can be reduced and united with math, logic, and language. So now at the bottom of our knowledge stack, we now know that the base formal disciplines have these three equivalences that can be described everything. So let's take a real practical example. You and I want to play a game of chess online. What happens? Physically, there's David sitting in Detroit. Physically, there's Ralph in Berlin. We both know there's abstractions of E4, A1, a knight. And then we both look at the subjective world and we make moves against each other. And there's no such description that can escape this. So let's take another example. David wants to sell books. So David physically sits in Detroit. He has physical books. Around the world are other people who might want to buy his books. And by some exchange of information, there might be a physical transfer of the books, or there might just be a conversation about the book. So this unity of these three things, if you imagine these three realms, it gives us a kind of universal way of formally, mathematically, synthetically creating the sciences above us. So now we can revisit physics and go, okay, so physics is describing the universe, its descriptors must be all the maths associated with particle physics, and the subjective will be any human being who could understand this mathematics. Chemistry just comes on top of physics all the way up. So to now talk to interesting things, I'm just going to jump to one more kind of picture from our work. So bear with me just a second, my good man. So now if I showed you the following, this is the core data stack of our entire platform. If I said, let me just change color. If I said at that green level that I could somehow, forget all what the words mean, have some sort of computational way of describing, the lowest common denominator would be binary, but that's of no use, let's say. But at binary, I could describe all those three realms, then really the physical world, geometry, topology, is the placeholder for an abstract world of information, the political realm, the social realm, and the commercial realm. And finally, our activities, you and I sitting on this live stream, the exchange of our signals and our communication allows us to create this entire stack to which I posit there's no descriptor of a system that cannot be translated into this. So I use 2 or 3 examples, you selling books, you and I playing a game of chess. So now what gets really interesting, and I'm almost on blabbing, what gets really interesting over here now is if you look at this picture and say, if this physical world here is David in Detroit and Ralph in Berlin, and we are, for example, if we played a game of chess, we would be doing a social activity, right? It wouldn't have much of a political description, but commercially, for example, we're paying chess.com and we're paying our internet provider to be able to facilitate this game of chess, E4, F5, blah, blah, blah. And that system all the way to the top to bottom is the new sciences and the new information world of saying, can we now go back and visit everything we thought we knew before and give it a universal descriptors? So the big boundaries are the woolly sciences, economics, sociology, politics, as opposed to molecular chemistry or biochemistry, or say genetics, or say tensors in mathematics, right? You're an engineer, right? So if you had something like vectors and tensors used to calculate the buckling point of a bridge, for example, those things would all be describable this way, but politics and sociology and the weather, etc., haven't been able to. So what's now interesting, I've been listening to your chat, I've been catching up slowly back, is if we visit the old thinkers, what does say Karl Marx think on the left versus say Adam Smith on commercial politics, or what does say a Spengler Nietzsche think on moral politics versus say Locke or Hume, I make the strong claim that if these disciplines could be re-expressed and their ontologies could be re-expressed, that's the way we're going to have a universal machine processable format for the future. Does that kind of make sense as to why I'm also kind of interested? So what was the computational trinity? What's the computational, if you like, a tripartite? It's saying computationally. Remember, computer science was responsible, if you remember the diagram once, computer science was responsible for the descriptor, would you agree? It described things, right, with math logic. Computer science should be giving you the descriptors for how do you describe a political election? How do you describe let's say the war between Hamas and Israel? How do you describe, for example, the Federal Open Market Committee setting interest rates? Those three, those kind of soft, woolly disciplines, the ones over here, remember about? They now have a way to work our way back up and say, aha, for the first time, these things are now going to be open to economics, psychology, anthropology, history, political science, sociology. All these disciplines have not had formal descriptors. So if you imagine, people get very upset, especially economists, they get very upset when you tell them your entire discipline is witchcraft. You're worse than the atomists. You're worse than pre-Newtonian physics. You've got a bunch of statistics. You've got a bunch of assumptions like supply and demand, price elasticity. Then you go to the real world and you try to predict what's the average price David would sell a book for, and you have no computational way of doing it. You have no way in economics to work out what the average selling price of David's books would be other than statistical guesswork. Does that make sense? Because you have no real formal descriptors. So now what's exciting, we can let you go back to your part of the chat. If you keep carrying on what you're doing, it's
just
very
to tie this in, the computational Trinitarianism was coined by this man, Robert Harper, to describe an idea that had been around a long time, that the connection between programming languages, logic, and categories, most famously expressed in the Curry-Howard-Lambeck correspondence, should guide the practice of researchers into computation.
Yeah, so we've had, especially with open.
I'd never heard of this guy before, Robert Harper.
There's always been David. There's always been the holy grail, like in physics, say the perpetual motion machine. There's always been the holy grail of what's the universal descriptor that's pragmatic. So if Turing has proven that all language, all logic, all maths could be put into just zeros and ones, it's of no use to you and David. Let me give you an example. If you and I took a chess game and we had to play chess and you beat me, as you would do, say 9 out of 10 times, but I gave us the binary description of all David's atoms, all my atoms, and the chess game, it's of no real use. It's a complete formal descriptor, right? It can describe you in Detroit in space-time, me in Berlin, the rules of the games of chess, and we collapse the whole thing to binary. We have the problem of emergence. It's like Humpty Dumpty. From the binary, I can't go back up again. Given the binary, I can't say what was Dewey's strategy on the F prime. Does that make sense? There's no kind of way up because the descriptor has epistemically failed. So all the great work that's happened up until maybe the 1940s and 50s has run into this huge brick wall until about 20 years ago, where descriptors have not been possible. So if you look at, we go through the philosophy of thought, or let's take great examples you've been running through. Let's say you took the metaphysics of morality. We can both speak about morality, right? So if I look at morality, I've got the only computational model that's convergent is hate. I can take the Torah, Tanakh, I can take the Quran, I can take utilitarianism, and I can collapse it into 5 dimensions, but I can't describe what it is from Dewey's atoms that make him, for example, not harm the baby. Now, Dewey tells me the Torah commands you not to hurt the child, but I can't take the descriptors of Dewey in physics and maths and out of it calculate that Dewey does not want to hurt the child because the Torah says that is wrong. Does that kind of make sense? We've got this whole body of knowledge at the top. That's
I've been working the last few months within the the Western canon of philosophy of the German continental idealists versus the British empiricist, and then the American pragmatist, where the idealists are going to say, well, the idea factually exists and imposes reality, or like some sort of Platonism that mathematics or ideas or forms are an independent truth of reality, and the goal is to understand this objective truth, as opposed to the British empiricism that is looking for experiment and test, and then eventually the American pragmatist that go more with what works, and the like the mix and match of, even though it may not be logically consistent, or but to just go with what works. And I think computer science probably most develops in America under American pragmatism. Rorty was one of the famous pragmatists, but
if you just revisit your statements, Dewey, it's very interesting. I'm trying to
the Torah would be idealist, that there's these like God-given ideals that are just true and you have to follow, versus something that could be tested, versus pragmatist, you don't have to be consistent about it, you just go with what works, and what works might change in different circumstances.
So traditionally, classically, before what I described in that 3-way model, let me just repeat what you said in this other world, is in the old days, historically, either I didn't have a priori model and I just measured sense data, and whatever iteratively worked, that generated my ontology, or I came around with the universal theory of everything, like Newton's second law, and every time I measured something, I tried to fit it, either using correspondence theory or coherence theory, with no epistemic committed to whether that was true or not, right? So, for example, I can make the strong case that physics has been 99.9% wrong for 99.9% of its existence.
Yeah, so like Newton, absolute space and time, and gravity, which was rejected by the continental idealists, because they said that like Descartes rejected, most of the thinkers of the time rejected empty space. They thought it was philosophically impossible, and Leibniz and Huygens, almost everyone at the time on the continent rejected gravity because of action at a distance. So even though he had the formula that worked, because philosophically it was nonsensical, the greatest thinkers, like Leibniz and Huygens, thought that gravity, they tended to reject it.
But
eventually they could no longer reject it, and even a lot of these disputes have still not been resolved. In the philosophical question, is there absolute space or time? And Einstein was a pragmatist, so Einstein kind of skirts the issue of, well, is there absolute space or time? And there's not a philosophically consistent worldview. It's more pragmatic, and different things work in different circumstances.
Indeed, two great pieces of graffiti I saw when I lived in the US, one at MIT and one at Berkeley, for these two opposite positions. At Berkeley, at the molecular biology laboratory, in the toilet where the best graffiti is, I saw a comment that said, time is merely an evolutionary function of the DNA molecule. So from a biologist's point of view, the entire physical universe is meaningless. It just exists to propagate life. And on the MIT ComSci lab, someone had a great quote that said, I'm packing my bags and moving to theory because everything works there. So you can be purely abstract and theoretical without caring of correspondence or coherence, ratification against reality. I could be an abstract mathematician, or I could only look at reality as a physicist or say a biologist and say this whole universe is meaningless without my description being grounded in what is alive. I'm making the stronger claim since Turing and Gödel in the last 20 years. All those questions, Leibniz, Locke, all the great thinkers, even up the way to Hilbert, they never had a way to unify those three worlds because they never had formal computation. We never had the unification of all our words in English language, all the laws of mathematics for all the formula and the real world.
You know, Sean Carroll was just on Theories of Everything with Kurt Mungle, and he was pushing back against theories of everything and talking like in mathematics, you don't really have attempts at a theory of everything because you have different forms of mathematics that tend to have different axioms and principles that contradict and don't necessarily cross over. And, you know, I mean, Hilbert's obviously his, one of his program to attempt to unify mathematics has largely been, failed. And now we have all these different types of theories. And it's like only physicists have this misnomer. And so it's saying like, not, I think it's the opposite. Like Turing is not going to unify. It's just pragmatism. It's just a system that works. It solves problems. It forwards engineering and ideas, but it's not actually moving towards unification.
I'm not claiming a grand unified theory that what's happening is a grand unified, a gut of everything. I'm saying we now have a universal descriptor for candidate guts and all. So Gödel told us that Gödel's incompleteness tells us you're never going to have a unified descriptor of everything in a single branch of mathematics.
What do you mean by descriptor, as opposed to like an algorithm or method?
Those three things that go together, what I just described, gives me a universal descriptor. Let me give you an example. Binary has a universal descriptor of 0 and 1. DNA has a universal descriptor of 4 letters. From 4 letters, I can synthesize all life. From 0 and 1, I can synthesize all binary. That's not a universal descriptor of everything. It's a universal, it's not a universal theory of everything. It's a universal descriptor of all your possible theory. All possible life forms can be described by 4 letters. All possible maths, logic language by 2. The 0 and 1 is not a universal model of everything. It's a universal descriptor for models, whether they are guts or non-guts or candidate guts. Does that make sense? So now we have a universal, for the first time post 50s and 60s, we have a universal descriptor that can be applied in the pragmatism. Computer programs that don't run are just theory. If my software is not running, it's just theory. But this live stream application in YouTube, it's not just theory, it's actually pragmatically connecting us. So we now have an ability to take both the pragmatic without an understanding and the pure theoretical without an expression with the same descriptor.
I mean, is it a universal descriptor? And saying, can it describe abstract methodologies?
Correct.
It's a universal computational method.
Correct. Absolutely. So, for example, the scientific method is just an algorithm. Type 1 and type 2 errors in science are just computational algorithmic variants. Correspondence and coherence theory are just models in computation. Computation is not a grand unified theory of everything. It's a grand unified descriptor. So whether you have a theory of it, Richard Rorty is famous for saying, my soul tends more to the poet than the physicist. So Richard Rorty wants to reject as a postmodernist all that is physical and real and search for the ethereal, something that cannot be formulaic, something that cannot be pinned down, right? So you can take
what Samish is saying in the chat. Like, I mean, even the popular theories that today that science, mathematics, and logic itself is sociologically constructed.
So social construction for me is also an epistemic hang-up for the battle between the humanities of those disciplines that weren't quantitative versus the hegemony of quantitative disciplines like physics that could not describe politics. So idealism, pragmatism, realism, these are all, for me, philosophical baggages that have led to be transferred into proper computational models, right? Can you excuse me for just 5 minutes, David? Sorry, I'll be right back. Is that okay, man?
Okay, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll go on mute and just hide myself 1 second, sorry. I'm on mute.
Okay, so we appreciate Ralph being here. So I'll cover talking, about it. So I hadn't been planning on talking. I said I didn't know who was going to turn up. I appreciate Ralph turning up. So maybe we'll have a more in-depth, discussion, more his expertise on computer science. So let me just. I might have to get a new computer. I'm not sure if people could hear that. And my computer's making a bunch of noise, but I guess it's the Mac seems to drown it out. But I might have to buy a new PC. But yeah, so that's why I'm doing the deep analysis, the due diligence in my research in Descartes and looking for the classical definitions, how these things were thought about, who thought about them, the progression of ideas, and then some sort of terminology. So just as opposed to like pure thought or descriptor, the progression of thinkers when these ideas were first thought about, and some form of terminology. So I was actually originally in computer science for like 2 years undergraduate, database management. Ralph has his own theories, definitely more knows more much about it than I do. So if he comes back and has more insight to fill in on that, that would be appreciated. And like Samish is in the chat, he hasn't popped on to talk for a long time. I was going to mention two things, so so we'll see if Ralph comes back right away. But the recent Pew survey on international migration, and this one's one of these long studies, and it talks about global migration in general. And this was just a little bit about Jewish migration. They also have Buddhist, Hindu, Christian, Muslim, and general migration trends. So if you're looking, the top 10 destinations for Jewish migrants, and I'm not sure if this is per year or this is in the as of 2020. What time frame? As of 2020, about 1.5 million Jews born elsewhere reside in Israel. So this is probably in totality, the total number of migrants. So, but I'm not sure how many years going back, if it's like a decade. But Israel has 1.5 million recent migrants to it. So that's the biggest of all Jewish migration. And the United States have 400,000 Jewish migrants coming to the U.S., the UK 120,000. There's also going to be a push-pull. So I'm not sure if this is net. We'll see the next one. Australia, Russia, Germany, France, Canada, Palestinian territories, probably the West Bank, Judea, Samaria, Ukraine. So besides for Israel, almost all Europe and the US, that almost all Jewish migration. And we'll say, well, where are these people who are coming to, where are they coming from? So, at these times, there's really not that many Jews outside of Europe and Israel. So Morocco still has, if Samish is still here, I think he's Moroccan Jew. So there's still quite a few Jews. So 200,000 Jews have left Morocco. Israel, actually 270,000 Jews have left Israel. And you see here's one to the other. So you have Morocco and Ukraine and Morocco going to Israel. And actually more people go from Israel to the United States. So if Ralph wants to get his screen share back, let's continue on with my week in review. So
you can tell me to leave. I'll be off anyway. Can I share my screen?
It's on your screen.
Sorry, whoops, my mistake. Here for me is a great one by Stephen Hicks, the philosopher. This is a simple table that generates the meta stack of all philosophy knowledge. So at the top row, it says we start with metaphysics, asking the questions, what is real? How do I know what is real? Am I in a simulation? Am I reading the tea leaves? Am I using physics? That's epistemology. Epistemology generates your ontologies of who, what I am, for which I get how should I live. So before modernism, we believed in what was real. You and I believe in Hashem, right? We believe that the universe has a supernatural descriptor that can never be described by nature. Therefore, we take this epistemology using faith, mysticism, rational mysticism, but faith. Enter the Enlightenment. Realism and the scientific revolution says, no, we throw out God and we say naturalism. The universe is only physical. And the two branches of the metaphysics of science, correspondence theory or coherence theory, says objectivism, experience and reason, logic and measurement is the way in which we get all our knowledge. The postmodernists come in, the gentleman who commented in the chat said these are socially constructed or socially subjective things, is a postmodern anti-realism stance that says, oh no, everything is just a construct. And the only way I realize something is real is by a subjective interpretation of that construct. Hence, we can see where the politics comes in. And now the problem is this huge brick wall has had a problem because we can't break out of these in our epistemology and ontology because we haven't had these universal descriptors. Now that we have universal descriptors, we can look and say, what is the difference between a descriptor of correspondence versus coherence theory? So let's say, for example, I dropped my pen and it fell to the bottom of the table. I know its final velocity is square root 2g times over the height, but I have no epistemic commitment to that being true. It could be, have a quantum uncertainty, it could have Heisenberg's principle, but suppose physics said it was absolutely true. There's no epistemic, the postmodern anti-realist say, it's just corresponding to reality. It isn't necessarily true. So when we say we look at the old philosophies of realism, anti-realism, naturalism, objectivism, these are all the old philosophical sort of dead ends, if you like, without being rude, because we haven't had a way to describe these things so that we can reapproach our metaphysics. Let's put Hashem aside for a second, for all the atheists in the chat, and let's pretend Hashem is just material, or you're some sort of pagan, and the creator and creation distinction doesn't hold.
We just put in the category of metaphysics in general, because if you're using the Cartesian, method where you have metaphysics and then science and the
correct. So that's the middle, right?
to the Vienna Circle, Wittgenstein, to the eventual rejection of metaphysics, and saying that no longer, as opposed to metaphysics informing philosophy and informing science, that Wittgenstein, the end of even philosophy, and only science could go the other way around.
The realists, so before the post,
and say religion, though, from that point, like religion is just a form of metaphysics. So like Hashem or Judaism, Islam, or anything, it's just a metaphysical system that in the postmodern era is unnecessary.
It's a metaphysical stance that says naturalism is insufficient. But let's pretend there's no God for a second to make life easy. And you look at Foucault, Rorty, all of them, they're rejecting objectivism and realism by saying it's insufficient for the postmodernists. It must be socially subjective. It must have social determinism. There must be some form of reductionism, systemic racism, misogyny, the wage gap, Marxism. All these things are rejections of objectivism and realism, but they're all still incomplete because they've never, remember that first diagram? None of them have been able to codify these disciplines. So social subjectivism for me is the same level of witchcraft as Newtonian mechanics, as is objectivism, the Newtonian, as is, for example, the scientific method. The scientific method is the same level of witchcraft because it's making epistemic presupposition that experience and reason is sufficient, objectivism, to describe this three-world interaction, but we know it's not from science. We know from experience and for example, just at the atomic level, we know from the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle and many other things, and from reason in computational science, we know from post-Gödel that these two things are insufficient. So objectivism is enough. Social subjectivism is just a statement of the rejection of objectivism, but doesn't provide the answer anywhere. So really what we need, in a way, can you see what we're trying to get to, is to break out of all of this. The criteria would be that our epistemology must be able to subsume these things. We must be able to do the same thing Newtonian mechanics and the scientific method does, or the same thing, for example, social subjectivism does in measuring, for example, black crime rates. We must be able to take these two concepts and still have a description, right? And that's where I can kill this now. That's where I think is how I personally can try to put these things in a boxes.
Well, yeah, I mean, you said like we say, well, no, I mean, it's probably just, all the way back to Locke, it's just going to be probabilism, and each level of abstraction, there's going to be more uncertainty. That's why, my theory, the multiple truth hypothesis. So you have the least amount of uncertainty with something like physics, and if chemistry is an abstraction from physics, and biology from chemistry, and the living sciences to the social science, each level of abstraction is going to have increased uncertainty, and at best you're going to have some sort of system like Bayesianism, Markov blankets, inference to the best explanation, multiple truth hypothesis of some sort of probabilism that you're not going to be able to solve. And if you look computationally, you could deduce, using something like the scientific method, you could deduce economic laws, sociological laws from the evidence. Like, okay, we've crunched the data, but it's just probabilism. It's nothing.
Isn't it
really a correspondence theory to truth, because they're all ceteris paribus laws that aren't even close to just with under certain conditions these hold to be true. So,
isn't it deep irony?
You just have to accept the uncertainty. Because I believe, like the old Descartes model, religion. You're separating. Religion is coming to explain what science can't explain, and that's why it's a matter of faith. If you look like the Hindu fallacy, like every Hindu wants the science of spirituality.
Isn't it deep irony that the postmodernists that reject objective science, etc., they throw it all out, have the same principles of faith that the pre-modernists, those who believe in God, both are rejecting physics from completely different ends. Both are rejecting an absolute truth. Because what's my absolute truth? Being closer to Hashem. My foundational principle is Hashem is Lord and Master. My universe reveals itself so I can be closer to God in everything I do. That is my universal truth. Physics and all is way downstream. Someone who's an atheist who rejects a postmodernist also said, I don't care about your formula of everything. I reject it. It has no epistemic truth bearing. It doesn't necessarily mean it's true. I can have multiple truth hypotheses. I can have all sorts of things that rejected out of hand as being not capable of having epistemic primacy.
We live in a post-truth, like postmodernism is a post-truth society, and that's why I said, like, well, the American philosophy was pragmatism, and basically pragmatism has won out. So it's saying, like, no, you don't actually have a coherent, consistent philosophy. You're pragmatic, and for certain truths, you use this system, and for certain truths, so like you're a scientist and computer programmer, you're not going to use Torah for that. Or when you're doing your theology, you're using different systems, even though they contradict with each other, because you're pragmatic, and it's part of this post-truth society. Because they're like, well, there is no truth, so let's just do what works. And different things work for different systems better than
metaphysical utilitarianism.
And also the truth changes. That but I mean that's basically the hence we are in this technological society where because pragmatism works, we could keep on making advancements, and there's not really much advancements in pure science
in a sense,
or philosophy, and even going back and saying that there's not even going to be.
I disagree.
Saying like it's not going to happen. Like that's just what you tell yourself in your mind.
There's lots of crazy stuff happening on the edge, but even if you park all the crazy stuff at the edge of digital physics and computation, in a way, there's epistemic nihilism or defeatism, where people say any old truth does, it's just pragmatic, and contrast it with someone like myself, and I hope you, that says, no, there is an absolute truth. It's the truth that Hashem gave me. Everything else, and that the only way epistemically I approach that is by an absolute act of faith. No reason, you cannot rationalize.
Yeah, but you don't live by that thing. That's why you're still pragmatic, because that's just what you tell yourself for a belief system or to answer certain questions, and saying it's not nihilism, it's probabilism. So you say, like, the wise mind recognizes that uncertainty, maybe there's an absolute truth, or maybe it's just inference to the best explanation and probabilism, and the mind can't work with probabilism. So you want to hold on to some sort of system, and so weaker minds are like, oh, probabilism is nihilism. The better minds operate better with percentages and probabilism. That's the best you could do. That different theories are substantially more likely to be true than others.
Which is why the MIT graffiti is so funny. I'm packing my bags and moving to theory because everything works there. A rejection of having to care about anything, whether it's real or it's pragmatic. I'm just going to sit in an abstraction of some non-connected, detached from reality world, is the purest abstraction that's anti-pragmatic, as opposed to the engineer. The engineer says, I don't care what the latest adaptation.
No, engineering is pragmatism.
No, that's what I'm saying. Engineering is opposite.
I'm saying the engineering is a result of pragmatism. The reason the Industrial Revolution and technology took most hold in America was because of the philosophy of
pragmatism. That's what I'm actually saying.
Pragmatism necessitates that you just do what works, and it doesn't matter that you're contradicting yourself. Right. You could believe in Hashem, and then you could be Hindu, and then you could be technology, and this. You're a walking contradiction. But like,
your job is to make the bridge.
It's just a mixed match.
Take 50 cars at one time over the bridge.
It was Einstein's philosophy of science. Like, you're just taking the best of different systems to do what works, even though you can't coherently put together a single system that that's coherent. And which is correspondence. It only corresponds to a certain amount of reality. So, like, Hashem or computer science or this or that, like, it works for corresponding to this segment of reality, but then for this other segment that doesn't work, you use a different system.
For people like myself, for example, on the other side would say, and therefore you've set a very low bar standard for epistemic or spiritual truth. Your barrier for truth is anything that works is good enough for me. And that's the problem with pragmatism. It's metaphysically spiritual.
Well, I'm saying that's some standard. I'm saying, like, no, like, having to work is a reasonably high standard. It has some level of empiricism. Like nihilism or relativism doesn't even have the pragmatic standard of needing to work on some level.
Yeah. Hey, you lost the sound. Oh, oops, you came back again.
I hear you fine. I was just saying that can you hear me?
Yeah, no, you just.
I think pragmatism is a higher level than nihilism or relativism, because pragmatism at least has to work to some extent. It could still contradict with another aspect or be inconsistent, but at least has to work for some.
I would consider, and I'm being a bit offensive to any pragmatists in the room, but I also would take the stance, because of my biased position, that is metaphysically defeatist.
Yeah, I mean, generally, pragmatism rejects metaphysics. You become a pragmatist when you reject metaphysical truth.
Yeah. And I think maybe part of the malaise of the modern world is that's where we are, all right?
Yeah, I mean, the Vienna Circle, Wittgenstein, I mean, basically only idealists or spiritualists, like, metaphysics now is rejected subject matter. Like, I talk about metaphysics because, like you, I'm spiritually minded. I want to talk about Hashem and souls and transmigration. And, I'll go back to the great minds, but the great minds of philosophy believed all that stuff. But really, for the last 100 years, metaphysics has been destroyed, and only spiritualists. I mean, you still have some aspects.
I don't think that's true, David.
You could punch holes in any system. And then,
I'm not sure. I'll send you some links later, some great debates for some top physicists and stuff. So I don't think that's true. Is that it's been because recently, in the last 40 years, there's been the cult of scientism. Scientism is a thing that rejects metaphysics. Scientism is making the strong positive claim that there's no metaphysics. I don't care about correspondence versus coherence theory. I'm either pragmatist, I'm either realist. I either use
I'm
whatever.
using a grouping to say really all these things are
Yeah,
offshoots of pragmatism.
yeah. Which is a kind of like where we are in our historical phase, right? Because scientism, not science, scientism, the cult
Well,
of scientism.
I'm calling whatever you're calling these things. To me, these are schools within pragmatism.
Indeed, scientism is below. It's an instantiation of pragmatism. Reading crystals would also be a form of pragmatism, whether it works or not. But my dear man, I must go take care of duties. I hope I didn't hijack your stream for too long.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I keep at it, like I don't want to give up. So, like it's just me reading papers, and sometimes I just get so into reading my papers, like, oh no, I'm only going to get to read 5 hours of paper instead of 6 hours of papers. But I appreciate you coming on. Always a pleasure to talk. God bless. I hope everything's good.
Baruch Hashem.
Reach out anytime. Okay, so thanks to Ralph for the surprise visit. Samish, good to be in the chat. Also, yeah, I've been doing deep dives into sociology the last few weeks, mostly just reading from Wikipedia. But this week I'm actually going to read some academic papers. I'm saying all models are deficient or incomplete, but you're saying that's the probabilism. They're more probable than other things. That, you say that scientific models are a higher level of truth, or whatever terminology you want to give if you don't want to use the word truth, than sociological models. But sociological models are probabilistic, informative. So you need a metaphysics and ontology and epistemology to understand it. So like I was saying, that I got into, Dr. Ben said you're the sociology professor who taught this stuff, but I got into this just this trying to study group identity from all these arguments with anti-Semites, counter-Semites, and just saying, well, what does it mean for people to be acting as a group? And I'm gonna finally, hopefully I get to read this article this week about the social construction of enemies, Jews, and the representation of evil that I've been meaning to read for quite a while now. But now that I covered conspiracy theory, KL, God bless, good to see you. That Jews are social construction, and saying that that even you're saying, well, how is there a war between Palestinians and Jews, between Israelis and Gazans, Hamas? These are social constructions, but yet Ukrainians and Russians, they're social constructions, but yet these social constructions are at war with each other. And mentioned generally arguing with counter Semites, everyone seems to think that it's very clear Jewish group identity and Jewish group strategy. You're like, okay, like Kevin McDonald's and his work on Jewish group evolutionary strategy, where we're just like sociologically, the claim of anti-Semitism, one of the first principles for it is that Jews operate as a group. And you're saying, well, what do you mean Jews are social constructions? They're not even such a thing as Jews. It's a false man-made category, that it's just a social construct, that there isn't even such a thing as Jews. But within these social constructs, there's still reality. And how do you talk about people acting as groups? So I read, the last few weeks I looked at social identity theory and Teifel and George Herbert Mead and some of the other names, and God forbid I'm even forgetting some of these names right now, and that's why I do it. So let's look at one Jewish thing. This guy was on Zev Brenner last night, and he was in the news because he was like canceled because a rabbi was a Zionist. But this book whose author discussion was canceled because of Zionism, includes analysis of the Haredi community. This was in Shtetl, the Yafid publication. Joshua Leifer claims wealth has weakened Lakewood's resistance to secular values. So this is pretty short. Just look through it real quick. A new book by journalist Joshua Leifer claims that Lakewood's wealth has weakened its resistance to the values of the secular world. Leifer, a 30-year-old journalist for liberal news outlets whose wife grew up in New Jersey town, argues in the book that Lakewood's Haredi community has faced a rise in conspicuous consumption inconsistent with the values with which it was founded decades ago. The book Tablets Shattered, which was published on Tuesday by Penguin Random House, and which has garnered national attention when a lunch event was canceled in Brooklyn, Dumbo explores the past and future of American Jewish political life, looking, among other things, at changing demographics and shifting views about Zionism. I got the book and read it this week. In a chapter about Orthodox Jews, Leifer looks at Haredi life mainly through the lens of Lakewood, using the example of this Haredi town in New Jersey that has grown rapidly in recent years as Hasidim from New York have moved there in droves. He seeks to capture the major issues and contradictions that animate Haredi society today. Through his founding of the Haredi community of Lakewood in the 1940s and 50s, Leifer writes that Aaron Cutler sought to create a town that would be free from the problems facing secular society, such as materialism. Leifer cites the legacy of Moran Aaron Cutler, a biography of Yitzhak Dershowitz that claims the late Litvish rabbi ate without pursuing pleasure, and his household furniture was battered and decrepit and mismatched. This image stands in stark contrast in Leifer's view to the reality of Lakewood today. As men have gone to work in well-paying jobs, the houses have grown bigger, the clothing more expensive, the vacations kosher, all-inclusive, more lavish. Some of the poorest places in America are Haredi communities. Leifer notes Lakewood, though, is not an impoverished shtetl. It is a thriving middle-class town. Leifer also criticizes the Haredi grassroots' explicit alignment with Donald Trump, which contrasts with the more pragmatic, focused way that community leaders have long approached politics. Lakewood, for example, voted overwhelmingly for Trump in both 2016 and 20. To Haredi businessmen, especially the former president, is a recognizable archetype, the gruff, ill-mannered businessman who nonetheless puts his money behind the right causes. But Leifer argues supporting Trump is a treacherous bargain, despite some small wins, as Trump's communication of a sentence of businessman Shlomo Rubashkin and the right-wing's vision for the future threatens the elements of American society, its openness, its tolerance, and indeed its liberalism that have enabled religious Jewish communities to flourish here. His observations are not new to the Haredi world, where internal critics no less influential than Satmar Grand Rabbi Aaron Teitelbaum have also warned against Trumpism and materialism. Elsewhere in the Orthodox chapter, Leifer describes more common liberal critiques of the Haredi community, its insularity, the lack of the secular education in boys' yeshiva, strict gender roles, and rejection of the LGBT people, and challenges faced by Haredi victims of sexual abuse. Naftali Muster, a former secular education advocate whom Leifer interviewed for the book, is now the editor-in-chief of Shtetl. Another highlight from this chapter is when Leifer, who was born into what he called the mainline affiliated Jewish community, writes about visiting the famous Beth Medrash Gavoa with his brother-in-law. Leifer is jealous of how close the students in prestigious kollel feel to God, but what perhaps even more charming than what he finds in the study hall is what's outside the crowded parking lot. There, Leifer took note of the students' dedication to communal living and their casual but deep and implicit trust in one another. When he and his brother-in-law arrived and parked, they blocked in several other cars and left the key in the ignition, something all the other drivers had done as well. If you needed to get your car out, you simply get into the other person's car and move it. Despite larger houses, fancier vacations, and the specter of certain ill-mannered businessmen, at least one Haredi quality has apparently survived in spite of secular influence: the strength of the Haredi students' faith in each other. And in the end, despite Leifer's concern, he argues that the fast-growing size of the Haredi community, its contrast to slower growth in the rest of the Jewish community, contributes to its significance in the future of American Jewry. Haredi Judaism constitutes perhaps the strongest and most viable alternative to the now fading American Jewish consensus, in which most of the American Jewish community is, or at least was, once upon a time, patriotic, Zionist, and liberal. Okay, so yeah, I read this book this week. It was a little bit interesting, so I just read that quick overview. And one of the key concepts of the reason I'm doing this deep dive into Sociology is Jewish related. You're trying to understand Jewish group identity and anti-Semitism, sociology, and these various factors, the multiple truth hypothesis, having different ways of analyzing and examining the same phenomena. So I was going to continue going into mostly just Wikipedia, although I'm wrapping up on the Wikipedia and we're going to move more towards academic articles. The reason I did the Wikipedia was to kind of get the overview of these topics of, so last few weeks, we looked at social norms and different aspects of group identity, some of the major thinkers, how your society arises from mind. And so together with social norms is deviance. And deviance, the gatekeeping for people who do not obey the social norms. And it's actually a deep theory that I'm going to go more into depth in the future. So let's start this week. I mean, the link's in the chat if someone wants to hop on. Otherwise, I'm just going to go straight into reading. Deviance, or the sociology of deviance, explores the actions and or behaviors that violate social norms across formally enacted rules, as well as informal violations of social norms. Although deviance may have negative connotation, the violation of social norms is not always a negative action. Positive deviation exists in some situations. Although norm is violated, a behavior can still be classified as positive or acceptable. Social norms differ throughout society and between cultures. A certain act of behavior may be viewed as deviant and receive sanctions or punishment within one society and be seen as a normal behavior in another society. Additionally, as a society's understanding of a social norm changes over time, so too does the collective perception of deviance. Deviance is relative to the place where it's committed or the time the act took place. Killing another human being is generally considered wrong, for example, except when governments permit it during warfare for self-defense. There are two types of major deviant actions, mala in se and mala prohibita. Types of deviance. And mala in se is evil in itself, and mala prohibited is legally prohibited action. Types of deviance. The violation of norms can be characterized as two forms: formal deviance and informal deviance. Formal deviance can be described as a crime which violates laws of a society. Informal deviance are minor violations that break unwritten rules of social life. Norms that have great moral significance are mores. Under informal deviance, the mores opposes social taboos. Taboo is a strong social form of behavior considered deviant by a majority. To speak of it publicly is condemned and therefore almost entirely avoided. The term taboo comes from the Tongan word tapu, meaning under prohibition, not allowed or forbidden. Some forms of taboo are prohibited under law, and transgression may lead to severe penalties. Other forms of taboo result in shame, disrespect, and humiliation. Taboo is not universal, but does occur in the majority of society. Some of the examples include murder, rape, incest, and child molestation. Howard Becker, a labeling theorist, identified 4 types of deviant behavior labels, which are given as: 1, falsely accusing an individual. Others perceive the individual to be obtaining obedient or deviant behaviors. 2, pure deviance. Others perceive the individual as participating in deviant and rule-breaking behavior. 3, conforming. Others perceive the individual to be participating in the social norms that are distributed within societies. 4, secret deviance, which is when the individual is not perceived as deviant or participating in any rule-breaking behaviors. Malicious compliance may furthermore pose a special case. Types of deviance. Deviant acts can be assertions of individuality and identity, and thus is rebellion against group norms of the dominant culture in favor of a subculture. In society, the behavior of an individual or a group determines how a deviant creates norms. 3 broad sociological classes exist that describe deviant behavior, namely structural functionalism, symbolic interaction, and conflict theory. We looked at symbolic interaction before. And we'll briefly review some of these major schools. So here you have crimes, which leads to public outrage and punishment, which leads to majority of people adhere to and accept morals, guidelines, and rules, which creates deviants, which commit crimes, and the sociological cycle. Structural functionalism. Structural functionalists are concerned with how various factors in society come together to interact with to form the whole. Most notably, the work of Emile Durkheim and Robert Merton have contributed to the functionalist ideals. Durkheim's normative theory of suicide, God forbid. Emile Durkheim would claim that deviance was in fact a normal and necessary part of social organization. He would state four important functions of deviance. Deviance affirms cultural values and norms. Any definition of virtue rests on an opposing idea of vice. There can be no good without evil and no justice without crime. Two, deviance defines moral boundaries. People learn right from wrong by defining people as deviant. Three, a serious form of deviance forces people to come together and react in the same way against it. Four, deviance pushes society's moral boundaries, which in turn leads to social change. When social deviance is committed, the collective conscience is offended. Durkheim, 1897, describes the collective consciousness as a set of social norms by which members of a society follow. Without the collective consciousness, there would be no absolute morals followed by intuitions, institutions, or groups. Social integration is the attachment to groups and institutions, while social regulation is the adherence to the norms and values of society. Durkheim's theory attributes social deviance to extremes in social integration and social regulation. He stated four different types of suicide from their relationship between social integration and social regulation. One, altruistic, occurs when one is too socially integrated. Two, egoistic, occurs when one is not very socially integrated. Three, anomic, occurs when there is very little social regulation from a sense of aimlessness or despair. Four, fatalistic, occurs when a person experiences too much social recognition. Merton's strain theory. Robert Merton discusses deviance in terms of goals and means as a part of his strain anime theory. When Durkheim states that anime is the confounding or social norms, Merton goes further and states that anime is the state in which social goals and the legitimate means to achieve them do not correspond. He postulated that an individual's response to societal expectations and the means by which the individual pursued those goals were useful in understanding deviance. Specifically, he viewed collective action as motivated by strain, stress, or frustration in the body of individuals that arise from a disconnection between the society's goals and the popularity used means to achieve those goals. Often, non-routine collective behavior is said to map onto economic expectations and causes by way of strain. These two dimensions determine the adaptation to society according to the cultural goals, which are the society's perception about the ideal life, and to the institutionalized means, which are the legitimate means through which an individual may aspire to the cultural goals. Merton described five types of deviance in terms of the acceptance or rejection of social goals and the institutionalized means of achieving them. One, innovation is a response to the strain generated by our culture's emphasis on wealth and the lack of opportunities to get rich, which causes people to be innovators by engaging in stealing and selling drugs, God forbid. Innovators accept society's goals but reject society's acceptable means of achieving them. Merton claims that innovators are mostly those who have been socialized with similar worldviews to conformists, but who have been denied the opportunities they need to be able to legitimately achieve society's goals. Two, conformists accept society's goals and the socially acceptable means of achieving them. Like monetary success is gained through hard work, Merton claims that conformists are mostly middle-class people in middle-class jobs who have been able to access the opportunities in society, such as better education, to achieve monetary success through hard work. According to Merton's strain theory, only conformists accept societal goals. Societal goals are the desired economic, social, and classless achievements dictated by society. Three, ritualism refers to the inability to reach a cultural goal, thus embracing the rules to the point where the people in question lose sight of the larger goals in order to feel respectable. Ritualists reject society's goals but accept society's institutionalized means. Ritualists are most commonly found in dead and repetitive jobs where they're unable to achieve society's goals but still adhere to society's means of achievement and societal social norms. Retreatism is the rejection of both cultural goals and means, letting the person in question drop off. Retreatists reject the society's goals and legitimate means to achieve them. Merton sees them as true deviants, as they commit acts of deviance to achieve things that do not always go along with society's values. Robert Merton's strain theory dictates that deviance in lower economic classes oftentimes is characterized by retreatism deviance. Merton claims that homelessness and addiction in lower classes is a result of individuals rebelling against both work and the desire for economic progress. Rebellion is somewhat similar to retreatism because the people in question also both reject the cultural goals and means, but they go one step further to a counterculture that supports other social orders that already exist. Rule breaking, rebels reject society's goals and legitimate means to achieve them, and instead create new goals and means to replace those of society, creating not only new goals to achieve, but also new ways to achieve those goals that other rebels will find acceptable. Symbolic interaction. This one we looked at before also. Symbolic interaction refers to the patterns of communication, interpretation, and adjustment between individuals. Both the verbal and nonverbal responses that a listener then delivers are similar constructed in expectation of how the original speaker will react. The ongoing progress is like the game of charades, only as a full-fledged conversation. The term symbolic interactionism has come into use as a label from a relatively distinct approach to the study of human life and human contact. With symbolic interactionism, reality is seen as social development, developed interaction with others. Most symbolic interactionists believe a physical reality does indeed exist by an individual's social definitions, and that social definitions do develop in part or relation to something real. People thus do not respond to this reality directly, but rather to the social understanding of reality. Humans therefore exist in three realities: a physical objective reality, a social reality, and a unique. A unique is described as a third reality created out of the social reality, a private interpretation of the reality that is shown to the person by others. Both individuals and society cannot be separated far from each other for two reasons. One being that both are created through social interaction, and two, one can not be understood in terms without the other. Behavior is not defined by forces from the environment, such as drives or instinct, but rather by reflected, socially understood meaning of both the internal and external incentives that are currently presented. Harold Bloomer, 1969, set out three basic premises of the perspective. Humans act towards things on the basis of the meanings they ascribe to those things. The meanings of such things are derived from or arises out of the social interaction that one has with others and the society. And these meanings are handled in and modified through an interpretive process used by the person in dealing with the things he or she encounters. Sutherland's differential association. In his differential association theory, Edwin Sutherland posited that criminals learn criminal and deviant behavior, and that deviance is not inherently part of a particular's individual nature. When an individual's significant other engages in deviant and or criminal behavior will be learned as a result of this exposure. He argues that criminal behavior is learned in the same way that all other behaviors are learned, meaning that the acquisition of criminal knowledge is not unique compared to the learning of other behaviors. Sutherland outlines some very basic points in his theory, including the idea that the learning comes from the interactions between individuals and groups using communication of symbols and ideas. When the symbols and ideas about deviation are much more favorable than unfavorable, the individual tends to take a favorable view upon deviance and will resort to more of these behaviors. Criminal behavior, motivations, and technical knowledge, as with any other sort of knowledge, is learned. One example of this would be gang activity in inner city communities. Sutherland would feel that because a certain individual's primary influential peers are in a gang environment, it is through interaction with them that one may become involved in crime. Neutralization theory. Gresham Sykes and David Matza neutralization theory explains how deviants justify their deviant behaviors by providing alternative definitions of their actions and by providing explanations to themselves and others for the lack of guilt for actions in particular situations. There are 5 types of neutralization. 1, denial of responsibility. The deviant believes he was helplessly propelled into the deviance, and that under the same circumstances any other person would resort to the same similar actions. 2, denial of injury. The deviant believes that the action caused no harm to the individual or to the society, and thus the deviance is not morally wrong. 3, denial of the victim. The deviant believes that individuals on the receiving end of the deviance were deserving of the result due to the victim's lack of virtue or morals. 4, condemnation of the condemners. The deviant believes the enforcement figures or victims have the tendency to be equally deviant or otherwise corrupt, and as a result are hypocrites to stand against. And 5, appeal to higher loyalties. The deviant believes that they are loyalties and values that go beyond the confines of law, morality, friendship, income, or traditions may be more important to the deviant than legal boundaries. Labeling theory. Frank Tenenbaum and Howard Becker created and developed the labeling theory, which is a core facet of symbolic interactionism and often referred to in Tenenbaum's dramatization of evil. Becker believed that social groups create deviance by making the rules whose infraction constitutes deviance. Labeling is a process of social reaction by the social audience, wherein people stereotype others, judging and accordingly defining labeling someone's behavior as deviant or otherwise. It has been characterized as the invention, selection, manipulation of beliefs which define conduct in a negative way and the selection of people into these categories. As such, labeling theory suggests that deviance is caused by the deviants being labeled as morally inferior, the deviants internalizing the label, and finally the deviant acting according to the specific label. An individual labeled as deviant will act accordingly. As time goes by, the deviant takes on traits that constitute deviance by committing such deviations as conform to the label, so the audience has the power to not label them and have the power to stop the deviance before it ever occurs by not labeling them. Individual and societal preoccupation with the label, in other words, leads to the deviant individual to follow a self-fulfilling prophecy of obedience to the ascribed label. This theory, while very much a symbolic interactionist theory, also has elements of conflict theory, as the dominant group has the power to decide what is deviant and acceptable and enjoys the power behind the labeling process. An example of this is the prison system that labels people convicted of theft, and because of this, they start to view themselves as the definition thieves, incapable of changing. From this point of view, Howard Becker writes, deviance is not a quality of the act the person commits, but rather a consequence of the application by others of rules and sanctions to an offender. The deviant is one to whom the label has successfully been applied. Deviant behavior is behavior that people so label. In other words, behavior only becomes deviant or criminal if defined and interfered as such by specific people in a specific situation. It is important to note the salient fact that society is not always correct in its labeling, often falsely identifying and misrepresenting people as deviants or attributing to them characteristics which they do not have. In legal terms, people are often wrongly accused, yet many of them must live with the ensuing stigma or conviction for the rest of their lives. On a similar note, society often employs double standards, with some sectors of society enjoying favoritism. Certain behaviors in one group are seen to be perfectly acceptable or can be easily overlooked, but in another are seen by the same audiences as abominable. The medicalization of deviance, the transformation of moral and legal deviance into a medical condition, is an important shift that has transformed the way society views deviance. The labeling theory helps to explain this shift, as behavior that used to be judged morally are now being transformed into an objective clinical diagnosis. For example, people with drug addictions are considered sick instead of bad. Primary and secondary deviation. Edwin Lemert developed the idea of primary and secondary deviation as a way to explain the process of labeling. Primary deviance is any general deviance before the deviant is labeled as such in a particular way. Secondary deviance is any action that takes place after primary deviance as a reaction to the institutionalized identification as of the person as a deviant. When an actor commits a crime, primary deviance, however mild, the institution will bring social penalties down on the actor. However, punishment does not necessarily stop crime, so the actor might commit the same primary deviance again, bringing even harsher reactions from the institution. At this point, the actor will start to resent the institution, while the institution brings harsher and harsher repression. Eventually, the whole community will stigmatize the actor as a deviant, and the actor will not be able to tolerate this, but will ultimately accept his or her role as a criminal and will commit criminal acts that fit the role of a criminal. Primary and secondary deviation is what causes people to become harder criminals. Primary deviance is the time when the person is labeled deviant through confession or reporting. Secondary deviance is deviance before and after the primary deviance. Retrospective labeling happens when the deviant recognizes his acts as deviant after the primary deviance, while prospective labeling is when the deviant recognizes future acts as deviant. The steps to becoming criminal are primary deviation, social penalties; secondary deviation, stronger penalties; further deviation with resentment and hostility towards punishers; community stigmatizes the deviant as criminal; tolerance threshold passes, strengthening of deviant conduct because of stigmatizing penalties; and finally acceptance as role of deviant or criminal actor. Broken windows theory. Broken windows theory states that an increase in minor crimes such as graffiti would eventually lead to encourage an increase in larger transgression. This suggests that greater policing of minor forms of deviance would lead to a decrease in major crimes. This theory has been tested in a variety of settings, including New York City in the 90s. Compared to the country's average at the time, violent crime fell by 28% as a result of the campaign. Critics of the theory question the direct causality of the policing and statistical changes that occurred. Control theory. Control theory advances the proposition that weak bonds between the individual and society free people to deviate. By contrast, strong bonds make deviance costly. This theory asks why people refrain from deviance or criminal behavior instead of why people commit deviant or criminal behavior. According to Travis Hershey, the control theory developed when norms emerged to deter deviant behavior. Without this control, deviant behavior would happen more often. This leads to conformity and groups. People will conform to a group when they believe they have more to gain from conformity than by deviance. If a strong bond is achieved, there will be less chance of deviance than if a weak bond has occurred. Hershey argued that a person followed the norms because they have a bond to society. The bond consists of four positively correlated factors: opportunity, attachment, belief, and involvement. When any of these bonds are weakened or broken, one is more likely to act in defiance. Michael Gottfredson and Travis Hershey in 1990 found their self-control theory. It stated that acts of force and fraud are undertaken in the pursuit of self-interest and self-control. A deviant act is based on criminals' own self-control of themselves. Containment theory is considered by researchers such as Walter Reckless to be part of the control theory because it also revolves around the thoughts that stop individuals from engaging in crime. Reckless studies the unfinished approaches meant to explain the reasoning behind delinquency and crime. He recognizes that societal disorganization is included in the study of delinquency and crime under social deviance, leading him to claim that the majority of those who live in unstable areas tend not to have criminal tendencies in comparison to those who live in middle-class areas. This claim opens up more possible approaches to social disorganization and proves that the already implemented theories are in need of a deeper connection to further explore ideas of crime and delinquency. These observations brought Reckless to ask questions such as why do some persons break through the tottering social controls and others do not? Why do rare cases in well-integrated society break through the lines of social controls? Reckless asserted that the inner communication between self and social controls are partly responsible for the development of delinquent thoughts. Social disorganization was not related to a particular environment, but instead was involved in the deteriorations of an individual's social controls. The containment theory is the idea that everyone possesses mental and social safeguards which protect the individual from committing acts of deviancy. Containment depends on the individual's ability to separate inner and outer controls for normative behavior. More contemporary control theorists such as Robert Crutchfield take the theory into a new light, suggesting labor market experiences not only affect the attitudes and the stakes of individual workers, but can also affect the development of their children's views towards conformity and cause involvement in delinquency. This is an ongoing study, as he has found a significant relationship between parental labor market involvement in children's delinquency, but has not empirically demonstrated the mediating role of parents or children's attitude. In a study conducted by Tim Wadsworth, the relationship between parents' employment and children's delinquency, which was previously suggested by Crutchfield, was shown empirically for the first time. These findings from the study supported the idea that the relationship between social economic status and delinquency might be better understood if the quality of employment and its role as an informal social control is closely examined. Conflict theory. In sociology, conflict theory states that society or an organization functions so that each individual participates and its groups struggle to maximize their benefits, which inevitably contributes to social change such as political changes and revolutions. Deviant behaviors are actions that do not go along with the social institutions as what cause deviance. The institution's ability to change norms, wealth, or status comes into conflict with the individual. The legal rights of poor folks might be ignored. Middle classes are also except they side with the elites rather than the poor, thinking that they might rise to the top by supporting the status quo. Conflict theory is based on the view that the fundamental causes of crime are the social and economic forces operating within society. However, it explains white-collar crime as well. This theory also states that the powerful define crime. This raises the question, for whom is this theory functional? If in this theory laws are instruments of oppression, tough on the powerless and less tough on the powerful. Karl Marx. Marx did not write about deviant behavior, but he wrote about alienation amongst the proletariat as well as between the proletariat and the finished product, which causes conflict and thus deviant behavior. Many Marxist theorists have employed the theory of a capitalist state in their arguments. For example, Stephen Spitzer utilized the theory of bourgeois control over social junk and social dynamite, and George Rush was known to represent analysis of different punishments correlated to the social capacity and infrastructure for labor. He theorized that throughout history, when more labor is needed, the severity of punishment decreases and the tolerance for deviant behavior increases. John Locke, another Marxist writer, presented the idea that the modern world did not approve the diversity, but was not afraid of social conflict. The later modern world, however, is very tolerant of diversity. However, it is extremely afraid of social conflicts, which is an explanation given for the political correctness movement. The late modern society easily accepts difference, but it labels those that it does not want as deviant as relentlessly punishes and persecutes. Michel Foucault. Michel Foucault believed that torture had been phased out of modern society due to the dispersion of power. There is no need for the wrath of the state on deviant individual. Rather, the modern state receives praises for its fairness and dispersion of power, which, instead of controlling each individual, controls the mass. He also theorized that the institutions control people through the use of discipline. For example, the modern prison, more specifically the panopticon, is a template for those institutions because it controls its inmates by the perfect use of discipline. Foucault theorized that, in a sense, the postmodern society is characterized by the lack of free will on the part of individuals. Institutions of knowledge, norms, and values are simply in place to categorize and control humans. Biological theories of deviance. The Italian school of criminology contends that biological factors may contribute to crime and deviance. Cesare Lambrasso was among the first to research and develop his theory of biological deviance, which states that some people are genetically predisposed to criminal behavior. He believed that criminals were a product of earlier genetic forms. The main influence of his research was Charles Darwin's The Theory of Evolution. Lambrasso theorized that people were born criminals, or in other words, less evolved humans who were biologically more related to our more primitive and animalistic urges. From his research, Lambrasso took Darwin's theory and looked at primitive times himself in regards to deviant behaviors. He found that the skeletons that he studied mostly had low foreheads and protruding jaws. These characteristics resembled primitive beings such as Homo neanderthalensis. He stated that little could be done to cure born criminals because their characteristics were biologically inherited. Over time, most of his research was disproved. His research was refuted by Pearson and Charles Goring. They discovered that Lambrasso had not researched enough skeletons to make his research thorough enough. When Pearson and Goring researched skeletons on their own, they tested many more and found that the bone structure had no relevance in deviant behavior. The statistical study that Charles Goring published in this research is called The English Convict. Other theories. The classical theory of school of criminology comes from the works of Cesare Beccaria, Jeremy Bentham, and John Howard. Beccaria assumed a utilitarian view of society along with social contract theory of a state. He argued that the role of the state was to maximize the greatest possible utility to the maximum number of people and to minimize those actions that harm the society. He argued that deviants commit deviant acts which are harmful to society because the utility it gives to the private individual. If a state were to match the pain of punishment with the utility of various deviant behaviors, the deviant would no longer have any incentive to commit deviant acts. Note that Beccaria argued for just punishment, as raising the severity of punishments without regard to logical measurement of utility would cause increasing degrees of social harm once it reached a certain point. The criminal justice system. There are three sections of the criminal justice system that function to enforce formal deviance. The police maintain public order by enforcing the law. Police use personal discretion in deciding whether and how to handle the situation. Research suggests that police are more likely to make an arrest if the offense is serious, if bystanders are present, or if the suspect is of a visible minority. Courts rely on an adversarial process in which attorneys, one representing the defendant and one representing the crown, present their cases in the presence of a judge who monitors legal procedures. In practice, courts resolve most cases through plea bargaining. Though efficient, this method puts less powerful people at a disadvantage. A correction system. Community-based correction includes probation and parole. These programs lower the cost of supervising people convicted of crimes and reduce prison overcrowding, but have not been shown to reduce recidivism. There are 4 jurisdictions for punishment: retribution, deterrence, rehabilitation, societal protection, which fall under one of 2 forms of justice that the offender will face: punitive justice, retribution, and deterrence. This form of justice defines boundaries of acceptable behaviors whereby an individual suffers the consequences of committing a crime and which pain or suffering inflicted on the individual is hidden from the public, and rehabilitative justice, rehabilitation and societal protection. This form of justice focuses on specific circumstances whereby individuals are meant not to be fixed. Okay, so there we have deviance. So I have a lot more research to cover. So next we'll look at intergroup relations. Let me just say Kriya Shema real quick, and we'll continue with the research. The links in the chat. If anyone wants to hop on, appreciate your comments, Elemental. Okay. Intergroup relations. Intergroup relations refers to interaction between individuals in different societal groups and interactions taking place between groups themselves. Collectively, it has long been a subject of research in social psychology, political psychology, and organizational behavior. In 1966, Musafir Sharif proposed a now widely recognized definition of intergroup relations. Whenever individuals belonging to one group interact collectively or individually with another group or its members in terms of their group identification, we have an instance of intergroup behavior. Research on intergroup relations involves the study of many psychological phenomena related to intergroup processes, including social identity, prejudice, group dynamics, and conformity, among many others. Research in this area has been shaped by many notable figures and continues to provide empirical insights into modern social issues such as social inequality and discrimination. History. While philosophers and thinkers have written about topics related to intergroup relations dating back to Aristotle's Politics, the psychological study of group attitudes and behavior began in the 19th century. One of the earliest scientific publications on group processes is The Crowd, a study of the popular mind written in 1895 by French doctor and scientist Gustave Le Bon. Le Bon proposed that group of individuals is different from the sum of its part, often paraphrased as a group is more than the sum of its part. The fundamental idea of crowd psychology states that when individuals form a crowd, the group behaves differently than each individual would normally act. Le Bon theorized that when individuals form a group or crowd, there would emerge a new psychological construct which would be shaped by the group's racial collective unconsciousness. Le Bon put forward three phenomena that explain crowd behavior: submergence or anonymity, when individuals lose their sense of self and responsibility by joining a crowd; contagion, the tendency for individuals in a crowd to follow the beliefs and behaviors of the crowd; and suggestion, which refers to how the beliefs and behaviors of the crowd are shaped by shared racial unconscious. Subsequent generations of intergroup relations and social influences research built from these foundation ideas and explored them through empirical studies. Le Bon used the term racial unconscious, but now that's generally referred to as the collective unconsciousness. The empirical study of intergroup relations, as well as the broader field of social psychology, grew tremendously in the years following World War II. The events of World War II, including the rise of Adolf Hitler and fascism, the Holocaust, and the widespread use of propaganda, led many social scientists to study intergroup conflict, obedience, conformity, dehumanization, and other related phenomena. Social scientists were interested in understanding the behavior of the German population under Nazi rule, specifically how their attitude was influenced by propaganda and how so many could obey orders to carry out or support the mass murder of Jews and other minority groups as part of the Holocaust. Several prominent social psychologists were directly affected by the Nazi actions because of their Jewish faith, including Kurt Lewin, Fritz Heider, and Salman Asch. Musafir Sharif was briefly detained by the Turkish government in 1944 for his pro-communist and anti-fascist beliefs. These scientists would draw from their experiences and go to make major theoretical contributions to intergroup relations research, as well as the broader field of psychology. The cognitive revolution in psychology in the 1950s and 60s led researchers to study how cognitive biases and heuristics influence beliefs and behaviors. The resulting focus on cognitive processes and meaning making presented a significant shift away from the mainstream behaviorist philosophy that shaped much of psychological research in the first half of the 20th century. During and after the cognitive revolution, intergroup relation researchers began to study cognitive biases, heuristics, and stereotypes, and their influences on belief and behavior. Selnash's studies on conformity in the 1950s were among the first experiments to explore how a cognitive process, the need to conform to the behavior of the group, could override individual preference to directly influence behavior. Leon Festinger also focused on the cognitive processes in developing cognitive dissonance theory, which Elliot Aronson and other researchers would later build upon to describe how individuals feel liking for a group they were initiated into but whose views they may not agree with. The civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s led social scientists to study prejudice, discrimination, and collective action in the context of race in America. In 1952, the NAACP put out a call for social science research to further study these issues in light of the Brown v. Board Education lawsuit. Gordon Alpert's 1954 book, The Nature of Prejudice, provided the first theoretical framework for understanding and counteracting prejudice, and cemented prejudice as a central focus of social psychology. In his book, Alpert proposed the contact hypothesis, which states that the interpersonal contact under the correct conditions can be an effective means of reducing prejudice, discrimination, and reliance on stereotypes. Subsequent generations of scientists built on or applied Alpert's contact hypothesis to other domains of prejudice, including sexism, homophobia, and ableism. In 1967, Martin Luther King spoke at the annual meeting of the American Psychological Association, urging social scientists to advance causes of social justice in their research. In his speech, King called on scientists to study many topics related to the civil rights movement, including the barriers to upward social mobility for African Americans, political engagement and action in the African American community, and the processes of psychological and ideological change among African Americans and whites. Intergroup relations research in the final decades of the 20th century refined earlier theories and applied insight from the field in real-world settings. For example, Leah Ross applied his research on correspondence biases and attributional errors in his work on conflict resolution process in Northern Ireland during the Troubles. Other researchers have focused on positive elements of intergroup behavior, including helping, cooperation, and altruism between groups. One example of this is a recent field study by Betsy Pollock and colleagues, where they used a radio drama infused with positive social norms to increase reconciliation behaviors and attitudes among an entire village in Rwanda. Researchers have also applied intergroup theories to workplace settings. One such example is Richard Hackman's work on creating and managing groups or teams in the workplace. Hackman proposed that teams and work groups are successful when specific conditions are met, specifically when members of the team and their clients are satisfied, team members are able to grow professionally, and team members find their work meaningful. The advancement of technology has also shaped the study of intergroup relations, first with the adoption of computer software and later with the utilization of neural imaging techniques such as fMRI. One example of psychologists leveraging new technology to advance intergroup relation research is the implicit association test developed by Anthony Greenwald and colleagues in 1998 as a means to measure the strength of implicit automatic association of between different mental representations of objects. The implicit association test is commonly used to measure the strength of implicit bias for a variety of constructs, including gender, workplace stereotypes, and stereotypes about race. Foundational theories. Contact hypothesis. Gordon Alpert developed this hypothesis, which states that contact with members of another group in the appropriate circumstances can lead to a reduction of prejudice between majority and minority group members. There are three psychological processes underlying the contact hypothesis: learning about the outgroup through direct contact, fear and anxiety reduction when interacting with the outgroup, and increased ability to perspective take and emphasize that the outgroup, which results in reduced negative evaluation. These processes take place optimally when four conditions are met. Group must have relatively equal status, have shared goals, be able to cooperate with each other, recognize an authority or law that supports interaction between the two groups. Some researchers have critiqued the contact hypothesis, specifically its generalizability and the fact that intergroup contact can result in an increase rather than a decrease in prejudice. Realistic conflict theory. Realistic conflict theory, also known as realistic group conflict theory, is a model of intergroup conflict that describes how conflict and prejudice between groups stems from conflicting goals and competition for limited resources. Groups may compete for concrete resources such as money or land, or abstract resources such as political power and social status, which leads to hostility perpetuating zero-sum beliefs. The realistic conflict theory was originally proposed by Donald Campbell and was later elaborated in one classical experiments by Muzafer Sharif and Carolyn Wood Sharif, the Sharif's Robert Cave experiment provided evidence for the realistic conflict theory by arbitrarily assigning boys in a summer camp with similar backgrounds to different groups. The boys in these groups then competed with each other and elicited hostile outgroup beliefs until a subordinate cooperative group was imposed that required the groups to work together, resulted in a decreased feelings of hostility. Sharif believed that group behavior cannot result from an analysis of individual beliefs, and intergroup conflict, particularly those driven by the competition for scarce resources, creates ethnocentrism. The Robbers Cave experiment was conducted in 1954 and was designed to test theories of intergroup conflict. The experiment was designed so that where the two groups of campers, the Eagles and the Rattlers, as the independent variable experimenters devoided the campers of certain rewards and resources, it was found that when there was a limited amount of resources, there was inevitably be a conflict between the groups to fight for those resources. Each group in the experiment also did not see the other group as more or even equally favorably as their own. In the end, the competition eventually led to violence as it was broken up only through working together. Contact theory. This showed that even if you begin unaffiliated with a group, as soon as you find a group that you associate yourself with become part of an in-group, you will take on the qualities and characteristics of the individuals in that group. Whatever the group norm is, you inherit as your own. Social identity approach. In the 1970s and 80s, Henry Tajfel and John Turner proposed two connected theories of social identity, self-categorization theory and social identity theory, that together form a method for understanding the psychological processes underlying how individuals make sense of their identities and group membership. Self-categorization theory explains the context in which an individual perceives a collection of people as a group and the psychological processes that result from an individual perceiving people in terms of a group. Social identity theory describes how individual identity is shaped by membership in a social group. It also predicts differences in intergroup behavior based on perceived status differences between social groups, legitimacy and stability of those perceived status differences, and ability to move between social groups. The social identity approach has had a wide-ranging impact on social psychology, influencing theory on topics such as social influence, self-stereotyping, and personality. Current directions. Early research on intergroup relations focused on understanding the processes behind group interactions and dynamics, constructing theories to explain these processes and related psychological phenomena. Presently, intergroup relations is characterized by researchers applying and refining these theories in the context of modern social issues such as addressing social inequality and reducing discrimination based on gender identity, sexual orientation, race, ethnicity, and religion. Prejudice reduction. Theories from intergroup relations researchers have informed many approaches to prejudice reduction. Researchers have focused on developing theoretical frameworks for understanding how to effectively reduce intergroup conflict and prejudice. For example, a recent intervention developed by Patricia Devine and colleagues focused on training individuals to overcome cognitive biases and reduce implicit bias. The intervention resulted in reduced implicit bias up to 2 months after the intervention was administered. Other prejudice reduction research has investigated group interaction techniques, including cooperative learning, such as Elliot Aronson's Jigsaw Classroom, and making group identity less salient or superordinate identity more salient, in addition to individual techniques such as encouraging perspective taking with a member of a stigmatized group and building empathy with stigmatized groups. Another technique that has been studied to reduce prejudice through intergroup relations includes sparking interest in another person's culture that was different than their own. A meta-analysis of 515 studies found that there seemed to be a connection between intergroup contact and lower levels of intergroup prejudice. Meta-analysis of implicit bias reduction studies have shown that many produce limited effects that do not persist outside of laboratory setting. Some researchers have called for more field research and studies that employ longitudinal designs to test the external validity and durability of existing prejudice reduction techniques, especially workplace diversity programs that may not be informed by empirical research. There was also a study conducted on how pluralistic ignorance can affect intergroup conflict. Their research showed evidence that both in-group and out-groups can overestimate the other group's lack of interest in intergroup contact. Addressing social inequalities. Social scientists have examined phenomena related to social inequalities such as poverty, disenfranchisement, and discrimination since the early days of social psychology. However, researchers have only recently begun developing theories on the psychological consequences and impacts of social inequality. Current research on social inequality has explored the psychological effects of racial disparate policing practices on minority whites' tendency to underestimate the pain of blacks due to false beliefs and biological differences, how increasing belonging among students from stigmatized backgrounds can boost their GPAs and retention rates, and how social class influences pro-social behavior. Majority research on social inequality is principally focused on single categories such as race and gender. Increasingly, more researchers are exploring the effects of how the intersection of identities can affect individuals and group psychology processes. For example, Judith Harakowitz and her colleagues examined race and social classes related constructs in utility valued intervention designed to close the racial achievement gap of underrepresented minority students in introductory STEM college courses. Other areas of current intergroup relations research include understanding white backlash to racial diversity, effectively managing teams and group identities in the workplace, understanding the psychological processes behind political and ideological polarization, further studying cross-cultural communication. Notable figures. Kurt Lewin. Kurt Lewin is considered to be one of the founding fathers of social psychology and made a major contribution to psychological research. Lewin founded the Research Center for Group Dynamics at MIT in 1945. Lewin was interested in scientific study of the processes that influence individuals in group situations. At the center, initially focused on group productivity, communication, social perception, intergroup relations, group membership, leadership, and improving the functioning of groups. Lewin coined the term group dynamics to describe how individuals and groups behave differently depending on their environmental context. In terms of intergroup relations, he applied a formula B equals F of PE. Behavior is a function of the person and their environment to group behavior. The theory behind this formula, which emphasized this context, shapes behavior in conjunction with an individual's motivation and beliefs, is a cornerstone of social psychological research. Lewin conducted numerous studies that pioneered the field of organizational psychology, including the Harwood research studies, which showed that group decision-making, leadership training, and self-management techniques could improve employee productivity. Gordon Alpert. The American social psychologist Gordon Alpert is considered to be one of the pioneers of the psychological study of intergroup relations. Especially influential is Alpert's 1954 book, The Nature of Prejudice, which proposed the contact hypothesis and provided a foundation for research on prejudice and discrimination since the mid-1950s. Alpert's contribution to the field are still being elaborated upon by psychologists, with one example being the common in-group identity model proposed by John DeVito and Samuel Gartner in the 1990s. And under Alpert's contribution to psychology, the Society for the Psychological Study of Social Issues named their annual Intergroup Relation Prize after him. Beyond his theoretical contributions to the field, Alpert mentored many students who would go on to make important contributions of their own intergroup relation research. These students include Anthony Greenwald, Stanley Milgram, and Thomas Pettigrew. Muzaffar Sharif and Carolyn Wood Sharif. Muzaffar Sharif and Carolyn Wood Sharif performed multiple notable experiments on the subject in the mid-20th century, including the Robbers Cave experiment. These experiments formed the basis for the realistic conflict theory. These studies have had a lasting impact on the field, providing a theoretical explanation for the origins of intergroup prejudice, while also exploring techniques to reduce negative attitudes between groups. The Sharifs proposed that group behavior cannot result from an analysis of individual behavior, and the intergroup conflict, particularly those driven by the competition for scarce resources, creates ethnocentrism. Muzaffar Sharif's research on the psychology of group conflict was informed by his experiences observing and studying discrimination and social pressure in the United States and Turkey. Carolyn Wood Sharif, along with Muzaffar Sharif and Karl Hovland, developed social judgment theory, a model for self-persuasion that explains how individuals perceive and evaluate new ideas by comparing them with current attitudes. The theory sought to outline how individuals make sense of persuasive messages and how this can in turn influence individual and group beliefs. Salman Ash work on conformity in the 1950s also helped shape the study of intergroup relations by exploring how the social pressures of group membership influence individuals to adhere to their behavior, attitudes, and beliefs to group norms. The results of this study showed that individuals could yield to group pressures with subsequent studies investigating the conditions under which individuals are more or less likely to conform to the behavior of the group. Asher's research, along with Stanley Milgram's shock experiments, shed light on the psychological processes underlying obedience, conformity, and authority. Henry Tajfel and John Turner, British psychologists Henry Tajfel and John Turner, developed social identity theory and later self-categorization theory, pioneering the social identity approach in psychology in the 1970s and 80s. Tajfel and Turner were among the first psychologists to study the importance of social group membership and explore how the salience of a group's individual group membership determined behavior and beliefs in the group context. Tajfel invented the minimal group paradigm, an experimental method of arbitrary assigning to individual groups, which showed that even when individuals were divided into arbitrary, meaningless groups, they tended to show favoritism for their own group. Notable figures 1980 to present. Lee Ross has conducted research on several psychological phenomena closely related to intergroup relations, including the fundamental attribution error, belief preservance, and most recently, naive realism, the idea that individuals believe they see the world objectively and that those who disagree with them must be irrational or biased. In 1984, Ross co-founded the Stanford Center on International Conflict and Negotiation, an interdisciplinary research center focusing on applying findings from psychology, law, and sociology to help resolve international social political conflicts. Ross and his colleagues at the Stanford Center studied many of these concepts as they applied to conflict resolution and worked on negotiations and resolution efforts in Northern Ireland during the Troubles and the Middle East during the wake of the Gulf War. Susan Fiske, along with her colleague Amy Cuddy, Peter Glick, and Zheng Zhu, developed a stereotype content model which states that stereotypes and intergroup impressions are formed along two dimensions, warmth and competence. The stereotype content model builds from evolutionary psychology theory, stating that individuals tend to first assess whether people are a threat, warmth, and then assess how people will act based on an initial assessment, competence. It follows that social groups that compete for real or perceived resources, such as money or political power, are considered low on warmth, while social groups that are high status in terms of finance or education are rated high on competence. Fiske also developed the widely used ambivalent sexism inventory, a measure of hostile sexism and benevolent sexism. Claude Steele and his colleagues Stephen Spencer and Joshua Aronson are known for the stereotype threat, the situational pressure one feels when they are at risk of confirming a negative stereotype about their group. Three factors underlie the mechanism of stereotype threat: stress arousal, performance monitoring, and cognitive efforts to reduce negative thoughts and feelings. There is evidence that stereotype threat plays a role in lower academic and professional performance among individuals in negatively stereotyped groups, although other studies have called this into question. Steele and his collaborators have studied several forms of interventions to mitigate stereotype threat, including self-affirmation methods and providing psychologically wise critical feedback. Anthony Greenwald and colleagues Debbie McGee and Jordan Schwartz designed the implicit association test. The implicit association test is used to test the strength of individuals' implicit automatic association between mental representations and is commonly used in intergroup research to test implicit bias. Recently, the validity of the implicit association test as a measure of implicit bias has been called into question. Greenwald, who was a student of Gordon Alpert, has also investigated in-group favoritism as it relates to discrimination and implicit social bias across a variety of topics, including effects on medical school admissions and stereotype formation among young children. Jim Sidanius and Felicia Prato developed social dominance theory, which states that most social groups are organized into hierarchies within developed societies. According to this theory, these hierarchies are based on age, with older individuals having more power, sex, with men having more power than women, and arbitrary set hierarchies, which are culturally defined and can include race, ethnicity, religion, and nationality. The theory also predicts patterns of group conflict based on high-power hegemonic groups, discriminating and oppressing low-power groups, with one mechanism of oppression involving myths that legitimize the hegemonic group's status. Sidanius developed a social dominance orientation scale to measure the desire for one's in-group to dominate and be superior to outgroups. Yeah, I read his book quickly. I actually didn't God forbid I got a bootleg version online. I didn't purchase it, so it was a quick read. I read it it was 300 pages. I read it in like an hour tops. You just skimmed it. So there's some interesting insight, but I'm not sure that it pays to sit on your shelf. Jennifer Richardson studies racial identity, social inequality, and interracial relations with a focus of understanding the psychological processes behind reactions to diversity. Richardson research has examined whites and minorities' reactions to the likely future majority-minority demographics in the United States, specifically how whites feel threatened to the increase in diversity and how this threat influences political attitudes and perceptions of immigrants. In work focusing on social inequality, Richardson and his colleagues Michael Krauss and Julian Rucker found that Americans incorrectly estimate the extent to which economic equality has been achieved in both whites and blacks with high and low incomes, overestimating race-based economic equality. In 2006, Richardson was awarded the MacArthur Foundation Fellowship for using mixed methods, including fMRI, to show that interracial contact reduces performance on inhibitory tasks because individuals engage in self-controlled behaviors to handle fears of appealing prejudice or fears of being a target of prejudice. Jennifer Ebenhart conducts research that investigates the psychological associations between race, ethnicity, and crime. She has shown that police officers tend to identify black faces as criminals more often than white faces, that criminal defendants with more stereotypically black features were more likely to receive harsher sentences, including the death penalty, and that when people think of black juvenile offenders, they tend to perceive all juvenile offenders as more adult, resulting in higher levels of punishment. Ebenhart received the MacArthur Foundation Fellowship in 2014 for research on the effects of racial biases and the societal consequences. She's the co-founder of the Social Psychological Answers to Real-World Questions, a translational research organization that applies sociological findings to address societal issues. Okay, so I got two more. We'll look at construal level theory and then actor network theory, and then we'll move on to the deep dive into the social construction of anti-Semitism I've been talking about for a while. And yeah, I don't think there's no deep insights in the Leifer book, but he does bring some of it up to date, with Lakewood, or coming right up to the conflict. So I mean, it is somewhat generic. There's not great scholarship. He's not a scholar. He's a 30-year-old journalist. So like I said, I just quickly sped read an online version in an hour. Construal level theory. Construal level theory is a theory in social psychology that describes the relationship between psychological distance and the extent to which people's thinking about objects and events is abstract or concrete. The core idea of construal level theory is that the more distant an object is from the individual, the more abstract it will be thought of, while the closer the object is, the more concretely it will be thought of. In construal level theory, psychological distance is defined in several dimensions: temporal, spatial, social, and hypothetical distance being considered most important, though there is some debate among social psychologists about further dimensions like informational, experiential, and affective distance. The theory is developed by the Israeli social psychologist Nir Lieberman and the American psychologist Yaakov Trope. An example of construal level effects would be that although planning one's next summer vacation 1 year in advance in the distant future would cause one to focus on broad decontextualized features of the situation, anticipating fun and relaxation, the very same vacation planned to occur very soon will cause one to focus on specific features of the present situation, like what restaurants to make reservations for and going for a trip in an off-road vehicle. According to construal level theory, people perceive events that vary in several types of psychological distance: temporal distance, time; spatial distance, physical space; social distances, interpersonal distances, such as distance between two different groups or two dissimilar people; hypothetical distances, imagining that an event is likely or unlikely. Psychological distances affects the extent to which we think about an event, person, or ideas as high or low level, and this will influence how concrete or abstract those thoughts are. High-level construal is when people think abstractly. When thinking on this level, people are looking at the bigger picture, not focusing on details. At the high level, people focus on central features that capture the overall gist of the situation or object, Lower level construal is when people think more concretely and is associated with psychological proximity. When people are engaged in low level construal, they're focusing on the present in great detail. At the low level, people focus on the peripheral secondary features that are less essential to the overall gist of the situation or object. Levels of construal. Construal level theory divides mental construals into two levels, the high level and the low level. High level construals are a way of thinking in a big picture way. This is the superordinate or central approach, thinking about the overall idea of the situation and extracting the main gist of the situation. Low level construals are more detail oriented or subordinate thought processes. For example, one could think about children playing catch in either a high or low level manner. If one were to think about the children's activity at high level, one might describe this activity as children having fun, whereas if one were to think about the children's activity at low level, one would focus on the more specific immediate details such as the color of the ball and the ages of the children. At the low level, more emphasis is placed on how the situation is different from others, whereas at the high level, the focus is more on finding how they are similar. Thus, which subordinate features one focuses on may depend on the situation, whereas central high level features will not. Construal level is also related to the desirability and feasibility concerns in decision making, considering the desirability of an object event or course of action puts more importance on the result and is high level construal or way of thinking, considering the feasibility, on the other hand, is more focused on the means or how to get the result and is low level construal or way of thinking. That is, the high level focuses more on the why, while the low level focuses more on the how. Types of psychological distances. According to the construal level theory, psychologically distant events are construed at a high level, while psychologically near events are construed at a low level. There are several different kinds of psychological distance: temporal distance, spatial distance, social distance, and hypothetical distance are those that have received the most attention in research. Temporal distance. Temporal distance refers to distance in time. Something that is temporally near is something that is near in time, whereas something that is temporally distant is far in time. For example, there's greater temporal distance in thinking about a trip that will occur 6 months than in thinking about trips that will occur in 1 week. Temporal distance is that to imagine future events modulates our evaluative representation of them, such that the greater the distance, the more likely the event is to be conceptualized in terms of few abstract features. This is relevant in case of potential dangers or risk, because this mechanism divorces us cognitively from the reality of likely undesirable outcomes. According to Trupp and Lieberman, the long history of research on how planning for the near and distant future can be explained by construal level theory. The planning fallacy. The planning fallacy describes how people tend to not consciously think through the future in detail. This leads people to overcommit to different events in the future. Then they then realize that as the events become closer, they cannot possibly complete all the tasks that they had planned. This can be due to events overlapping or not having the time to fully commit to all their previous plans. According to construal level theory, the planning fallacy occurs because events in the distant future are construed at a higher, more abstract level, where events in the near future are construed at a lower, more concrete level. In one study, college students were asked to indicate how many hours they plan to spend on various activities, such as studying, attending classes, exercising during a week in the near future, or a week in the distant future, a week occurring a few months later. When planning for the near future, students estimated of how much time they would spend on each activity took into account the fact that the time spent on one activity would come at the expense of time spent on another. However, when planning in the distant future, students' estimates of how much time they would spend on different activities didn't take these practical limitations into account, and they planned activities as though they had unlimited time and resources. According to the researchers, time constraints and conflicts between activities are factors affecting the feasibility of the activity and are thus low level and more likely to be the focus of near future planning. On the other hand, when the week being planned was in the distant future, desirability, outcomes, how attractive each activity was, which are high level, are the focus of the student's plan. Time discounting. Time discounting or temporal discounting is a wide range of ideas involving the connection between time and the extent to which an object, situation, or course of action is seen as valuable. The overall theory is that people put more value and worth into immediate events and outcomes and apply less value to future outcomes and events. According to Trope and Lieberman, construal level theory can provide a framework to which understand the broad array of phenomena described by temporal discounting research. Different construals may differ in the context to which they are associated with positive or negative evaluations. An abstract high-level construal of an activity may lead to a more positive evaluation of that activity than a concrete low-level construal. Thus, construal level theory predicts that we may think about the value of low-level construals when evaluating an event in the near future, but think about the value of high-level construals when evaluating an event in the distant future. The construal level theory predicts that when low-level construals are more valuable, time delay will discount the attractiveness of the option, but when high-level construals are more valuable, time delay will increase its attractiveness. Thus, the discounting rate is effective and measured by the amount of value placed on the event or outcome. If there is a small reward, it is discounted faster than if the reward were larger. Spatial distance. Spatial distance is the physical distance at which the events are taking place from each other. If the event, such as a graduation, is taking place down the street, it is being processed on a low level. If the graduation is taking place in another state, then it is processed on a high level. When an event is located far from a person, it is viewed more abstractly. Likewise, when an event is at a near location, they are viewed more concretely. In one study, it was found that participants who imagined a spatially distant rather than a near event, helping a friend move into an apartment 3,000 miles away rather than a local area, preferred to describe the actions associated with the move in terms of high-level stresses rather than low-level means. Social distance. Social distance is a measure of space between two or more social groups or individuals. Social distance is more about the feeling of the people within the group and how they interact with other group members. If a social group feels secure and open with another group, they would be exhibiting close distance. This can occur when they feel like the other social groups are similar to their group, therefore seeing the group as an extension of the social group. In this case, a group feels insecure and closed off from groups at far distances. For distances are when people in social groups feel as if they can't relate to the other group. Interpersonal similarity is another form of the social distance. The more similar someone is to us, the more socially near they seem. Research has shown that an action by someone who is dissimilar to oneself is construed in more abstract terms than an action by someone who is more similar, suggesting that similarity functions as a form of psychological distance. The area where social distances and spatial differences meet is in language. When people talk about friendships, they often express social distances from their friends with words used to describe spatial distances. The language used implies that there is physical space between the mental relationships of friends. For example, someone might say of another person, we seem be on opposite sides right now. Hypothetical distance. Hypothetical distance is another type of psychological distance described by construal level theory. Hypothetically refers to the likelihood of an event occurring. A hypothetically near event is one that is highly probable, whereas a hypothetically distant event is one that is highly improbable. The distance in hypothetical distance has to do with how close to reality something is. According to construal level theory, highly likely events will be processed at a low level construal, and highly likely events will be processed at a high level construal. One way to think about something at the higher level is to think of it in terms of a broad or abstract categories rather than narrow subordinate categories. In one study, participants were asked to imagine engaging in activities such as going on a camping trip that was either highly likely or highly unlikely. Participants were then given a list of objects or events that related to the activity and asked to group them into categories. Participants who imagined an unlikely event grouped the item into fewer broader categories than those who imagined the likely event, while those who imagined the likely event used a lower level construal by focusing on narrow categories. Optimism plays a role in hypothetical distance. Optimism can affect when people make plans for the future and how many errors occur with the planning processes. When people are planning into the distant future, they're planning abstractly and are often optimistic. When people fantasize about future events, they believe that every aspect is going to go according to their plans. Perceptions. Perceptions are affected by construal level theory in almost every aspect of psychology. Strong relationships and similarities have been found between different types of psychological distances. These include temporal, spatial, personal, and social distance. When distance on one of these levels increases, the other levels also increase. These different types of psychological distance have been found to greatly correlate with one another. This was shown through testing the temporal distance to see if this would also affect the perception of social distance. These were found to have similar results, being that as one level of distance goes up, so does the other. So when the time is more distance and associated with another person, this person is thought to be as being less like oneself and thus more distant socially. Therefore, temporal and social distance can increase or decrease familiarity. Also, lack of familiarity, increased social distance can affect discrimination involving stereotypes, empathy levels, and people's willingness to help a person. Thus, increasing any type of psychological distance can have a negative consequence for relationships between socially distant groups or individuals. Control level theory can be applied to almost any situation. For example, people thinking in a more distant or high level construal will be more open to comprehensive exams which cover a wider overarching idea of the subject, whereas people thinking in lower level construals or the more near future tend to be more content with a detailed specific test. In one study, participants viewed a number of partial pictures paired with ideas of either the near or distant future. When looking at these images with the idea of the near future, the participants were more able to view the images as a whole concrete image, while they had more abstract interpretations of the distant future object images. Judgments. People judge all aspects of their life, including events, people, and society. In an event, if an event is close in time, we are more likely to think in terms of concrete level construals, making the details more important. If an event is further away, however, we think more in terms of abstract overall ideas that follow high level construals. When judging how much time it takes to finish a task, participants in a series of studies thought it would take more time to complete a task when it was further in the future, temporally distant, posed as hypothetically distant, or when they were pinned with the abstract ideas beforehand. Memories can also be affected by different construal levels and distances. The further in one's past an event occurred, the more abstract high level thinking occurs. When recalling memories from a long ago, an abstract overall high level idea of the event is more likely to be used. When memory of something is more recent is recalled, it can be done more concretely with focus on more low level details. Stereotyping. Construal level theory can also be used to explain stereotypes. The abstractness of the representations we have of people or groups can change our judgment of people who do not fit in the same categories as ourselves and are therefore more socially distanced. For example, when viewing a group of people in a more distant and high level way, one may easily use abstract or centralized view. Viewing a group of teenagers in the mall, an adult might think that the group are up to no good or that they are troublemakers. This is an overall abstract and centralized view focused on only one broad aspect of the group. These views are usually incorrect and can lead to stereotypes and discrimination. Similarly, thinking of others at the lower level, such as people that the individual knows personally, less distant people allows for more detailed ideas and perceptions of those people. Therefore, these perceptions are often more correct and less likely to create or strengthen stereotypes. The more social distance there is between groups, the more it increases discrimination against groups that are racially or sexually different from ourselves. When people are categorized in such a way that is distinctly different from oneself, that is psychologically distanced from the self, and are thus viewed in more abstract terms, they tend to be more negative effects. Increasing other types of psychological distance can increase social distance between groups, leading to more of these negative intergroup outcomes. Categorization. We form categories depending on the use of the different construal levels. This shapes how we view things as either alike or different. Generally, when we think of objects, situations, or people in abstract high-level terms, we tend to categorize them into broader categories. When we think in low-level terms, we tend to use narrow, more specific subcategories. Categories can be different kinds of people, where those who are more physically distant or different from ourselves can be categorized as others, or outgroups different from ourselves. This can form group bonds along with attitudes that differ towards outgroups. We can also categorize ourselves, that is often used when people are thinking about their specific qualities or more of who they are overall. So when thinking about oneself in the present, people tend to be more focused on their individual concrete qualities in more detail, versus when they think of themselves in the future, they think more how they will be in the years to come in an overall abstract way. Decision making and risky behavior. Distance and or high-level construals can make alternative choices that are hard to accomplish more desirable. Near future or low-level construals can oppositely make alternative choices that are hard to accomplish less desirable. Risky behaviors, therefore, can be explained by construal level theory. High-level construals can make more difficult or impossible outcomes more attractive and therefore cause people to take greater risk for less likely outcomes. High-level construals can have an effect on valuing rewards that are more risky and further in the future. For example, people who will take riskier bets when the bet is in the distant than in the near future. The ideas of time and probability are often thought of in very different, similar ways. Therefore, they tend to correspond as one increases, the other one does as well. The connections between these two are often made automatically without the conscious knowledge of the individual. When thinking of investments at a high level construal, people tend to engage in more risk taking behavior. When thinking about the same investment in a low level construal, there is more focus on the present and what the risk would mean in terms of the here and now. Thus, focusing on the low level aspects of the decision can deter some risk taking behavior by causing one to focus on the actual details and lessen an overall possible feeling for the future. Across the overall idea of decision making, control level theory has been supported for aiding in the help or harm of organizational decision making processes and outcomes. Research has also examined more common decisions, such as the choice to procrastinate. More concrete activities or near future events tend to create a more low level control, and therefore people are less likely to procrastinate for these functions than for more abstract activities set further into the future. Interpersonal. People tend to view others as either similar or different from oneself. As discussed previously, this corresponds to social distance. If a person is viewed as less similar to oneself, they are thought of as more socially distant and thus at a higher level construal. If they are seen as more similar to oneself, social distance decreases, resulting in lower level construals. High level construals can help to create social diversity by making people interested in meeting new and different people. Low level construals are more helpful to relationships with people who are more similar to us and aid in sustaining already formed relationships with people in our inner circle and in group. The frequency of exposure to a certain situation of people can also influence the construal level used. The more often a person has been exposed to an event or person, the more likely it is that they are going to use a lower level approach to describing them, involving more specific detail learned over time. In contrast, a less familiar event or person would probably be described in a higher level, more abstract manner due to the lack of exposure involved. People tend to use these construals to interact with and form an opinion of others. These opinions can often be unconscious or automatic, and thus are not always something that people are aware of doing. People tend to form more of these snap judgments when the person they are judging is more spatially distant. This affects people's opinion on an implicit level, showing how construal levels are an automatic phenomenon. Additionally, at greater psychological distances, people tend to give more weight to central traits rather than peripheral traits when judging another person's character. Social power. Power in society can create social distance from others who have either more or less power than oneself. Researchers have demonstrated that those who are primed with the concept of power tend to construe events in a more abstract, high-level manner. Differing social status can create social distance and therefore may parallel other forms of psychological distance. Politeness. Psychological distance can influence levels of politeness. Higher level construals increasing distance increases the politeness cues, and lower level construals or less distant events decrease politeness cues. Even physical distance can be reflective of high and low level construals of politeness. For example, the distance from which people stand from each other when having a conversation or after initially meeting can determine the level of politeness displayed. The closer in distance that people stand from each other, the less polite and more informal the meeting is portrayed to be. This can be seen through closer and more intimate relations by hugging or embracing versus keeping a polite or respectful distance during more formal interactions. Being polite is used in social situations to reflect and control social distance. This has been found cross-culturally, giving more credence to the relationship between construal levels and the level of politeness displayed. Studies have shown that not only does politeness tend to increase with temporal and spatial distance, along with abstraction, but also oppositely increasing politeness also increase the level of spatial and temporal distance, along with higher levels of abstraction. Self-regulation, self-control. There's a connection between distance and facilitation of self-regulation or self-control. It has been shown that the future and further distances between better facilitate self-regulation, and that a distance to the event decreases, self-regulation decreases as well. When people fear that they will be unable to achieve the goal due to the temptations that can distract them, they choose self-control methods to make decisions and avoid these temptations, thus giving themselves a better chance at attaining their goal. People are more likely to act in this fashion when thinking in a high-level construal. This high-level thinking can increase the use of certain self-control strategies. Two self-control strategies are choice bracketing and self-imposing punishment. In choice bracketing, through acknowledging detrimental choices and determining a number of positive and helpful substitutes, people can find ways to help aid their self-control. Self-imposed punishments are punishments that people give to themselves for acting on impulsive or detrimental choices instead of the more controlled choices, because high-level construal supports self-control. Conceiving of a tempting situation at a higher level promotes the use of both these strategies and thus can improve self-control. Social conflict negotiation and persuasion. Negotiations and persuasions are social conflicts that can be understood in terms of construal level theory. When negotiations are trying to persuade someone, there are often major high level considerations and minor low level considerations. Major issues are respect, such as values, ideology, and overall benefits. The major issues are often focused on to a greater extent when thinking about the distant future, or if high level construals, minor issues are more specific interests that are focused on when thinking about the near future, or low level construals. Construal level theory and persuasive communications are connected and interrelated in many aspects. When looking at negotiations in relation to high level construal, there were multiple findings that have shown a difference between the future and present. When people are more temporally distant or personally distanced from an outcome, they are less likely to come to an easy conclusion or compromise over minor objectives. More distance between the present and the time when the negotiations take place make people more willing to come to a joint conclusion and achieve ball-rolling agreements that maximize the outcomes of both parties. Lastly, thinking more abstractly about the negotiation in general leads to more compromises and mutually beneficial agreements. Consumer behavior. Decision making can be applied to various situations, such as consumer behavior. High and low level construals affect the way people consider purchasing items. When buying items, feasibility, which is low level, and desirability, which is high level, play a large role in what we buy and why we buy it. This includes the way we view rebates, and the more distance involved to receive the rebate, the less likely the buyer is to pursue the rebate. Low-level construals are also more likely to increase the level of perceived risk and thus increase the likelihood of purchasing insurance on a protection plan. Looking at purchasing something from a further distance, high-level construal highlights the central aspects of the item, often making it seem more positive and satisfactory. Advertising also uses the way to build excitement for an item. For example, cell phone advertisements will neglect to advertise every little detail of the product, but instead only show the newest or most unusual aspect, highlighting the new camera or voice feature instead of how to turn it on and off. This makes the consumer more likely to purchase the item by seeing what is advertised to come out in the future. Advertisers may use this strategy to persuade customers to buy the company's products by highlighting the higher level or more central aspects of the item. Due to the construal level effects, promotional messages that include a warning of risky side effects can ironically increase consumer buying when there is a delay between the time consumers decide whether to choose and the time they expect to consume the product. Purchasing decisions can also be influenced by physical distance. Being able to touch or see the product in person versus a more abstract idea of the item can influence potential buyers to be more excited or committed to the purchasing the item. These effects of physical distance mirror those of spatial and temporal distances. These aspects of consumer behaviors can be manipulated by the companies by knowing how the consumer thinks and by charging the level of construal. Regret. Regret is a large aspect of consumer behavior that is affected by construal level. Regret over one's purchasing choices experienced differently as distance increases or decreases. When pre-purchasing or pre-ordering an item far in the future, the consumer may regret or change their decision in the extended time that they are forced to wait to receive the item. This may also have the opposite effect, however, by strengthening their commitment, and this can occur with the added consistency of advertising and through constantly being reminded of the positive qualities of the product. Even in events where the purchase is in the present or near future, the first reaction is often regret that later changes towards appreciation of our choices. Creativity, triggering an abstract high construal level improves performance on several different measures of creativity. When viewing a task through a high construal process frame, people arrive at creative insight moments more often and generate more creative reasons for why something should be done. Additional types of distance associated with consumer behavior. Additional types of psychological distance, aside from the traditionally discussed as part of construal level theory, have been proposed to explain consumer decisions. Experiential distance is the extent to which the consumer has obtained information based on the first-hand direct experience or in indirect experiences, such as from other people or the media. Informational distance is defined in terms of how much information or knowledge someone has about a product. The more information one has about a product, the less distance it is. Okay, and then finally, before we turn to anti-Semitism, we will look at actor network theory. So these last two, construal level theory and actor network theory, are somewhat more theoretical. Construal level theory was more psychological, only with some aspects related to group identity, sociology, in terms of social distance. But I went through the whole thing because I thought it was, kind of interesting and related to a whole bunch of topics. So let's look at actor network theory. Actor network theory is a theoretical and methodological approach to social theory where everything in the social and natural world exists in constantly shifting networks of relationships. It posits that nothing exists outside of those relationships. All the factors involved in social situations are on the same level, and thus there are no external social forces beyond what and how the network participants interact at present. Thus, objects, ideas, processes, and other relevant factors are seen as just as important in creating social situations as humans. Actor network theory holds that social forces do not exist in themselves and therefore cannot be used to explain social phenomena. Instead, strictly empirical analysis should be undertaken to describe rather than explain social activity. Only after this can one introduce the concept of social forces, and only as an abstract theoretical concept, not something which generally exists in the world. Although it is best known for its controversial insistence on the capability of non-humans to act or participate in systems of networks or both, actor network theory is also associated with forceful critiques of conventional and critical sociology. Developed by Science and Technology Studies scholars Michael Callan and Madeleine Acrick and Bruno Latour, the sociologist John Law, and others, it can more technically be described as a material semiotic method. This means that it maps relations that are simultaneously material between things and semiotic between concepts. It assumes that many relations are both material and semiotic. The term actor network theory was coined by John Law in 1992 to describe the work being done across case studies in different areas of the Center of Sociology and Innovation at the time. The theory demonstrates that everything in the social and natural worlds, human and non-human, interacts in shifting networks of relations without any other element out of the network. Actor network theory challenges many traditional approaches by defining non-humans as actors equal to humans. The claim provides a new perspective when applying the theory in practice. Broadly speaking, actor network theory is a constructivist approach in that it avoids essentialist explanations of events or innovations. Actor network theory explains the successful theory by understanding the combinations and interactions of elements that make it successful rather than saying it is true and the others are false. Likewise, it is not a cohesive theory in itself. Rather, actor network theory functions as a strategy that assists people in being sensitive to terms and the often unexplored assumptions underlying it. Is distinguished from many other forms of science and technological studies and sociological network theories for its distinct material semiotic approach. Background and context. Actor network theory was first developed at the Center of Sociology and Innovation of the Academy in Paris in the early 1980s by the staff Callan, Acrick, and Latour, and visitors John Law. The 1984 book, co-authored by John Law and fellow sociologist Peter Lodge, Science for Social Scientist, is a good example of early explorations on how the growth and structure of knowledge could be analyzed and interpreted through the interaction of actors and networks. Initially created in an attempt to understand processes of innovation and knowledge creation in science and technology, the approach drew on the existing work in science technology on studies of large technological systems and on a range of French intellectual resources, including the semiotics of Elgardas Julien Grimais, the writing of philosopher Michel Serres, and the Analyst School of History. Actor network theory appears to reflect many of the preoccupations of French post-structuralism and is particularly a concern with non-foundational multi-material semiotic relations. At the same time, it was much more firmly embedded in English language academic traditions than most post-structuralist influence approaches. Its grounding in predominantly English science and technology studies was reflected in an intense commitment to the development of theory through qualitative empirical case studies. It links with a largely U.S. originated work on large technical systems were reflected in his willingness to analyze large-scale technological developments in an even-handed manner to include political, organizational, legal, technical, and scientific factors. Many of the characteristics actor network tools include the notions of translations, generalized symmetry, and the heterogeneous network, together with a scientometric tool for mapping innovations in science and technology, were initially developed during the 1980s, predominantly in the field in and around the Center for Sociological Innovation. The state of the art of actor network theory in the late 1980s is well described in Latour's 1987 Text, Science, and Action. From about 1990 onward, the actor network theory started to become popular as a tool of analysis in a range of fields beyond science and technology studies. It was picked up and developed by authors in parts of organizational analysis, informatics, health studies, geography, sociology, anthropology, archaeology, feminist studies, technical communication, and economics. As of 2008, actor network theory is a widespread, if controversial, range of material semiotic approaches for the analysis of heterogeneous relations, in part because of its popularity. It is interpreted and used in a wide range of alternatives and sometimes incompatible ways. There is no orthodoxy in the current actor network theory, and different authors use the approach in substantially different ways. Some authors talk of after actor network theory to refer to successor projects blending together different problem focuses with those of actor network theory. Key concepts. Actor, actant. An actor is something that acts or to which activity is granted by others. It implies no motivations of human individual actors nor of humans in general. An actant can literally be anything provided it is granted to be the source of action. In other words, an actor in the circumstances considered to be any entity that does things. For example, in the pasture network, microorganisms are not inert. They cause unsterilized materials to ferment, while leaving behind sterilized materials not effective. If they took other actions, that is, if they did not cooperate with Pasteur, if they did not take action, at least according to Pasteur's intention, then Pasteur's story may be a little bit different. It is in this sense that Latour can refer to microorganisms as actors. Under the framework of the actor network theory, the principle of generalized symmetry requires all entities must be described in the same terms before a network is considered. Any differences between entities are generated in the network of relations and do not exist before any network is applied. Human actors. Humans normally refer to human beings and their human behaviors. Non-human actors, traditionally non-human entities, are creatures including plants, animals, geology, and natural forces, as well as collective human making of arts, language. In actor network theory, non-human cover multiple entities, including things, objects, animals, natural phenomena, material structures, transportation devices, text, and economic goods, but non-human actors do not cover entities such as humans, supernatural beings, and other symbolic objects in nature. Actor network. As the term implies, the actor network is the central concept of the actor network theory. The term network is somewhat problematic in that, as Latour notes, has a number of unwanted connotations. Firstly, implies that what is described takes the shape of a network, which is not necessarily the case. Secondly, implies transportation without deformation, which in actor network theory is not possible since any actor network involves a vast number of translations. Latour, however, still contends that a network is a fitting term to use because it has no a priori order relation. It is not tied to the axiological myth of a top and a bottom of society. It makes absolutely no assumptions whether a specific locus is macro or micro, and does not modify the tools to study the element A or element B. This use of the term network is very similar to Deleuze and Guattari's rhizomes. Latour even remarks tongue-in-cheek that he would have no objection to renaming actor network theory actunc rhizome ontology if it had sounded better, which hints at Latour's uneasiness with the word theory. Actor network theory tries to explain how material semiotic networks come together to act as a whole. The clusters of actors involved in creating meaning are both material and semiotic. As a part of this may look at explicit strategies for relating different elements together in a network so that they form an apparently coherent whole. These networks are potentially transient, existing in a constant making and remaking. This makes the relations need to be repeated, performed, or the network dissolved. They also assume that networks of relations are not intrinsically coherent and may indeed contain conflicts. Social relations, in other words, are only ever in process and must be performed continuously. The Pasteur story that was mentioned above introduced the pattern network of diverse materials, which is called the idea of heterogeneous networks. The idea of pattern network is that human is not the only factor or contribution in the society or in any social activity and networks. Thus, the network imposes machines, animals, things, and other objects. For those non-human actors, it might be hard for people to imagine their roles in the network. For example, say two people, Jacob and Mike, are speaking through text. Within the current technology, they're able to communicate with each other without seeing each other in person. Therefore, when typing or writing, the communication is basically not mediated by either of them, but instead by a network of objects like the computer or cell phone. If taken to its logical conclusion, then nearly any actor can be considered merely a sum of other smaller actors. A car is an example of a complex system. It contains many electrical and mechanical components, all of which are essentially hidden from view to the driver, who simply deals with the car as a single object. This effect is known as punctualization and is similar to the idea of encapsulation and object-oriented programming. When an actor network breaks down, the punctualization effect tends to cease as well. In the automobile example above, a non-working engine would cause the driver to become aware of the car as a collection of parts rather than just a vehicle capable of transporting him or her from place to place. This can also occur when elements of a network act contrarily to the network as a whole. In his book Pandora's Hope, Latour likens depunctualization to the opening of a black box. When closed, the box is perceived simply as a box, although when it is open, all the elements inside become visible. Translation. Central to actor network theory is the concept of translation, which is sometimes referred to as the sociology of translation, in which innovators attempt to create a central network in which all the actors agree that the network is worth building and defending. In his widely debated 1986 study of how marine biologists tried to restock the St. Brew Bay in order to produce more scallops, Michael Callan defined 4 moments of translation. Problematization. The researchers attempt to make themselves important to the other players in the drama by identifying their nature and issues, then claiming that they could be remedied by the actors negotiate the obligatory passage point of the researcher's study program. Interestment, a series of procedures used by the researchers to bind the other actors to the parts that have been assigned to them by the program. Enrollment, a collection of tactics used by the researchers to define and connect the numerous roles they'd assigned to others. Mobilization, the researchers utilized a series of approaches to ensure that ostensible spokespeople for various key collectives were appropriately able to represent those collectives and were not deceived by the latter. Also important to the notion is the role of network objects in helping to smooth out the translation process by creating equivalencies between what would otherwise be very challenging people, organizations, or conditions to mesh together. Bruno Latour spoke about the particular task of objects in his reassembling the social. Quasi-object. The quasi-object is an entity characterized by the way it is connective and weaves networks, social collectives, and associations. In the above example, social order and functioning car come into being through the successful interactions of their respective actor networks, and actor network theory refers to the creations as tokens or quasi-objects which are passed between actors within the network. As the token is increasingly transmitted or passed through the network, it becomes increasingly punctualized and also increasingly reified. When the token is decreasingly transmitted or when an actor fails to transmit the token, punctualization and reification are decreased as well. Other central topics. A material semiotic method. Although it's called a theory, actor network theory does not usually explain why a network takes the form it does. Rather, actor network theory is a way of thoroughly exploring the relational ties within a network, which can be a multitude of different things. As Latour notes, explanation does not follow from description. It is description taking that much further. It is not, in other words, a theory of anything, but rather a method, a how-to book, as Latour puts it. This approach is related to other versions of material semiotics, notably the work of philosophers Deleuze and Michel Foucault, and the feminist scholar Donna Haraway. It can also be seen as a way of being faithful to the insights of ethnomethodology and its detailed descriptions of how common activities, habits, and procedures sustain themselves. Similarities between actor network theory and symbolic interactionism approaches, such as the newer forms of grounded theory and situational analysis, exist, although Latour objects to such comparisons. Although actor network theory is mostly associated with studies of science and technology and with the sociology of science, it has been making steady progress in other fields of sociology as well. Actor network theory is adamantly empirical, and as such yields useful insights and tools for sociology inquiry in general. Actor network theory has been deployed in studies of identity and subjectivity, urban transportation systems, and passions and addiction. It also makes steady progress in political and historical sociology. Intermediaries and mediators. The distinction between intermediaries and mediators is a key to actor network theory sociology. Intermediaries are entities which make no difference to some interesting state of affairs which we are studying and can so be ignored. They transport the force of some other entity more or less without transformation and so are fairly uninteresting. Mediators are entities which multiply difference and so should be the object of study. Their outputs cannot be predicted by the inputs. From an actor network theory point of view, sociology has tended to treat too much of the world as intermediaries. For instance, a sociologist might take silk and nylon as intermediaries, holding that the former means reflects or symbolizes the upper classes and the latter the lower. In such a view, the real-world silk-nylon difference is irrelevant. Presumably, many other material difference could also and do also transport this class distinction, but taken as mediators, these fabrics would have to be engaged with by the analysis of their specificity. The internal real-world complexities of silk and nylon suddenly appear relevant and are seen as actively constructing the ideological class distinction which they once merely reflected. For the committed actor network theory analysts, social things like class distinctions and taste in the silk and nylon example, but also groups and power, must constantly be constructed or performed anew through complex engagements with complex mediators. There is no standalone social repertoire lying in the background to be reflected off, expressed through, or substantiated in interactions as an intermediary conception. Reflexivity. In relativist theory, reflexivity is considered as a problem. It is required not only that the observer request a status that denies to others, but also as silent as others to which any privileged status is denied. There's no privileges or limits of knowledge. If actors or actants are able to account for others, then they do so. If they cannot, they would still try. Hybridity, the belief that neither a human nor a non-human is pure, in the sense that neither is human or non-human is an absolute sense, but rather beings created via interactions between the two. Humans are thus regarded as quasi-subjects, while non-humans are regarded as quasi-objects. Actor network theory and specific disciplines. Recently, there's been a movement to introduce actor network theory as an analytical tool to a range of applied disciplines outside of sociology, including nursing, public health, urban studies, and community, urban, and regional planning. International relations. Actor network theory has become increasingly prominent in the discipline of international relations and political science. Theoretically, scholars within international relations have employed actor network theory in order to disrupt traditional world political binaries like civilized, barbarian, democratic, autocratic, consider the implications of a post-human understanding of international relations, explore the infrastructures of world politics, and consider the effects of technological agency. Empirically, international relations scholars have drawn on insight from actor network theory in order to study phenomena including political violences like the use of torture and drones, piracy, and maritime governance and garbage design. The actor network theory can be applied to design using a perspective that is not simply limited to analysis of an object structure. From the actor network theory viewpoint, design is seen as a series of features that account for a social, psychological, and economic world. Actor network theory argues that objects are designed to shape human action and mold or influence decisions. In this way, the object's design serves to mediate human relationship and can even impact our morality, ethics, and politics. Literary criticism. The literary critic Rita Felsky has argued that actor network theory offers the field of literary criticism and cultural studies vital new modes of interpreting and engaging with literary text. She claims the Tours model has the capacity to allow us to wiggle out of the straitjacket of suspicion and to offer meaningful solutions to the problems associated with critique. The theory has been crucial for her formulation of post-critique. Felsky suggests that the purpose of applying actor network theory to literary studies is no longer to diminish or subtract from the reality of the text we study, but to amplify the reality as energetic co-actors and vital partners. Anthropology of religion. In the study of Christianity by anthropologists, the actor network theory is employed in a variety of ways of understanding how humans interact with non-human actors. Some have been critical for the field of anthropology of religion in its tendency to presume that God is not a social actor. The actor network theory is used to problematize the role of God as a non-human actor and to speak of how they affect religious practice. Others have used the actor network theory to speak of the structures and placements of religious buildings, especially in cross-cultural contexts, which can see architecture as agents making God's presence tangible. Actor network theory and practice. Actor network theory has been considered more than just a theory, but also a methodology. In fact, actor network theory is a useful method that can be applied in different studies. Moreover, with the development of the digital communication, actor network theory is popular in being applied in science fields like information systems research. In addition, it's widened the horizon of research from art fields as well. Actor network theory in arts. Actor network theory is a big influencer in the development of design. In the past, researchers of scholars from design fields mainly view the world as a human interactive situation. No matter what design we applied, it is not for human action. However, the idea of actor network theory now applied into design principles, where design starts to be viewed as a connector. As the view of a design itself has changed, the design starts to be considered more important in daily life. Scholars analyze how design shapes, connects, reflects, interacts our daily activities. Actor network theory has been widely applied in museums. Actor network theory proposes that it's difficult to discern the hard from the soft components of the apparatus in curatorial practice, that the object in progress of being curated is slick and difficult to separate from the setting of the experiment of the experimenter or the experimenter's identity. Actor network theory in science. In recent years, actor network theory has gained a lot of traction and is growing number of information systems academics are using it explicitly in their research. Despite the fact that these applications vary greatly, all of the scholars cited agree that the theory provides new notions and ideas for understanding the social technical character of information systems. Bloomfield presents an intriguing case study in the development of a specific set of resource management information systems in the UK National Health Service, and they evaluate their findings using concepts from actor network theory. The actor network approach does not prioritize social or technological aspects, which mirrors the situation in the case study where arguments about social structures and technology are intertwined within actors' discourses as they try to persuade others to align with their own goals. The research emphasizes the interpretive flexibility of information technology and systems in the sense that seemingly similar systems produce drastically different outcomes in different locales as a result of the specific translations and network building processes that occurred. They show how the boundary between the technological and the social, as well as the link between them, is the topic of constant battles and trials of strength in the creation of facts rather than taking technology for granted. Impact of actor network theory. Contributions of non-human actors. There are at least 4 contributions of non-human as actors in their actor network theory positions. Non-human actors can be considered as a condition in human social activities through the human formation of non-human actors, such as durable materials. They provide a stable foundation for interactions in society. Reciprocally, non-human actions and capacities serve as conditions for the possibility of the formation of society. In the Tours, We Have Never Been Modern, his conceptual parliament of things consists of social, natural, and discourse together as hybrids. Although the interlocks between human actors and non-humans affect the modernized society, this parliamentary setting based on non-human actors would eliminate such fake modernization and changes the dichotomy between modern society and pre-modern society. Non-human actors can be considered as mediators. On the one hand, non-human actors constantly modify relations between actors. On the other hand, Non-humans share the same features with other actors, not solely as a means for human actors. In this circumstance, non-human actors impact human interaction. It either creates an atmosphere for humans to agree with each other or lead to conflict as the mediators. It is noticeable that the status of mediation is more affiliated with intermediaries or means as a stable presence in the corpus of actor network theory, while mediators function more powers to influence actors and networks. Technical mediation exerts itself on four dimensions: uh, interference, composition, the folding of time and space, and the crossing of the boundary between signs and things. Non-human actors can be considered as members of moral and political associations. For example, noise is a non-human actor if the topic is applied to actor network theory. Noise is the criteria for humans to regulate themselves to morality and subject to the limitations inherent in some legal rules for its political effects. After non-humans are visible actors through their association with morality and politics, these collectives become inherently regulative principles in social networks. Non-human actors can be considered as gatherings like non-humans' impact on morality and politics. They could gather actors from other times and spaces, interacted with variable ontologies, time, spaces, and durability. Non-humans exert subtle influences within a network. Criticism. Some critics have argued that research based on actor network theory perspectives remains entirely descriptive and fails to provide explanations for social processes. Actor network theory, like comparable social scientific methods, require judgment calls from the researcher as to which actors are important within a network and which are not. Critics argue that the importance of particular actors cannot be determined in the absence of out-of-network criteria, such as is a logically proven fact about deceptive coherent systems given Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Similarly, others argue that actor network analysis risks degenerating into endless chains of associations. Others, research perspectives such as social constructivism, social shaping of technology, social network theory, normalization process theory, and diffusion of innovations theory, are held to be important alternatives to actor network theory approaches. From science and technology studies itself and organizational studies. Key early criticism came from other members of the science and technology studies community, particularly the epistemological chicken debate between Collins and Yearly, with responses from Latour and Callan, as well as Woolgar. An article in the Sciences, Practice, and Culture, sociologist Harry Collins' co-writer Stephen Yearly argued that actor network theory approach is a step backwards towards the positivist and realist positions held in the early theory of science. Collins and Yearly accuse active network theory approaches of collapsing into an endless relativist regress. Whittle organizational studies professor Andre Spicer notes that actor network theory has also sought to move beyond deterministic models that trace organizational phenomenon back to powerful individuals, social structures, hegemonic discourses, or technological effects. Rather, actor network theory prefers to seek out complex patterns of causality rooted in connections between actors. They argue that actor network theory's ontological realism makes it less well equipped for pursuing a critical account of organizations, that is, one which recognizes the unfolding nature of reality, considers the limits of knowledge, and seeks to challenge structures of domination. This implies that actor network theory does not account for pre-existing structures such as power, but rather sees these structures as emerging from the actions of others within the network and their ability to align in pursuit of their interest. Accordingly, actor network theory can be seen as an attempt to reintroduce Whig history into science and technology studies. Like the myth of the heroic inventor, actor network theory can be seen as an attempt to explain successful innovators by saying only that they were successful. Likewise, for organizational studies, Whittle and Spicer assert that actor network theory is ill-suited to the task of developing political alternatives to the imaginaries of market managerialism. Human agency. Actor network theory insists on the capacity of non-humans to be actors or participants in networks and systems. Critics, including figures like Langdon Winner, maintain that such properties as intentionality fundamentally distinguishes humans from animals or from things. Actor network theory scholars respond with the following arguments. They do not attribute intentionality and similar properties to non-humans. Their concept of agency does not presuppose intentionality. They locate agency neither in human subjects nor in non-human objects, but in heterogeneous associations of humans and non-humans. Actor network theory has been criticized as a moral Weeby Bjeiker has responded to this criticism by stating that the amorality of actor network theory is not a necessity. Moral and political positions are possible, but one must first describe the network before taking up such positions. This position has been further explored by Stuart Shapiro, who contrasts actor network theory with the history of ecology and argues that research dimensions are moral rather than methodological, but this moral dimension has been sidelined. Misnaming in a workshop called Unrecalling Actor Network Theory, Latour himself stated that there are four things wrong with actor network theory, and the hyphen. In a later book, however, Latour reversed himself, attempting the wide use of the term, including the hyphen. He further remarked how he had been helpfully reminded that the actor network theory acronym was perfectly fit for a blind, myopic, workaholic, trail-sniffing, collective traveler, qualitative hallmarks of actor network epistemology. Okay, so that was some random theory, hopefully useful for future research. Okay, so almost like 3 months now, I've been meaning to read this one. This one's really long, and I think it's probably better now that I've covered these topics of sociology and conspiracy theory. So we'll finally get this deep dive into the most modern current philosophical sociological studies of anti-Semitism. Pour tea. Okay, so besides for the more popular, we read Shaul McGee's Judeo-Pessimism a few months ago, and that was really interesting on kind of like the mystical approaches that underline the major popularizers of theories of anti-Semitism, like Deborah Lipstadt, Barry Weiss, that look at this overarching force. So this article looks at the more mainstream sociological theories of anti-Semitism. It's pretty long, so let's jump right in. The Social Construction of Enemies, Jews, and the Representation of Evil by David Norman Smith, University of Kansas. 50 years after the Holocaust, anti-Jewish myths and sentiments are gaining momentum in this from 1996. Are gaining momentum in Europe, the Islamic world, the Americas, and even Japan. Why does hate spring eternal? Seeking an answer to this question, I develop a 7-part argument. My aim is to advance what can reasonably be called a social constructionist perspective on the kind of anti-Semitic demonology that is now gaining worldwide currency. My method is to seek clarity by evaluating various kinds of constructionist claims. Both the strengths and weaknesses of these claims are illuminating for my purposes, as I will try to show in connection with writers including Philippe Lacoue-Labarthe, Elizabeth Young-Bruhl, Daniel Goldenhagen, and Pierre-André Tegeuf. My conclusion is that we can best understand anti-Semitism as an instance of what historian Gavin Longmire calls chimeria, interpreted in the spirit of certain classical texts by Sartre, Adorno, and Samuel. This notion offers a powerful starting point for further inquiry. To illustrate the promises of this approach, I close with an interpretation of the current global anti-Semitic revival as an expression of anti-Jewish chimeria. And just because he uses this again and again. Fantasies of Jewish conspiracy have been rife in recent years. Amid a host of traumas, the collapsing of the USSR, German reunification, the travails of the former Soviet bloc, recession in the Far East, and the austerity policies of the IMF, anti-Jewish mythology has once again emerged from the shadows of the Holocaust. Fears and illusions that many people thought had been forever discredited have been resurrected in many places. Once mainly European, anti Semitism is now generally global and increasingly angry and delusional, as Barm, Goodman, Maizawa, Yedlin, and many others have shown. Startling views are widespread. In Poland, 36% of all surveyed respondents agreed that the Jews are still are answerable for the murder of Christ, a claim echoed by nearly one-third of all respondents to Uzbekistan and a quarter of all respondents in Austria and Romania. Powerful massive movements called for a bloody struggle against Hungarians, Germans, Gypsies, and Jews. Well, just 38% of Slovakians reject the statement that the Holocaust was just punishment for Jewish sins. In Belarus, 25% of all survey respondents favoring exiling Jews to Siberia. All this is happening, meanwhile, in a period when Jews are almost spectral presence. Outside the Americas, only Russia and Hungary have a non-negligible Jewish population. Slovakia, Romania, and Poland, the sites of the angriest anti-Semitism outside of the former USSR, are virtually free of Jews. And some of the fiercest anti-Semitism in the former USSR is found either in the realm where most native Jews were killed in the Holocaust or where few have ever lived. All this, Wolfgang Benz says, is stringent proof of the thesis that anti-Semitism is not only possible without Jews, it does in fact exist to a greater extent. With this background, it is perhaps not surprising that much of the reigning anti-Jewish feeling is highly detached from reality. Perhaps the most vivid evidence of this is the growing popularity of the classic demonological belief, most commonly associated with the protocols of the elders of Zion, that a sinister cabal of rich and powerful Jews ruled the world. In Russia, 50 to 60 publications, some read by millions, spread the notion of Jewish conspiracy to take over the world, and this notion is indeed widespread. In Moscow, 17.8% of the respondents in a recent survey agreed or were inclined to agree that a global Zionist plot against Russia exists. Perhaps even more remarkably, almost 25% were undecided. Parallel concerns are widely voiced elsewhere. Almost 60% of Polish survey respondents agree, for example, that Jews hold the most of the world's finances in their hand. The claim that Jews have too much influence in the world is endorsed by 42% of Azerbaijanis, 36% of Germans, and 30% of Americans. 28% of Slovaks blame a Jewish plot for major world problems. Among Czechs, the Velvet Revolution is routinely called the Jewish Masonic coup. The Romanian far-right indicts Israeli-Hungarian plotters for toppling of the former Stalinist regime, and in Hungary, even the ruling party decries Jewish hegemony and the global financial conspiracy. In Turkey, the new Islamic president has blamed Jews, Freemasonry, and the United States for Turkey's woes. Meanwhile, perhaps reflecting the influence of recent Holocaust denial, more than half of Belarusian respondents report skepticism about the full reality of the Holocaust, while 15% of Germans say the Holocaust has been exaggerated, and 40% of Austrian children implicate the Jews themselves in the Holocaust. Finally, a crowning absurdity, the powerful wave of demonological Jewish conspiracy theories swept over Japan, though almost no Jews have ever lived in Japan. Literally hundreds of books insist, as one title proclaims, that money rules the world and the Jews rule money. More than 100 such books appeared in 1900 alone, and in 1993, Uno Masami had sold more than 1 million copies of his lurid bestseller, If You Understand the Jews, You Understand the World, Scenario for Ultimate Economic War. Nor are these views simply idle prejudices. Since 1989, acts of anti-Jewish violence have become increasingly common in the United States, in every part of Scandinavian Europe, in remoter realms such as Brazil and Australia, and more seemingly disparate terrorist acts in the recent past, from Shrinkyo's poison attack in Tokyo subways to the Oklahoma City and World Trade Center bombings, seem to have been spurred by the shared conviction that these deadly assaults were in fact valorous acts in a war against Jewish conspirators, the so-called Zog Zionist-occupied government. Anti-Semitism, in short, seems to have a radioactive half-life of millennia. Even in our postmodern world, a kind of mythology that would have seemed atavistic only a few years ago is now routine once again. Why does hate spring eternal? Note that this is from 1996, almost 30 years ago. Judeophobia in question. Few sociologists would deny that the representation of the Jew as a demonic enemy is, in some sense, an instance of a socially constructed identity. The contrary view, the anti-Semitic claim that the demonic Jew is a fact real, is now defended by just a few intellectuals, such as the Russian writer Alexander Dugin and the mathematician Igor Shafarevich, and even the most richly embroidered anti-Semitic perspectives today, such as Dugin's conspiratology and Schaffer's theory of Russophobia, seldom lay serious claims to the mantle of science. Not since the Third Reich has it been common for sociologists to join forces with anti-Semites, and not since Max Scheler has anti-Semitism had a major sociological apologist. Scheler, it will be recalled, defended Nietzsche's claim that Jews bear fatal guilt for the transvaluation of values and substituted popular construed norms, egalitarianism, pacifism for an originally given spiritual hierarchy. In fact, Scheller's claim is that the very notion of socially constructed values expresses the subversive hubris of Jewish humanism. Values and identities are objectively given, he writes. Germans and Jews are hence unalterably antithetical, however much Jews may wish to deny this. Now, contra Scheler, the theme of socially constructed identities is widely applauded in myriad idioms, but there is still very little agreement about the implications of this notion for the Jews in anti-Semitic folklore. Are these Jews pure phantasmagoric constructions, or are they perhaps distorted but still recognizable reflections of real Jews? This is not, as we will see, a strictly academic question. Indeed, the practical difference between these two claims is of critical significance. Anti-Semitic and anti-democratic movements are both growing swiftly, and it seems likely that there may be an elective affinity between them. To decipher and oppose these twin dangers, social theorists will have to penetrate their interconnections, and this in turn requires a subtle investigation of each. If anti-Semitism is partly a reaction to the conduct or character of living Jews, then Jews may be able to reform anti-Semites by self-transformation. This is, in fact, exactly what most currents of Jewry had believed in the century. Under various banners, assimilationist and Zionism, reform and orthodoxy, liberalism and socialism, Jews have claimed the power to dispel anti-Semitism by self-reform. Few have gone as far as to imply with the Bernard Lazare that only self-reform is needed, nor is it common to say, like the ultra-Orthodox rabbinate, that those who seek the resources of anti-Semitism in external circumstances, such as the complicated social and political conditions of the day, self-deceive. But if Jews can change anti-Semites by changing themselves, then anti-Semitism is comparatively easy to understand and mend. Answers are available without complex sociological analysis, and Jews can cure this illness unaided without asking too much of anti-Semites. This, in brief, is the consensus that crystallized in Jewish circles around the turn of the century. Opinion leaders in each of the principal camps agreed that at least some of the responsibility for anti-Semitism was lodged in the nature of Jewish life itself, and that there were real objective characteristics in Jewry that contributed to the cause of anti-Semitism and helped sustain it. The only real dispute was over the exact nature of the problematic traits and how they should be handled. The leading liberal who agreed that anti-Semitism does indeed have factual foundations in the Jewish community sounded a common note when he objected to the disquietude of the Jews, their limitless egoism and sensuality, their loud, rash nature. The rich tended to blame poor Jews for the disquietude, which often inspired political radicalism. Socialist Jews, in turn, often point fingers of reproof at wealthy Jews for the limitless egoism, and Western Jews, rich and poor alike, tended to blame anti-Semitism on the strange way of Jewish immigrants from Galicia, which they felt repelled non-Jews. Walter Rathenow expressed this opinion with classical purity when he spoke bitingly of Eastern Jews as this Asiatic horde, this alien human stock in the midst of German life, whose very nation, effervescent and gaudily decorated, is a front to cultured sensibilities. For assimilations, meanwhile, any Jew who failed to abide to gentle norms was a kind of cultural provocateur. Raphael Lowenfeld, the founder of the German Jewish Central Verein, insisted that one of the main causes of anti-Semitism was the failure of Orthodox Jewry to accept Reform Judaism and become completely Germanized. The Orthodox, in turn, blamed anti-Semitism on their covenant-betraying brethren, those like Lowenfeld and Theodor Reinach, whose quest to promote assimilation to French and German customs provoked anti-Semitic fears of mass Jewish power and intrigue. Theodor Herzl, the founder of Zionism, was originally an assimilationist who later despaired of finding acceptance for Jews in Europe. Yet even this despair, it should be noted, did not impair Herzl's optimism about the power of the Jews to vanquish anti-Semitism. The Jews will leave as honored friends, Herzl insisted, and anti-Semitism will stop at once and forever. The emerging consensus, in short, was that Jews provoke Gentiles and that anti-Semitism is the logical result. Hence, to undo anti-Semitism, Jews must either emigrate or undertake what Rathenow called an endeavor without historical precedent, the conscious self-education of a race to conform to foreign demands. This plainly was a kind of syllogism resting on an axiomatic foundation. As such, it was unlikely to inspire curiosity or research. It is not surprising then that Jews in this period seldom saw anti-Semitism as a puzzle requiring sociological investigation. It does seem odd, however, that sociologists were equally blasé. As Karl Mayer wrote, sociology seems to encounter few phenomena so unique and fantastic as demonological anti-Semitism, yet so far. Sociologists have abstained from making a serious object of investigation. Not until the eve of the Second World War did the tide begin to turn. As Nazi and East European anti-Semitism assumed ever more grotesque forms, it became increasingly evident that neither assimilation nor Zionist immigration was, in fact, an answer to the problem. Judeophobia was increasingly violent and hallucinatory. Nothing the Jews did or failed to do made any difference. What strange fury is this? Many wondered, why do fascists in particular so often rage against Jews? And why are Jews so regularly depicted as sinister, world-conquering demons, the very soul of evil? For a moment after the war, the prospect of vital multidisciplinary inquiry into these questions seemed to be within reach, as Adorno, Fenekel, Sartre, and a host of others contributed valuable studies. But the spirit of the 1940s soon faded. After the mid-1950s, the topic of genocidal hate seemed to lose its luster for social theorists. Rich historiography continued to appear, but with rare exceptions. The work of Saul Friedlander, Colette Germanin, Joseph Gabel, Shlomo Volkov, and Alphonse Zilberman, the wider currents of theoretical analysis branched into other channels. As a result, anti-Semitism received little sustained attention or any continuing theoretical discussion among social scientists for a generation. Most of the researchers in this period were empiricists studying variations in routine bias. Anti-Semitism was construed as dislike or disapproval of Jews and little else. In fact, this remains the conventional socially scientific notion of anti-Semitism. Only recent has a renewed interest begun to stir up anti-Jewish demonology. Most of the writers who have delved into this theme grasp, to varying degrees, that demonology is not simply conventional prejudice, and many are now beginning to avow constructionist views. In a profusion of idioms in many fields, and with uneven self-consciousness, critics are saying that ethnic and racial identities are social rather than natural facts, constructed by cultural practices and representations. This is the premise shared, for example, by critics of culturally constructed binary oppositions, chimeria, social racism, moral panic, demonology, erectism, mixophobia, and racization. And there are many related perspectives put forward by such notable figures as Moshe Pistone, Slavik Zizek, Nona Mayer, and Yevis Chevalier. My objective in what follows is to trace a path through a labyrinth of classical and contemporary perspectives on anti-Semitism, seeking to clarify the implications of the idea that Jews are socially constructed enemies. After a brief glance into the celebrated recent inquiry of Philippe Lecoux-Labarthe, I look critically at Gavin Langworth's fruitful notion of chimeria. This leads to an account of the classical text by Samuel Sartre and others. Certain difficulties in these texts are clarified by a glance at Sartre's critics. After several obstacles to the sociological applications of constructionist tenets are explored via recent works by Goldhagen, Young-Brill, Tugif, and Rearvorka. My thesis briefly is that Sartre formulated a perspective of lasting merit which can be distilled into 7 basic points and several corollaries. This perspective is complex in detail but comparatively simple in principle. Argue that the anti-Semites malign Jew is a figment of the social imagination. This is most clearly evident in the myth of the World Jewish Conspiracy, which, as Cohn observes, is a modern adaptation of ancient demonological tradition. In the most widespread current version of this demonology, Jews figure into an evil personified the engine of a Zionist Zog plot to enslave the planet, and this in turn is a specifically Manichaean myth moored in authoritarianism and manifest in an hallucinatory vision. We begin with Philippe Lecoux-Labarthe. A culturally constructed polarity. According to Jacques Derrida, deconstruction is a necessary condition for identifying and combating the totalitarian risk. And Jonathan Culler sees special hope for the deconstruction of Nazi anti-Semitism. Never, he stresses, has there been so clear a case of the deadly functioning of a culturally constructed binary opposition. Deconstruction seeks to undo oppositions that, in the name of unity, purity, order, and hierarchy, try to eliminate difference. Perhaps the most acclaimed recent account of anti-Semitism comes from Philippe Lecour-Labarthe, who was not a minor figure in the deconstructionist pantheon. As Derrida notes, many of the main deconstructive categories were forged in an effort to emancipate Heidegger from Sartre, and Lecour-Labarthe was pivotal in that effort. In the past 25 years, methods of reading Heidegger that were not influenced by either Merleau-Ponty or Sartre were developed by Philippe Lecour-Labarthe, by Jean-Luc Nancy, and by myself. The very notion of deconstruction sprang from this new reading of Heidegger, and this ancient French word has, if this ancient French word has any meaning today, Nancy remarks, it almost exclusively within the context of Derrida's thought. For Derrida, the word has served to retrieve and elaborate Heidegger's notion of deconstruction. Like Derrida, Lecour-Labarthe has pursued this delimitation and deconstruction of philosophies. No accident, then, that Lecour-Labarthe's Le Fiction du Politique originated as invention into the debate over Heidegger's Nazi past. Nor is it coincidental that the book has been acclaimed by so many of Heidegger's admirers, including Maurice Blanchett. Cynthia Chase calls the book indispensable, and Jean-François Lyotard devoted a study of his own to Lecour-Labarthe's views on Heidegger and the Jews. Lecour-Labarthe is opposed above all to the claims that Heidegger's philosophy shows an affinity for fascism. Against Adorno and others who make this claim, Lecour-Labarthe insists that Heidegger's deconstruction of ideology is antithetical to fascism, and that German fascism and Judeophobia sprang rather from the very ideologies that Heidegger sought to destroy. What were these ideologies? Applying to the phrase borrowed from Walter Benjamin, Lecour-Labarthe says that in its essence, the program of National Socialism consisted of an ascetization of politics. Lecour-Labarthe grounds this proposition in the work of the filmmaker Cyberberg, for whom the Third Reich is an example of the total artwork of a perverted West. Hitler understood the significance of the film. Cyberberg says we might even wonder whether he did not merely organize Nuremberg rallies for filmmaker Leni Riefenstahl, and whether the whole of the Second World War was not indeed constructed as a big budget war film, solely put on so it could be projected as a newsreel each evening in the bunker. This view is profound. Lecour-Labarthe says racism and anti-Semitism in particular, it's primarily fundamentally an aestheticism. If this is accurate, then rage against the Jews is not fundamentally psychodynamic or social in origin, but aesthetic. The implication of this claim is concisely stated by Jean-Joseph Gueux, who sympathizes with Lecour-Labarthe. The fatal inclination of such an aesthetic fiction of the political is towards the elimination of all that seems misshapen, strange, unhealthy, and heterogeneous to the beautiful organic totality of the community, thus the extermination of the Jews. This is remarkable. The Jews were killed by this logic because they were not among the beautiful people of Aryan myth. In the eyes of their assassins, they were uncanny, lacking the Nordic graces. In his essence, the Jew is a caricature, ugliness itself, Lecour-Labarthe explains. For Lecour-Labarthe, in other words, the infinite complexities of National Socialism can be reduced to little more than a cinematic idée fixe, with genocidal hatred is construed as a kind of aesthetic reflex. Everything unique about the historical experience of Nazi anti-Semitism is left in the shade. Why were the Jews so uniquely abhorrent to Hitler? Why did the Nazis choose genocide rather than some lesser measure? Why were resources diverted from the Russian front to the death camps? And why did Judeophobia burst into flame at this moment in this place? To solve riddles of this kind, Lecour-Labarthe would have to turn to history. Instead, he embraces metaphysics. In the Auschwitz apocalypse, it was nothing less than the West in its essence that reveals itself. God, in fact, died at Auschwitz, the God of the Judeo-Christian West. The rationale for this claim is evidently Lecour-Labarthe's conviction that Western art gives rise to an inherently murderous technology. Auschwitz is very precisely the useless residue of the Western idea of art, that is to say, of techne. Pressed by critics, Lecour-Labarthe disavows any social scientific intent, affirming the fact that national asceticism entered in a decisive way into the Hitlerian variant of anti-Semitism. It is not the same, he says, as believing that this explains the mass phenomenon of anti-Semitism. On the contrary, there is no question here of a cause This is why I speak, for want of a better term, in terms of essences. Apparently, the aesthetic essence of Western culture is so warped that genocide is woven into its very fabric. We knew the Kula proclaims that Western man was a killer. We didn't know or could guess that the West had always hated something in the Jew. Paradoxically, then, to explain why the Jew seems essentially vile to anti Semites, Lukula Barb says that the West is essentially murderous, the very same metaphysical essentialist category that the Nazis applied to the Jews. Lukula Barb now applies to Nazism, and evidently to Western Democrats and anti fascists as well. Few sociologists are likely to agree with the differentia specifica of Weimar democracy. Hyperinflation, depression, bigotry, and class conflict can be safely ignored in favor of a transhistorical conception of aesthetic causality. At one point, even Martin Heidegger ironized about efforts to equate Nazism with Western heritage. One does not at all serve the knowledge and appraisal of the historical uniqueness of National Socialism. He said in a lecture on Holderlin, if one now interprets the Hellenic realm such that one could suppose that the Greeks had already all been National Socialists, Derrida's friend and critic Paul Deman made a similar point. One would think, he wrote, that after some of the experiences of the century, the complexity of the relationship between thought and action would be better understood. The responsibility rests not with the tradition, but with the manner in which it was used or neglected, and this is primarily a sociological problem. The man may be less critical of Kant and Fichte than the historical record warrants, but he is entirely right about the pressing need for sociological insight. For this, we must turn to writers who analyze anti-Semitism without recourse to metaphysical absolutes. Among recent writers, the historian Galvin Langmuir has shown a particularly keen sensitivity for social and historical nature of anti-Semitic myth, which he classifies as a form of chimeria. Evil personified. In 1898, at the height of the Dreyfus Affair, the royalist leader Louis Salutes advised his colleagues that they could obtain every advantage by diverting to our profit this gigantic movement which grows larger every day. A few years earlier, he added the advice would have been less credible. Aristocrats then found anti-Semitism to be frightening. If you pillage the Jews, they said, we will end up being pillaged as well, but the situation has changed today. Such fears no longer exist. There's a sense that it is no longer a question of money and that religious beliefs are not an issue. Everyone has understood that we are struggling against a race and defending ourselves against its cosmopolitan power. A few years earlier, Bernard Lazare had concluded on similar grounds that race had now eclipsed religion as a spur to anti-Jewish feelings, an alternative schema derived from Sartre and others for whom demonology differs decisively from simple bias. Antipathies rooted in race or creed may yield a full-blown demonology in certain situations, but this is not always the case. And demonology, not simple bias, is what is most vitally in question when we deal with anti-Jewish myth. Leon Poliakov, the dean of today's historians of anti-Semitism, finds the clearest explanation of this point in the writings of Galvin Langmuir, for whom assertions realistes and assertions chimericus are typically opposed. Langmuir's category of chimeria does, in my opinion, offer a valid point of entry for the analysis of anti-Jewish demonology. Although there are problems with some of its key formulation, Langmuir's core position is rich and insightful. I'm a historian, Langmuir says, not a philosopher. The starting point for his analysis is hence a practical historiographical problem. Why, to start, did Hitler wish to annihilate Jews, and what cluster of German hopes and sentiments enable him to realize this wish? The innovative feature of Langmuir's response to these questions is that he posits an impassable divide between Chimerian reality-based bias. Impressed by the fact that anti-Semitism has flourished even in the realms and periods without Jews, such as Shakespeare's England, 3 centuries after the Jews had been expelled, Langmuir argues that at least 2 major forms of prejudice fall under the rubric of anti-Semitism. Everyday anti-Jewish bias springing from direct contact is routine, akin to English and French statement, but there's also the more radical belief that the Jews form a surreal group with demonological traits. To define this sort of bias, to make distinction which is not recognized in the ordinary social scientist conception of ethnic prejudice, Langmuir introduces the term chimeria, which he derives from classical mythology. Pardon me. The ancient use of the term chimera to refer to a fabulous monster emphasizes the central characteristic of the phenomenon. In contrast to routine bias, chimeric assertions present fantasies, figments of the imagination, monsters which, although dressed synthetically in clothes of real humans, have never been seen and are projections of mental processes unconnected with the real people of the outgroup. Chimeric assertions have no kernel of truth. This is in contrast which distinguishes the hostilities that produced Auschwitz from the manifest against Jews in ancient Alexandria. This is a crucial distinction. Langmuir shows its power and flexibility by applying it to a series of historical examples largely drawn from research on medieval Europe. He maintains briefly that the Adverso Judaeus tradition in the first millennium of Christianity was mainly an expression of real religious antagonisms, albeit in distorted, often overzealous forms. The aim of this tradition was twofold: to explain the baffling refusal of the chosen people to acknowledge Christ and to convert them. Only later did anti Semitism proper rise. If anti Semitism is defended as chimerical beliefs or fantasies about Jews, as irrational beliefs that attribute to all those symbolized as Jews menacing characteristics or conduct that no Jews have been observed to possess or engage in, then anti Semitism first appeared in medieval Europe in the 12th century. The first wave of anti Jewish fantasy appeared at the time of the Crusades. We can pin the origin of the first such fantasy down to a single individual. In 1144, the body of a child was found near Norwich, England. Nothing about the boy was religiously significant, save that someone had killed him. Thomas of Mammouth, a monk who arrived at the scene 4 years later, spread the rumor that the Jews had crucified the boy, and the ritual murders of this kind took place yearly. This was the first of many lurid anti-Jewish rumors to win an audience in late medieval Europe. The English and the continental public, disconcerted by religious and economic upheavals, accused the Jews of plotting to afflict them with a host of maladies and misfortune. Jews were blamed, for example, for the Black Death, although they suffered like everyone else. It would be hard to find a clear example of irrational scapegoating, and the fact that people known as flagellants were particularly active in inciting attacks on Jews reveals something about the mental processes at work. The Inquisition, expulsion, and other persecutions ensued. The 27th relevance of Langmuir's idea of chimeric prejudice is indicated by the stubborn persistence of anti-Semitism in many places where Jews have been eliminated or have never lived. It is hence no surprise that Werner Bergman, Helen Fine, and others who probe this persisting prejudice find merit in Langmuir's deft and imaginative handling of the idea of chimeria, nor is it surprising that others speak in similar terms. This is not to say, however, that Langmuir offers a fully clear or coherent theoretical perspective. On the contrary, his analysis is significantly flawed in several ways. The main problem is that in lieu of a theory, Langmuir offers a typology. This is nothing wrong, obviously, with the effort to classify anti-Jewish claims. Saying that anti-Semitic myth is a form of chimera adds a degree of clarity to our thinking on the subject without in any way relativizing the unique bias. It also plainly important to clarify why specific biases rise and fall. Why does bias vary across cultures? What dynamics of class, worldview, and character structures are effective in different contexts? Langmuir notes the salience of these questions, but he does not address them cogently. Rather than offering a sociological explanation of Nazi chimeria, for example, he retreats to an eccentric reductionism. The origins of chimeria, Langmuir concludes, is to be sought primarily in individual development. It is less of a social fact, a collective force, than a feature of personal faith. The weakness of this claim becomes palpable when Langmuir seeks to explain why German hatred for Jews became not only chimerical but genocidal. The heritage of Judaism and Christianity ensued, that the symbol Jews and the chimerical fantasies associated with it would be salient in the religiosity of those attracted to the Aryan myth. He observes, but the reality of the Jews contradicted Nazi beliefs far more obviously than Christian beliefs, and was in fact Hitler's inability to face contradictory facts that led to the final solution. Langmuir concludes Hitler could not content himself with degrading and marginalizing the Jews as Christians had for centuries to provide proof of their beliefs. At some level, he was aware that the very existence of Jews as Jews would always be a direct empirical invalidation of the belief about Jews, and therefore of the Nazis' belief in their own superiority as Aryans. The contradiction was so blatant that the only way Hitler could protect his Aryan religion was to suppress the knowledge of the human reality of those labeled Jews by exterminating them. In other words, the Holocaust was the violent expression of reaction to cognitive dissonance. I find this unsubtle. It is tantamount, in fact, to saying that the Holocaust occurred because avowed irrationalists were unable to repress fears of rational disconfirmation. Langmuir even rises this claim to the status of law-like formula. The more concrete and specific the basic belief in this worldly predictions of a physiocentric religion, creed resting on allegations of physical traits, the more likely it is that the adherents will become aware at some level that they can directly observe clashes with what their religion asserts. The problem with this hypothesis is that, on the contrary, the hallmark of chimeric fantasy is precisely that it is immune to ordinary criteria of proof and testing. Nazi doctrine had always been rife with absurdities, and yet Nazi propaganda seldom, if ever, disavowed a claim. Indeed, Hitler and Goebbels often glorified in their contradictions from Mein Kampf to the bunker. It was routine for Nazis to say that Jews are simultaneously capitalists and communists, powerful and puny, and so on. Else, Frankel, Brunswick, and many others have shown that contradictions of this type are intrinsic to anti-Semitic demonology, far from being latent dangers for secretly rational worldviews. Self-contradictions are part of the very fiber of chimeria. In fact, as we will see, they're a major part of its appeal. Faith that Durkheim observes is not uprooted by dialectic proof. It must already be deeply shaken by other causes to be unable to withstand the shock of argument. Now it's clear that the Nazi faith was ever genuinely shaken. Indeed, contrary to Langmar, chimerical faith tends to lead directly to genocide. The accusations leveled against Jews are believed, and it's precisely because they are passionately and violently embraced that Jews are massacred. Langmar deserves great credit for revealing the power of chimeria in medieval history, but he's wrong to think that the Nazis pursued the final solution because their anti-Jewish fantasies so conflicted with the reality of the Jews that the Nazis' faith in themselves could be defended only by destroying whoever they thought is a Jew. On the contrary, the evidence suggests that the Nazis perpetrated Judaicide because they were deeply attached to the chimeric fallacy, not because they felt angst about its plausibility. The Holocaust occurred not because the Nazis doubted their cruel fantasies, but because they devoutly believed them. From chimeria to genocide. It is ironic that Langmar should view the Holocaust as an expression of residual rationalism, since no one has depicted the collective misinterpretation of the Jews with greater clarity. In this, he resembles the assimilationists of the earlier era, who imagined that anti-Semitic extremists confronted with distant facts would change their ways. Anti-Semitism is an enemy of thought, leading German Jews wrote in 1932. But thought is also a danger to anti-Semitism. The difference is that Langmar does not believe that when anti-Semites are exposed to the truth, they cease to fear and hate. He believes rather that cognitive contradictions enrage them. The assimilationists assume that the spark of rationality in the anti-Semite can be fanned into a flame. Langmar takes this symmetrical but opposed stance that anti-Semites wish to smother their own latent rationality in company with the Jews who indeed seem to embody rationality. Unbalanced Langmar virtues are twofold. On the one hand, he clearly divides chimeria from reality-based bias, and second, he grasps that belief alone is not enough to inspire genocide. There must be a mix of myth and hate, of chimeria and hysteria, yet the enigma remains: why did rage against Jews rise to genocidal levels in this century, and what forces converge to turn anti-Jewish demonology into violent pathology in Germany in particular? For further insight into these questions, I will turn to the classical works of the generation which witnessed the Holocaust. In these works, many ideas akin to Langmar's notion of chimeria were put forward with a great psychological as well as historical acuity. The Manichaean vision. Adorno, Frankel, Bushwick, and the other authors of the authoritarian personality were pleased to observe as marked similarity between the syndrome which we have labeled the authoritarian personality and the portrait of the anti-Semite by Jean-Paul Sartre. Sartre's brilliant paper they wrote became available to us after all of the data had been collected and analyzed, that his phenomenological portrait should resemble so closely both in general structure and his numerous details. The syndrome which slowly emerged from our empirical observations and quantitative analysis seems to us remarkable. In his preface to the same work, Max Horkheimer applauded the ever wider convergence he saw in the remarkable psychological profiles of the prejudiced individuals projected by Sigmund Freud, Maurice Samuel, Otto Fennekel, and others. The meeting of minds in this period was indeed remarkable. Many of the key texts of this period are milestones in social theory, and several dovetail to form an invaluable resource for insight into chimerical anti-Semitism. These authors were deeply interested in the demonological side of anti-Semitism. Fennekel, an eminent psychoanalyst with Marxist leanings, an early ally of Wilhelm Reich and the guiding spirit of miniature circle of discreetly left-wing Freudians, had written a psychoanalytical account of anti-Semitism in exile in 1937. The prolific Maurice Samuel, a Zionist who thinks a wit with ideas, wrote two early books on anti-Semitism and many other works. His most incisive account of anti-Semitism was given in a brilliant course of lectures published in 1940 as The Great Hatred. 6 years later, Sartre published Reflections on the Jewish Question. The unifying insight of this new school of thought was well expressed by the psychohistorian Norman Cohn, who was ordered to examine fascist literature while serving in the British Army in 1945. Cohn soon formed a pretty strong suspicion. I began to suspect that the deadliest form of anti Semitism has little to do with real conflicts of interest between living people, or even with racial prejudice as such. What I kept coming across was rather a conviction that Jews, all Jews everywhere in the world, form a conspiratorial body set on ruining and then dominating the rest of mankind, and this teaching appeared to be specifically modern, forming a decisive extension of the late medieval view that Jews are mysterious beings endowed with uncanny, sinister powers. Everyday religious and cultural strife had given way to a global dualism, a Manichaean vision of the world divided between Jewish evil and Gentile good. For Sartre, anti-Semitism is at bottom a form of Manichaeism in which good and evil are embodied in opposite deities. As Adorno and Horkheimer note, these polarized deities are usually said to embody an indwelling force of divine or demonic influence, which ethnologists often call by the Manichaean term mana. For anti-Semites, Jews embody evil mana and are thus both holy and accursed. Knight errant of the good, the anti-Semite is a holy man, Sartre notes. The Jew is also holy in his manner, holy like the untouchables, like savages under the interdict of a taboo. Seeing Jews in this light is the first step from realism towards chimeria. Cohn is empathetic about the split this vision establishes between Jewish reality and anti-Semitic fantasy. What Jews really were or did or wanted, or what Jews possibly could do or want, had nothing whatsoever to do with the matter. The allegedly ulterior reality of evil mana is what occupies the Manichaean anti-Semite, not the human reality of actual Jews. Sartre expresses this idea with great clarity. No doubt the proletarian characters, the bourgeois, on posters and newspapers is exactly the same manner as the anti-Semite character is the Jew. But this external resemblance should not deceive us. To the worker, what constitutes the bourgeois in his bourgeois status, that is, an ensemble of external factors. It is an ensemble of various modes of behavior. For the anti-Semite, what makes the Jew is the presence of him, of Jewishness, a principle analogous to phlogiston, of the soporific virtue of opium. We must not be deceived. Explanations of the basis of heredity and race come later. They are the slender scientific coatings of this primitive conviction. Long before Mendel and Gobineau, there was a horror of the Jews, and those who felt it could not be explained except by saying, like Montaigne in the friendship of Le Botte, because he is he, because I am I, without the presence of the metaphysical essence, the activity ascribed to the Jew would be entirely incomprehensible. Adorno and his co-authors illustrate this point with a wealth of evidence. Often, as Daniel Levinson observes in his chapter on anti-Semitism, sweeping generalizations are advanced about the Jew when the Jews are actually highly heterogeneous. One on inspection, a cornucopia of inconsistencies surface. Levinson's notes, for example, the subscales indicting Jewish seclusiveness and intrusiveness are strongly correlated. This correlation reveals a deep contradiction in anti-Semitic ideology. As a matter of simple logic, it is impossible for most Jews to be both extremely seclusive and aloof, and at the same time too intrusive and prying. The logic, however, is symptomatic. The self-contradictory rejection of an entire group is more than a matter of faulty logic. Viewed psychologically, these results suggest a deep-lying, irrational hostility directed against a stereotype image to which individual Jews correspond only partially, if at all. Plain evidence of the irrational hostility under the surface of anti-Semitism is available in two reconcilable images of Jews that many anti-Semites hold simultaneously. Morris Samuel illustrates these views with a passage from Hitler's Mein Kampf. Alternatively scornful and fearful, Hitler calls Jews weak, timid, and contemptible, and then, without skipping a beat, calls them demonically energetic, relentless, and powerful. For Samuel, these views are not just different, but incommensurable. Hitler sees Jews as a terrible enemy, capable of the most daring vision of conquest, and yet puny, unclean, and laughable. In the Hall of Mirrors, Jews are both elemental and ignominious, sublime and venomous. Even the skeptical doubts that the hard-headed leaders of the Nazi fascist groups accept at face value of their own straggling descriptions of the power of the Jews. It is nevertheless clear, Samuel says, that the vast mass of anti-Semites are sincere. They do believe in the omnipotence of the Jews, those weird, crafty, implacable Jews. This belief is revealed with special clarity by the widespread and enduring popularity of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, the Bible of the most famous modern chimerical belief, namely that world Jewry is conspiratorial force bent on the world domination. The Protocols have been hailed by nearly every anti-Semitic group in this century, despite the status as a patent forgery copied nearly verbatim from a satire of Bonapartism by Maurice Joly. Despite a large and outwardly successful campaign to prove the protocols of fabrication, a Belgian court in 1935 ruled the book of bold plagiarism and absurdity. They have continued to circulate widely, as Tegroof and many others have shown. In the success of the text, we see a remarkable folkloristic phenomenon, the penetration of a magical worldview into the culture structure of millions. Where does this leave us? Samuel Sartre and the co-thinkers agree that the latter-day anti-Semitism is chimerical, Manichaean, folkloristic, unification of logical opposites, a worldview akin in some ways to totemism. The principle of this chimera, Samuel says, is obsessional exaggeration, which anti-Semites mistake for objective evaluation, and rationalists, he argues, mistake this exaggeration for simple error. A notable instance of this false approach, he writes, is that of America's Jewish leadership to the movement known as Cochranism. Rather than grasping at sheer madness of Father Coughlin's chimerical claims, these Jewish leaders concerned themselves almost exclusively with the attempt to prove that what Coughlin said about them is not true. Nor is this unusual. Indeed, in every liberal discussion of anti-Semitism which has come to my notice, Samuel writes, I have encountered the same obstinate refusal to distinguish between anti-Jewish sentiment and anti-Semitic hallucination. Yet there is a world of difference, he writes, between mere anti-Jewishness, a dislike of Jews based on contact, direct and indirect, which is just an ordinary variety of ethnic or religious bias, and the primitive terror of folkloristic mental helplessness of the true anti-Semite. There is an obsessional exaggeration, a mad disparity between realities and conclusion. Jews are not for anti-Semites just one more unwelcome group. They're rather aboriginal evil, and so for the salvation of humanity, there must be a total obliteration of the Jews. Routine anti-Jewishness is also real, but it would be folly, Samuel says, to imagine that there's the only danger we face. Chimerical hallucination, to be resisted, must be taken seriously in all its peculiar complexity, and this in turn requires a refusal of the simplistic views of the hard-headed, no-damn-nonsense rationalist. What is indeed, Samuel says, is support for the obscurantists who want to look for deeper causes. Where do these deeper causes lie? Not only in the realm of belief, Samuel says, but in character and motives as well. It is not merely chimerical exaggeration that must be penetrated, but the obsession that gives it malevolent force. Here Samuel parts company with those like Langmar, whose emphasis is mainly cognitive and enters the sphere of neo-psychoanalytical theory, where he is joined once again by Sartre, Adorno, and others. The authoritarian personality. Adorno remarks with reference to the lurid demonology in the Protocols of the Elders of Zion that the assertion of the agitators are so spurious, so absurd, that there must indeed be a powerful emotional reason why he can get away with them. These reasons, he feels, lie in the realm of personality, specifically the constellation of tendencies to coincide in the so-called authoritarian personality. It would be bold to say too much about the vexed topic of authoritarianism en passant. The authoritarian personality thesis has been clouded by controversy ever since it was formulated, and it remains hotly contested, although, as we will see below, anti-Semitism researchers are finding it increasingly compelling. All technicalities aside, Samuel gets to the heart of the notion when he thinks Manichaeism to authoritarian love for leaders. Often enough, he points out the citizen wants someone to come along and provide him with unshakable convictions, a leader so overwhelmingly authoritative that there is no appeal for his pronouncements, except in extreme cases. The citizen will not actually say, I'm not fit to rule myself, I'm not fit to vote, choose, think, accept responsibility, I don't want freedom, I don't want the burden, but embracing the Führerprinzip implies exactly that an anti-Semitism lends a hand by giving the leader a sacred enemy fearsome enough to justify dictatorship. For the savior on horseback, the dragon is a pretext for authoritarian rule. Adorno detected a similar tendency in the so-called prejudiced personality, who tends to combine authoritarianism with anti-Semitism and ethnocentrism in general. He sees evil forces at work everywhere, and easily falls for all kinds of superstitions and fears of world catastrophes. The barely concealed nihilism of this personality, Dornell says, expresses the wish for a final battle between idealized forces of racial and moral purity and the unclean other. The bigot has no pity for the poor and is prone to consider the unemployed as naturally lazy, and the Jew as a misfit, a parasite who might as well be exterminated. Love for leaders is short, often dovetails with hate for others. To explain these powerfully mixed emotions, Adorno invokes the psychoanalytical notion of projection, which Foucault concisely defines as seeing in others that which one does not wish to become conscious of in oneself. Horkheimer, many years earlier, had already applied this category to anti Semitism. Behind the rage over Jewish immorality, over Epicureanism and materialism, he wrote in 1936, is hidden a deep erotic resentment which demands the death of the representatives. They must be wiped out, if possible, with torments. Too much of the public, Horkheimer felt, is imbued with a dangerous ethnic and self-denial. The unruly passions that aesthetics repress, he felt, are easily displaced into animosity against Jews and others who, it is imagined, well beyond the pale of self-repression. In the carnal sensuality and bloodlust of the Jews, a popular fancy soon to be depicted with unmatched perversity by Celine Horkheimer found the unintended self-portrait of the anti-Semite in violent fantasy. He said virtue betrays its own dream. The irrepressibly sadistic, sexually unbridled, world-conquering Jews of anti-Semitic fiction embodied the secret desires of the aesthetically virtuous. To anti-Semites, it could be said, Allah Horus, the story is told of you. Later, in collaboration with Adorno and others, Horkheimer argued that radical authoritarians harbor a nihilist impulse at odds with their conscious quest for order. The result is that since the totalitarian character cannot admit to itself that its wish for destruction, it projects the wish onto others, above all the enemy which it has chosen, invented, or which has been invented for it by others, an enemy that is always imagined as inferior, just as he is dangerous. Fables of conspiracy and other evil things are spread about. Here Sartre argues we enter the domain of psychoanalysis. Manichaeism conceals a deep-seated attraction towards evil. For the anti-Semite, evil is his lot, for his Job's portion. Those who come after will concern themselves with the good. If there is occasion, as for him, he is the front rank of society, fighting with his back turned to the pure virtues he defends. His business is with evil. Sartre adds that what the anti-Semitic contemplates without intermission, that for which he has an intuition and almost a taste, is evil. He can thus glut himself to the point of obsession with the recital of obscene or criminal actions which excite and satisfy his perverse leanings, but since he attributes them to those infamous Jews, he satisfies himself without being compromised. This, in a nutshell, is the psychoanalytical notion of the projective chimerica. Projection as construction. A sociological notion is closely related. This rests briefly on the idea that social practices based on projective imputations give rise to real projective social powers. The power of money, for example, is unquestionably real, though it exists only in society. As Dorothy and Thomas, 1928, so acutely noted, anything that is imagined to be real is indeed real in its consequences. Jews who are imagined to be world endangering plotters are in this way projectively endowed with a social status that they would not otherwise have. This status is not, of course, that of conspirators, but of people who are stigmatized as conspirators, and the stigma, this evil mana, is conferred upon Jews without rational concern for their real deeds or qualities. This process rests entirely on chimeria, yet it is no less effective in its real social consequences. Jews may deny that they conspire against Gentiles, but they cannot deny their own persecution. Their chimerical status has consequences. The reason that this is true is that the category projection for Sartre, as per Durkheim, denotes not only the way that people view objects and each other, but also the way they treat these objects and people. In this sense, projection is a matter of practice as well as psychology, and it has objective results. Exchange and ritual, for example, give rise to value and divinity. Anti-Semitic projection, meanwhile, produces the negative mana of the Jew. The mana is not real in any ontologically simple sense, but it is very much a social fact in Durkheim's sense. This is especially clear in the case of those assimilated European Jews who denied their basic Jewishness, yet were killed in the Holocaust along with all the others. What mattered was not that they said or did, but how they were perceived and treated. They discovered to their woe that they were the bearers of the lethal social status conferred upon them by the anti-Semites. Thus, even their very Jewishness was, in a certain social sense, fabricated by their enemies. Sartre explains this lucidly. In a bourgeois society, he writes, it is the constant movement of people, the collective currents, the styles, the customs, all these things that, in effect, creates values, the values of poems, of furniture, of houses. The landscape derives in large part from the spontaneous condensations that fall on these objects like a light dew, that are strictly national and a result of normal functioning of a traditionalist society. The value of the Jews, Sartre said, is created by society. The Jew has a personality like the rest of us, and on top of that, he is Jewish. It amounts, in a sense, to doubling the fundamental relationship with the other. In the late medieval period, the Jews were barred from production and thereby driven into money lending. It was the religious prejudice of medieval Christendom that tied the Jews to money. Thus, it is the Christians who have created the Jew. The unavoidable implication, Sartre feels, is that it is not Jewish character that provokes anti-Semitism, but the choice of Manichaeanism, which explains the conditions of anti-Semitism. Jews are the chosen enemy, chosen projectively, not intentionally. As evil personified, they embody the anti-Semites' inner demons, and is the anti-Semite who acts, who chooses, personifies, and murders at times, of course. Other scapegoats are chosen, Jesuits, Masons, the Illuminati. Thus, Jews are responsible for anti-Semitism only in the sense that, as Finkel observes, their unique relationship to Islam and Christianity makes them exceptionally well suited to serve as the carrier of this kind of projection. The Jew is, in this sense, a product of the Manichaean imagination, both accursed and holy, thanks to a chimerical practice. The enemy is a collective representation. Sartre's critics have often derided this analysis. One early critic, for example, wrote that in Sartre's vision, the Jew became a sort of phantom of sociological misunderstanding and mistaken identities rather than identifiable being. This is equally the verdict of many other early critics, including Rabi and Patry, and it was upheld unanimously by the later writings as well. Even those who praise Sartre highly often fault him on this score. Polakov was thus speaking for many when he concluded in 1980 that Sartre had been guilty of reducing the Jews to spectral figures of pure negativity who exist as nothing more than products of anti-Semitism. These criticisms reflect an anti-constructivist viewpoint that is helpful to consider. Is Sartre, in fact, reducing Jews to non-persons? Is this generally what writers who identify and critique chimeria are doing? Art critic Harold Rosenberg answered these questions positively when he argued against Sartre that Jews are not, in fact, what anti-Semites make of them. They are rather objectively real figures of history and religion. To show that the origin of the Jews lies not in Abraham but in the anti-Semite, Sartre would have to indicate at what point the Jew of former times ceased to exist and a different Jew was born out of anti-Semitism. Confident evidently to the challenge is unanswerable, Rosenberg declares that Sartre has misunderstood fundamentally the problem of identity. Elon Mark echoes this claim, asserting that Jews, blacks, and women have distinctive traits which neither non-Jews nor whites nor men invent. She reproaches Sartre from his alleged refusal to acknowledging a reality that is not included in a point of view, saying that as a result, the specificity of the Jewish question is lost and Sartre's Jew becomes slightly grotesque because, in fact, what the anti-Semite thinks he is a fantasy. The sharp reproof is repeated in Stuart Charm because Sartre could not conceive of Jewish life without reference to the ideas of anti-Semitism. He ended up indirectly endorsing the anti-Semite's image of the Jew. In my opinion, however, these accusations betray a grave misunderstanding. Sartre's essential claim is that the Jews of anti-Semitic myth are wholly chimerical, pure demonological fictions. This in no way implies that actual Jews lack an autonomous reality. It is in fact precisely Sartre's point that the imaginary Jew of Manichaean myth departs from the Jews of history. The issue we face is the problematic character of the connection between real Jews and the pseudo-Jew of anti-Semitic tall tales. Historical Jews have countless real traits, some which make them ideal screens for chimerical projection, but they are utterly unlike the demons of Judeophobic fantasy. Jews are not omnipotent or sinister plotters, master criminals, or the riddle of history as revealed. Jewish rule is a myth purely and simple. There are no elders of Zion. Jews do not ritually murder Christian children. The conceptual issue here is the difference between chimera and routine prejudice. Sartre's critics seem to think that anti-Semitism is reality-based. springing not from a Manichaean demonology, but from an antipathy toward the real traits of historical Jews. As it happens, even Harold Rosenberg understood the error of this outlook at one point. Writing years before he reviewed Sartre, Rosenberg said that the analyst who finds an objective basis for anti-Semitism in the traits of the Jews is like the policeman who solves the crime by rescuing the corpse. He added, if you want to understand anti-Semites, you should analyze the anti-Semites, not the Jews. Those who ask, what is it about the Jews that causes people to hate them and attack them? These questions have already decided that the Jews are responsible for anti-Semitism, that the victim is guilty of the crime. If Sartre is right, there are three realities to account for, not just Jews and anti-Semites, but mythic Jews as well. These ghostly walking tropes are not Jews. They're social representations of people, not people per se. They are, to be sure, good historical reasons why these simulacra were named after living people, and anti-Semitism often tried to give their obsession a veneer of credibility by listing all Jews, real or imagined, on Wall Street or in the Kremlin, by tracing every disaster in the visible hand of Israel, or by recalling Marx and Rothschild. But all this is window dressing and self-deception. Memories of real Jews and historical analogies are distorted beyond recognition, and exercises of this kind, like the Chimera, the demonic Jew, is a fabulous monster. The Chimera, daughter of Typhon and Achinda, foe of Pegasus and Bellerophon, was an impossible mixture depicted in early Hittite bas relief as a beast with wings, a lion's head, a woman's head, and a serpent for a tail. In Greek myth, the Chimera was at once a lion, a goat, and a snake. The analogy should be plain. Lions, goats, and snake are real creatures, but the composite of the three is an imaginary creature. In the same way, although Marx and Rothschild were undeniably real and significant figures, the Communist Capitalist Council of the Elders of Zion is a pure fantasy. Deducing a global conspiracy from the union of Marx and Rothschild is like deducing the speed of light from the union of 2 and 2. The actual deeds of the real Jews added together will never yield a transcendental result. Let me be as clear as possible. It's true that anti-Semitism takes the actual Jews of history as their premise. Jews did play a singular role in the origin of Christianity, and they're singled out for special attention in the Islamic and Christian tradition. Jews unquestionably did seem uncanny to medieval Christians, and they did not play a distinctive role as moneylenders in late medieval Europe. Marx was instrumental in foregoing the intellectual armamentarium of socialism, and the Rothschilds were central figures in the early modern finance. None of this, however, changes the basic fact that demonologists turn truth into myth. The obsessive, exaggerated claims of chimeric anti-Semites are radically divorced from the reality they claim as their premise. And even were we to agree, for example, that actual historical contact between Jews and Gentiles were a necessary condition for the rise of anti-Semitism, that would not mean that anti-Semitism and its hallucinatory phases is actually about Jews, and actual people serve as a point of departure for this creed, but the figures that the people is intellectual horizon are imaginary. Hannah Arendt thought differently. She decried the modern sophists who absolve the Jews of all specific responsibility for anti-Semitism, who wrongfully affirm their complete and inhuman innocence, regardless of what they had done or admitted to do, regardless of vice or virtue. The real source of 20th century anti-Semitism, she said, must be found in certain aspects of Jewish history, and specifically Jewish function during the last centuries. Claims to the contrary amount to a negation of the significance of human behavior in a vast quest to win a lasting victory at the expense of reality, and she stresses the stimulus given to anti-Semitism by the useless wealth and concentrated power of Jewish financiers, especially the Rothschilds. The Jewish people, Arendt concludes, does not simply cease to be co-responsible because it became the victim of the world's injustice and cruelty. This is precisely what I reject. However, much real Jewish deeds may have inspired chimerical fantasies. They cannot be assigned co-responsibility for such fantasies. Consider the rumor of Orleans. The Sociology Edgar Morin analyzed so perceptively. Orleans fell into panic when the rumors circulated that Jewish boutique owners were kidnapping young female shoppers and selling them into white slavery. The police and the press and even a team of sociologists led by Morin found absurdity, absolutely no truth in the rumor, yet the Orleans public was not so dissuaded. Where in this is the responsibility of the Jews, and the fact that few Jews own stores in Orleans, that should be clear, makes no sense at all. Yet Ardent's thesis should cover cases like this, since in the microcosm, this is chemically pure case of anti-Semitic chimera. The Jews of myth and rumor not then are virtual Jews. Simulated Jews are not real people, but projectively constructed enemies, mythic abstractions from history. In the psychic astronomy of the anti-Semite, the virtual Jew is a metaphor for other forces, the projection of other concerns, and is thus linked to real Jews in name only. This Jew is a shadow of a dream in a dream world. What significance, if any, might this perspective have for sociologists? Are there clearly marked paths to follow or errors to avoid if we hope to find more sample, deeper causes of anti-Semitism? These are the questions I explore in the final sections of this paper. Myth, truth, and critique. My argument thus far is sevenfold: that unlike routine anti-Jewish bias, Manichaean anti-Semitism is a kind of chimera, that chimeras in general are so hallucinatory that they are qualitatively distinct from routine biases. The chimerical anti-Semitism often rises to obsessional as well as delusional heights, culminating in extreme cases in genocide. That obsessional chimeras are given force and ferocity by the psychodynamical tendencies at the level of character. That is in the case of genocidal anti-Semitism. Character traits reminiscent of the authoritarian personality seem to be active, that the psychic mechanism which creates the satanic Jew of obsession myth is projection, and the psychoanalytical sense, and that this satanic Jew is socially constructed enemy with a projective status that cannot be wished away. The status, the shadow, falls like a veil over real Jews. The shadow also obscures vision. Few analysts, as we will see, are able to keep anti-Semitism in focus, even when they affirm the notion of chimera. The unreality of chimerical Jews is simply too pronounced. It seems to be readily intelligible. How can fiction be fact? What divides one fantasy from another? What are the boundaries to be drawn? And how can we penetrate the veil of myth-making and apologetics to decode the psychology of conspiratorialism? To answer these questions, it will help to glance briefly at several noteworthy recent efforts to answer queries of this kind. No one has yet taken the thesis of socially constructive obsession and illusion very far. For mainstream sociology, anti-Semitism remains little more than hostility to Jews. Whether this animus is reality-based or delusional, ordinary or obsessional, it is a question that is not often posed. Yet even scholars who do take chimera seriously often show an unsteady grasp of this question. This is clear in several of the most acclaimed recent studies, in which a Sartian stress of the spectrality of the satanic Jew proves to be very uncertain gesture. The specificity of chimera. 5 writers in particular command our attention: Pierre-André Tegouf, an authority on the worldwide popularity of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion; Mikel Riveranca, a prolific author and close associate of the sociologist Ellen Durain; Elizabeth Young-Bruhl, the author of respected biographies of Anna Freud and Hannah Arendt; Daniel Goldhagen, the author of a harsh and profoundly controversial indictment of the German people for acting as, he says, Hitler's willing executioners; and Goldhagen's father, Eric Goldhagen, whose writings in the late 1970s are the original locus of the willing executioner arguments. All these writers sound at times like Sartre Samuel. Consider, for example, Tegouf, who seeks to lay bare the semantic structure of the popular anti-Semitic ideas of Judeo-plutocratic and Judeo-Republican plots. In all such theories, he says the leading principle of a chimerical vision is the anti-Jew, a real Jew reduced to the anonymity of a genre type personified. In such cosmology, Jews and Aryan are constructed by symmetrical schismogenesis, leading finally to the extermination of the perverse rival, the absolute malevolent countertype. And this anti-Jew Tegouf stresses is strictly imaginary. However, Vorka similarly finds the crux of the Jewish conspiracy myth in the personification of evil imputed to the other. He declares himself with Adorno, stressing the disassociation of 2 orders of problems, the real and the imaginary. Since these orders are, he says, wholly separate, one must explain racism entirely without reference to any racial reality, as Sartre said in his own way in a celebrated formula when he affirmed that the Jew is defined by the gaze of the other. It is the anti-Semite who creates the Jew. For Young-Bruhl, echoing the amplifying point from Samuel, anti-Semitism is the paradigmatic obsession prejudice, which differs from ordinary anti-Jewishness by virtue of the constant obsessional exaggeration of Jewish power, revealed by the illusion that Jews can mobilize both capitalism and communism for their international cabal. Samuel's inference is also evident in Eric Goldenhagen's formula that the Nazis' venomous hatred of the Jews is the clearest in the vivid satanic imagery in their diatribes against the Jew, the world enemy, the destroyer of civilization, the parasite among nations. Goldhagen's thesis, later fleshed out by Daniel Goldhagen, is that the mainspring of the Holocaust in the mythical vision of Jewry that animated the Nazis, and that the charter myth of Nazism was the theory of the Jewish conspiracy. The Jews murdered in the Holocaust, Goldhagen writes, died at the hands of men driven by a figment of their imagination. Daniel Goldhagen, meanwhile, could not be more empathetic in saying it's a conviction that the Third Reich beliefs about Jews were absolutely fantastical, the sort of beliefs that ordinary only madmen have of others. Indeed, when it came to the Jews, the perpetrators of the Holocaust were virtually unique in their proneness to wild magical thinking, their incapacity of reality testing. He concludes the Sartian fashion that anti-Semitism tells us nothing about the Jews, but much about anti-Semites and the culture that breeds them. These claims and definitions are entirely consistent with the Samuelist critique of chimerica. The authors depart from Samuel, however, when they stray beyond definitions to issues of context and implication. At this level, they falter in several ways. Two problems are the most salient. The first is classificatory, concerning the range of inclusiveness in the notion of chimera, and the second is substantive, concerning the causal relation between chimera and sadism. To what extent, briefly, is Manichaean anti-Semitism correlated with outwardly similar prejudices, and to what extent is the form of anti-Semitism correlated with authoritarianism? Young, Bruhl, Tegriff, and Wervorka all offer clear crystal statements on the premise of chimera, and Young Bruhl, in fact, expressly endorses the term as well. She praises Langbar for effectively drawing the line between ordinary anti-Jewish ethnocentrism and the anti-Semitism of chimerical character, which paved the way to Auschwitz, but all three muddy the waters when they stray from the premise. Intergroup, seeking to formulate a formulated general theory of racism, posits there are two basic forms of racism: bio-inegalitarian and zoological racist, and differentialist, concealing racial concerns under the rubric cultural difference. This helps him analyze the French New Right in a well-publicized shift from biological to culturalist racism, but as a classificatory criterion, Tegroup's distinction is too frail to serve its purpose. Unlike Langbar's contrast between chimera and realistic prejudice, Tegroup's distinction concludes the most salient feature of anti-Semitism: essentialism. Jews or any group can be stigmatized as essentially evil or racial on racial, religious, and cultural grounds. Hence, the fundamental issue is not what kind of difference is assigned to such a group, but whether this difference is regarded as ethical or an essential. A group that is not essentially evil would not plot against humanity, nor would it be necessary to annihilate such a people. To penetrate Manichaean phenomenon, like anti-Semitism, in other words, we need to focus not merely on the formal racization or differentialization of a people, but on the degree to which, in the course of race or culture, these constructs are regarded as markers of essential evil. The difference that matters in this degree to which people is demonized, not merely the pseudo-scientific or semantic distinction that veil or legitimate this demonization. For the Manichaean, the world is indeed divided between good and evil. When races or cultures are construed in these terms, they enter the realm of Manichaean, but the essential Manichaean concept is essence, sundered into antithetical moral halves and personified by opposing hosts of angels and demons. The practical import of Targib's distinction is revealed by Viveroka when he affirms that anti-Semitism is indeed a form of anti-modern racial differentialism. The implication, he concludes, is that paranoia about the world Jewish conspiracy is functionally equivalent to fear of fanatical Islam, or for that matter, to bias against Asian immigrants. Young Burrell takes a similar position, although she never retreats from her claim that anti-Semitism is in principle an obsessional prejudice. She dilutes the force of this claim by widening the circle of obsession prejudice to include Judeophobia, German rage against Turks, anti-Asian prejudice in East and South Africa, and so on. Each of these prejudices is, of course, a grave and complex problem in its own right, but the parallels with anti-Semitism that these authors allege are anything but obvious. What are we to think, for example, of Young Burrell's assertion that the obsessionality of Japan bashing in the United States has its counterpart in Japan, where the Jews are the culprits, or a claim that the prejudice against Turks in Germany is a phenomenon of the same type as anti-Semitism? I find these claims false and rather strange. This is not because I regard anti-Semitism as utterly unique or a holy mystery. Obsessional Jew hatred does have unique features, including very remarkable ones. But I believe that anti-Semitism can be accurately assigned to a wider class of phenomenon. This is the burden of my argument that Manichaean anti-Semitism is a form of chimera, a claim that Young Brewer and Vivorka occasionally echo. What then divides their viewpoint from mine? And what more can we say about the classification of anti-Semitism? The crux of the matter, once again, is that Jews are the objects of a sexual exaggeration so extreme that they are transfigured in thought to literally transcendental Luciferian figures of bestiality and danger. It is possible, of course, for other groups to share this fate, and history offers several examples of groups that have been similarly vilified: heretics in medieval Christendom, soul stealers in late imperial China, the Illuminati and Masons in the aftermath of the French Revolution. But there is specificity to chimeras, and we miss entirely if we revert the idea, since every prejudice distorts truth to some extent, every bias is Manichaean, not every exaggeration is equal, not every lie is a big lie. Chimeras now and in historical memory are so qualitatively contrary to reality that they negate it utterly and abstractly. They have an antithetical relation to truth, not one of simple distortion. If this is true, the young Brule and Viroka are not sufficiently discriminating in their claims. Muslims and Asian or Turkish migrants may be reviled, but currently only Jews have the misfortune to be the object of globally diffused conspiracy theory. Consider, for example, the Japanese anti-Semitism that young Brule equates to Japanophobia. Jews, for Japanese anti-Semites, are the protagonists of a fierce and calculating war against everything Japanese. Jews are said to rule the United States, the big U.S. corporations, and world finances. They're said to plot economic and even nuclear ruin for Japan. It is Japan bashing equally hallucinatory? Clearly not. Japan critics may overstate Japanese power or ill will, but with rare exception, they do not make mountains out of mere rumors and molehills. Japan is in fact a formidable capitalist power. Japanese banks are indeed the world's largest, and public opinion in the United States is not fevered with chimerical fears of Japanese conspiracy. The same applies to Islam. Not until fear of fanatical Islam is as delusional as Manichaean anti-Semitism will it qualify as a form of chimera, and even if it would remain a minor chimera until it captured the imagination of tens of millions of people. The question then how widely meaningful the concept of chimera can be applied, a limiting case of the position defended by strict constructionists in the social problems field, that all claims about groups and cultures are equally social constructions, and that as an act of agnostic faith, the analysis should rigorously abstain from judging any claims by the criteria of truth. Hence, leading figures in the field agree that occult or even fanatical ethnocentric claims should be judged no differently than any others. Ebar and Catus, for example, show a avowed methodological commitment to refrain from privileging one claim over another. On the basis of this commitment, they distance themselves from the very idea of innocent victims and speak with clinical detachment about the rhetorical quality of negative terms, emblematic of forms of discrimination, intolerance, oppression, sexism, racism. In this framework, racism is little more than a negative term. In a moral rhetoric, and anti-Semitism can be a little else, since this method reduces all social problems to claims and affirms that all claims are equally constructed and hence equally undecidable. One might ask if there is a difference between crying Jewish conspiracy and chronicling Jewish history. From the strict constructionist standpoint, the answer can only be no. A claim is a simple claim, nothing more. This clearly is the maximal possible extension of the notion of social construction. For these theories, myth and truth are indistinguishable. Hence, the very notion of chimerica would be meaningless to them, save perhaps as the rhetorical and yet another unverifiable claim about society. This is not what Berger or Luckman meant when they first spoke of the social construction of reality. On the contrary, Berger and Luckman distinguished plainly between mythic constructions concerning Jews and identities which emerge from ordinary interactions. The mythic Jew, they say, is a classic example of a type of identity in which there is a total identification of the individual with socially assigned typifications, so that he is apprehended as nothing but that type. The ultimate consequence of this typification is to bestow an ontological and total status of a typification that is humanly produced. Muslims, Japanese businessmen, and Asian immigrants are not widely typified in this way. Are there other groups then which are chimerically typified? One complex case of the merit attention is the vilification of Tutsis by the Hutus before and after the Rwanda genocide in 1994. Some authorities on this genocide argue that the Rwandan conflict pivoted around an anti-Humanic racism, which they characterize in phrases borrowed from the critics of anti-Semitism. Sherton says that the Tutsis massacred the Hutu chauvinists were victims of a kind of racist diabolization, originally a cattle herding warrior people who were clearly distinct from the Bantu peasants, over whom they established dominion 500 years ago. The Tutsis ultimately evolved into an ethnically tinged ruling class, and when Belgian colonists early in the century declared the Tutsis were not black Africans but a bronze race of Hamites, they were imposing ideas of race in the Old Testament genealogy that were entirely foreign to traditional Rwandan thought. Shetty and his co-authors argue, however, that racialization notions of the Tutsi and Hutu identity did not ultimately win popular acceptance, and later supplied part of the motive for genocide when the Hutu government sought to mobilize the largely Hutu public to slaughter the largely Tutsi political opposition. To a significant extent, these efforts succeeded, and Chatoun and co-authors credit this fact in particular to the anti-Hamitic diabolization of the Tutsis that Hutu propagandists engineered. Is this in fact an instance like Chimera? Perhaps without systematic data and public opinion, it is of course hard to know exactly what was said and believed in Rwanda in the pre-genocidal period. But certain facts are clear. It is true, for example, that Hutu chauvinists worked overtime to propagate a fearsome image of the wicked Tutsis ousted from power in 1961, but scheming to obtain revenge. And it is also true that most Tutsis in Rwanda are nothing like the stereotype. The large majority were poor peasants, just like most Hutus. On the other hand, this stereotype was not fabricated from whole cloth. Tutsi lords had wielded great power in generations earlier. In 1990, exiled Tutsi veterans in the Ugandan Civil War had declared war against the Rwandan government, nor did Hutu propagandists claim the Tutsis at the heart of a world conspiracy. In fact, they were often said to be pawns of Uganda. Finally, we have reasons to believe that the organizers of the genocide, seeking to minimize their own culpability, hoped to capitalize on the popular stereotype of sadistic mob spontaneously acting out of its deepest and most activistic wishes. On balance, the Rwandan case seems unclear to me, largely because we lack sufficient data to offer fully informed judgment on the ideas that spurred genocidal actions. Thanks to Rakia Omar and her workers, this problem may be remedied. Even so, to grasp the Rwandan genocide, we need to know not only what Rwandans thought, but how they felt. If mass chimera did play a part, we will not fully understand what this means until we grasp the pseudodynamic energies that turned myth into murder. Was anti-Hamitic racism fueled by authoritarianism in some sense? If authoritarianism in general implicit in chimera, or are there better alternative explanations? Questions of this type are posed by Young Brule to Guif and Goldhagen. The answers they give, however, leave something to be desired. Hey, God bless, Oswald. Anti-Semitism and authoritarianism. The least credible explanation is offered by Daniel Goldhagen, who credits chimera with the power to turn Hitlerian into sadists as well as paranoids. His claim briefly is that Hitler's followers, ensnared in the web of chimerical illusion, were therefore vicious to their victims. They were cruel because they were deluded. Hence, instead of seeking to explain cruelty as well as chimera, we can explain both at once. Goldhagen is well aware that this sounds like a monocausal explanation of the Holocaust, and he is quick to add that this does indeed acknowledge the importance of other causal factors yet to explain the motives of Hitler's followers. He says the monocausal explanation does suffice. The Hitlerian conception of the Jews was so hallucinatory that it was, in this historical instance, causally sufficient to provide the perpetrators with the requisite motivation to participate willingly in the extermination. These executioners were willing, in other words, because they were chimerically mistaken about the Jews. This very illusion drove them to mass murder. To illustrate the point, Goldhagen cites Otto Ohlendorf, the commander of one of the 4 special SS units created by Himmler to carry out the extermination. Ohlendorf, Goldhagen says, was anything but a sadist, yet he shared his demonological view of Jews common to German society. After establishing this to his own satisfaction, at least, Goldhagen asked with a rhetorical flourish, how did such beliefs produce all of the distinctive features of the Holocaust? The answer, he seems to say, is that they simply did. Somehow German beliefs about Jews unleashed indwelling destructive and ferocious passions that are usually tamed and curbed by civilization. How this may have happened, Goldhagen does not reveal. It is evidently enough to say that certain kinds of dehumanizing beliefs about people, or the attribution of extreme malevolence to them, are necessarily and can be sufficient to induce others to take part in the genocidal slaughter of the dehumanized people if they are given proper opportunity and coordination. Since Goldhagen repeatedly decries the sheer cruelty of Hitler's followers, this is not a minor point, yet he appears to feel no unease about asserting without evidence that only the common structure of cognition can account for the essential constancy in Germans' action toward Jews. Lest there be any doubt, he untiringly stresses the power of the anti-Semitic ideology in producing German action and causing them to act in an otherwise abnormal manner. The palpable one-dimensionality of this analysis is a cautionary reminder of the folly of placing too great an explanatory burden on the concept of chimeria as a classificatory principle. The idea of chimeria is valuable for what it suggests about the character, probable sources, and possible dangers of certain kinds of ideas and influential in revolutionary conservative movements. There are also clear implications about the strategies that may be apropos to counter the influence of such ideas and movements. But if, like Goldhagen, we are content to identify chimeria without seeking to explain it, we are left with an abstraction, not an analysis. This is clear to Young, Bruhl, and Intergroup, both of whom seek a psychodynamical explanation of the obsessive appeal of Manichaean delusions, yet they too stumble in a starting gate. The problem in each case is the chimeric is reduced to analytical framework that occludes insight in the specificity of Manichaeanism. Intergroup, after dividing the biological from cultural racism, finds the core of each is an obsessive fear and contact and cross-breeding, which he calls mixophobia. How, we might ask, does this thesis help to grasp the Nordic religion or the elders of Zion? How can fear of cross-breeding explain paranoia about the occult unity of capitalism and communism? Judeo-plutocrats and Judeo-Bolsheviks, the globalization of the Jewish plot realizes the maximal demonization of the Jews. And Intergroup wrote on another occasion, if mixophobia is well nigh universal, we have so few other peoples been maximally demonized. There may be a case of racist mixophobia, but Judeophobia has another origin. Young, Bruhl takes a different tact as a psychoanalytic purist and an admirer of Anna Freud. She is at times more Freudian than Freud. This predisposes her to sympathize with Adorno, so much that she calls the classic anti-Semite an obsessional character equivalent to the Adorno group authoritarian personality, whose goal is to eliminate a Jew who is both filthy, nothing, and a secret world conquering conspirator. She parts company with Adorno, however, when she tries to square this claim with the letter of psychoanalytical orthodoxy, classifying anti-Semitism as just one of the obsessional biases. Young, Bruhl classifies obsessional prejudice in turn as one of the three ideologies of desire, each of which corresponds directly to one of the later Freud's three hypothesized character types. Racism correlates to the hysterical character, sexism to the narcissist character, and anti-Semitism to the obsessional character. Although this yields a neatly symmetrical theory, it also poses a serious empirical problem. What data can be brought to bear on this conjecture? Here, Young, Bruhl makes an odd logical leap. She says first that ideologies of desire, like Langmuir's chimeras, are divided by an impossible gulf from ordinary ethnic biases. Such ideologies are prejudices against imaginary constructed groups, whereas ethnic biases target real groups. How then should we pursue this distinction? By psychology and sociology, respectively, ordinary ethnocentrism must be studied by means of intricately elaborate sociological work, because, to put the matter in stark terms, ethnocentrism involves real groups. Real groups have real histories and real social traditions and so on, but ideologies of desire, which Young, Bruhl also calls erecticisms, must be approached differently, not sociologically, but by means of a complex psychological description, which must precede any effort to follow erecticists into public domains. This is curious. Chimerias or erecticisms defy sociological analysis, Young, Bruhl says, because they have their objects of fictitious groups, but it should be instantly clear that the object of prejudice is never the prime focus of scrutiny for the sociological analyst. Like Sartre and Samuel, the sociological critic of chimera studies the anti-Semite, the chimerical true believer, and anti-Semites are as real as any group that becomes the target of ethnic prejudice. Anti-Semites not only can be studied by intricately sociological means, but often have been so studied. Here, Young, Bruhl methodological disavowal of sociological research is an admission of self-limitation. Even though obsessional prejudice can be studied, Young, Bruhl opts instead to simply assume the reality of her postulated character types. Chimera, in this particular perspective, becomes an excuse for speculation rather than object to study. For deeper insight into the nexus of relation between anti-Semitism and authoritarianism, we must turn to scholars who are working directly in the field. Chimerian fascism. The question of the correlation between anti-Semitism and authoritarianism becomes much less abstract when we observe that today, as in the past, Manichaean prejudice shows an elective affinity for fascism. It continues to seem likely, as Sard and Samuel felt, that fascism and anti-Semitism are characterologically homologous, and that their shared point of origin is in fact authoritarian character structure. This, at least, is one possibility that has been suggested by researchers who are now studying the revival of chauvinism and chimeria in Europe and the former USSR. Once again, Adorno's notion of the authoritarian personality has become popular. Nikolai Popov, for example, who heads the political survey department of the Russian Center for Public Opinion Research, reports that inquiry based on the version of the F-scale form shows that the number of people in the former USSR with authoritarian attitudes is twice those with the non-authoritarian mentality. Over half of Popov's respondents agree that strong leaders are able to do more for a country than all the laws and talk, with fewer than a third disagree, and even more feel that strictness and discipline are the secret to child rearing. In general, Popov said there appear to be a deep penetration into mass consciousness of the authoritarian type of personality, and he concludes that Russia now appears to be fertile soil for the creation of a new Hitler. Another recent survey in which Russians and the Estonians were polled about 8 outgroups, including Jews, Democrats, and non-Russian minorities, showed that authoritarianism strongly predicted each prejudice. Negative items about Jews, which were culled mainly from statements by ultra-nationalistic groups such as Pamyat, were more strongly endorsed than negative claims about any other outgroup. One such item is the claim that Jews have already conquered most of the Western world, and now they are trying to conquer us. This belief in a Jewish plot is strongly associated in turn with a preference for Stalinism over democracy and a willingness to actively protest economic woes, even by destroying property. Most Russians who say that they would protest falling living standards and accept or entertain the notion of a Jewish plot. In Poland, meanwhile, people who say that Jews seek to rule the world also tend to prescribe resistance. We have a right to fight on our own behalf since they are against us. Elsewhere, researchers also report findings that support what Pettigrew and Mertens call the classic claim that racism, authoritarianism, and conservatism co-vary. Indeed, Pettigrew and Mertens report several findings that they say prove the force of this theory. Nana Mayer inclines to a similar conclusion in connection with the French ethnocentrism and anti-Semitism. The implication for McFarland that authoritarianism, in whatever culture it is found, produces strong condemnation and culturally defined enemies. An extremist wave. Since German reunification and the collapse of the USSR, the affinity between chimeria and chauvinism has become very striking. This led Le Monde, for example, to warn of an extremist wave moving across Europe. Perhaps most alarming has been the meteoric rise of the red-brown tendency in Russia, where a motley collection of Stalinist neo-Nazis and traditional Russian chauvinists has emerged as a potent electoral force. The first proof of this was the rise of the Mad Vlad Zhirinovsky, whose Liberal Democratic Party produced global shockwaves in the late 1993 by winning more than 22.8% than any other party in the national elections, thus becoming the largest opposition to the Russian Duma. For Zhirinovsky, an open admirer of Hitler, anti-Semitism is a claim to fame. He enthusiastically repeats most of the useful chimerica canards, blaming the Jews for both world wars, and has denounced the IMF as part of an international Jewish conspiracy. And like virtually every other Russian xenophobe, he contends that Russia is ruled by Jews. The latter claim was given specifically by Alexander Prokhanov, a novelist and editor of Russia's most popular Agitprop tabloid and a member of communist leader Gennady Zyuganov's Brain Trust, whose claim, endlessly repeated, is that Russian President Boris Yeltsin is secretly a Jew, working according to a secret Jewish plot to brand Russia. Zyuganov, meanwhile, soared to prominence in late 1995 when his Russian Communist Party was more than a third of the seats in the Duma, winning 22.3% of the vote, almost exactly the total tally 2 years earlier by Zhirinovsky. His party won more votes than any other party. In July 1996, in a losing campaign for presidency, Zyuganov received 40 million votes, and he, like his advisors, Prokhanov, professes the kind of chimerical Judeophobia that plays so well in red-brown circles. Jewish influence grew by the hour, not by the day. Zyuganov wrote in his tract, I Believe in Russia, the Jewish diaspora traditionally controlled the financial life of the European continent and became more and more the owner of the controlling interest of all the stocks of Western civilization and the social economic system. The startling gains registered by Zurganov and Zurinsky in Russia were matched in Austria in October 1994 when the yuppie fascists won 22.6% of the national vote, scoring what Haider called the historic breakthrough. His party, founded in 1954, is the linear heir to the Austrian National Socialism and is notorious for its ultra-right profile, mixing neo-fascist politics with Judeophobia in the familiar way the recent polls showed anti-Jewish feeling to be widespread in the movement. Haider's group won 42 parliamentary seats in 1994, emerging as the third largest Austrian party, thanks largely to its popular anti-immigrant crusade. Haider expects to become chancellor in 1998. In Italy, the party founded by Mussolini's disciples after the war entered the government in early 1994 in a coalition with two other parties, winning 13.5% of the total vote and sending 15 members in the cabinet. This was the first victory at the national level for neo-fascists anywhere in post-war Europe. And Giovanni Fini, the youthful leader of the party, is one of the most popular Italian politicians. In 1995, the party had 210,000 members, 8,400 branches, 109 deputies in the lower chamber of the parliament, 48 senators, 4 mayors, 750 chairs of city councils, 2,600 municipal councillors, 45 regional councillors, and 11 members of the European Parliament. In April 1995, Fini's new electoral alliance won 14% of the total vote. In France, the progress of the reaction can be measured by the success of the party of the European far right. Jean-Marie Le Pen's Front National, measured by the standard French reaction, is robust. In the presidential election of April 1995, Le Pen tallied his highest vote total ever, 15% of the national vote. In Marseilles and Nice, he performed as well as Zhuganov and Haider did elsewhere, winning 22.3% and 24% of the votes. In June, they scored a breakthrough, winning mayoral races in 3 cities, including Toulon, doubling the number of conciliators and reaching the second ballot in 150 urban areas with populations over 20,000. A year earlier, they scored 10% in the European Parliament elections. Overall, 87 French periodicals expressed these views, along with 18 neo-Nazi papers, 17 new right journals, 5 that denied the reality of the Holocaust, and roughly 50 more that reveal assorted far-right views. In Belgium, the neo-Nazis Vlaam Bloc is one of the most significant far-right parties in Europe, ideological heir to the pre-war fascist the Rex Party. The VB is the largest Flemish party in Brussels, where in May 1995 it won 12% of the Flemish vote. Less than a year earlier, the VB had won 28% of the vote in Antwerp, thereby becoming the largest party in the second largest Belgian city. With 400 office holders in its rank, the VB has represented the European Parliament, 2 at the national level, 15 at the Flemish Federation, 16 at the lower levels. Allied with the Francophone Front National Belge, the VB is close to Le Pen's right wing in France, Zurkowski's party in Russia, and the extremist groups in Germany and South Africa. In 1993, the Belgian Minister of Defense refused to rule out a possible coalition with VB, which expresses open admirations for the Hitler regime and apartheid. In Romania, polls showed 27 support the authoritarian strong-arm leadership. This is not surprising, since in the late 1992, a coalition of the main chauvinist parties vaulted into the parliament with 15% of the national vote, gaining 84 seats. By 1994, polls showed that these parties enjoyed support from 19% of the Romanian public. Most of this gain was registered by the electoral wing of the violent chauvinist VR, which claims a very dubious 6 million members. A total of 4 neo-fascist parties now represented in the Romanian parliament. All are stridently anti-Semitic. In 1995, Cornelia Vadim Tudor's ultra-right party joined the national government with 28 mayors and 23 members of parliament. The party is now an electoral force to be reckoned with. Tudor is a notorious anti-Semite who led the PRM out of the governing coalition late in 1995, charging that the Iliescu regime had sold out to the Jews. Another major party went so far as to call for vengeance. We have the right to round up the Jews and judge them severely for their odious crimes, the party paper editorialized, and if the wrath of the people cannot be appeased, then the flight from Egypt is going to look like a picnic in retrospect. Anti-Semitism and anti-democratism. An astute observer of the Eastern European scene notes that the old religious and cultural biases against the Jews are conspicuously less salient than they used to be. The new Judeophobia, he writes, has less to do with actual Jews than it does with an abstract image of the Jew, and the content of the image is far from arbitrary. From Rostock to Tehran and Moscow to Paris, the particular Jewish qualities that the right singles out are inevitably tied to European modernity as a protest against liberalism, the idea of united Europe against human rights and democratic values. For Manichaeans, the democratic enemy personifies whatever is most reviled. For authoritarians, the ultimate enemy is whatever constructs Caesarist rule. That can be a soft government, a protest movement, an unruly legislator, the press, intelligentsia. Permissiveness, it is coincidental that the satanic Jew of anti-Semitic fantasy is often a kind of composite stereotype of all these forces. Soft yet menacing, loud but cerebral, cloistered yet orgiastic, the chimerical Jew, it seems, is all this and more: shadow government, visible anarchy, reason, revolution, everything that is which conspires to shatter the iron fist. The mythical Jew, then, is democracy demonized. The anti Semite's enemy is the authoritarian's nightmare. The Democrat perceived it as an antichrist, personified as Antichrist. This is why the mythopoesis of the anti Jewish chimera is special appeal for the anti Democrats. Democratic opponents are eternally present in potential. The Jew, as a master metaphor for this eternal enemy, can never be destroyed, no matter what happens to actual Jews. Every new authoritarian current can be subsumed under the rubric Jewish. In Richard Wagner's phrase, the Jews are plastic demons, ever mutable and forever evil. Since authority can always be questioned, Jews can never disappear. This, it seems, is the metaphysical deduction of the Manichaean unconscious. That is to say, however, that democracy is the only force demonized by the anti-Semite. On the contrary, it is the subterranean realm of psychic equivalences. The Jew is a very plastic demon indeed. Authoritarians are upset by democracy in particular as the leveling force of abstract egalitarianism that negates the limits of natural hierarchies. They revere crown and subject, patrician and plebeian, husband and wife, father and child. But other forces also weaken traditional hierarchy, reason which calls custom into question, humanitarianism with its challenge to the very notion of inequality, capitalism for upsetting the old order of class inequalities, socialism for opposing the new order of class inequalities, pacifism for putting power politics under a moral cloud, feminism for fighting patriarchy, and cosmopolitanism for weakening patriotism. These forces are terrifying for authoritarians. They see not the professed good, will, and humanism of democracy, but rather its power to atomize the profane established codes of superiority and civility. This is one reason why they have so often opposed ruling parties that they see both weak and terroristic. For partisans of central authority, Democrats are terroristic precisely because they forcibly decentralize power, softening authority levels hierarchy. For authoritarians, in other words, the soft rule of majority tyrannically suppresses the wish for a tyrant. This may be a paradox, but its psychological force is great. In a similar spirit, revolutionary conservatives seek to prove the evil of reason, which they know in their hearts is unreasonable. All this is needed then to equate Jews with reason, with democracy. The Manichaean anti-Semitism springs to life, fully formed. The Jews in this vision are the plastic unity of all the anti-Semites and their demons. They unite a plethora of fears into a single specter, serving, as Zizek well explains, as a kind of quilting point. J.P. Dupuy puts the logic of this point in a different language and without reference to the Jews when he analyzes the leader of an endogenous fixed point produced by the crowd. Well, the crowd imagines itself to be the product. The chimeric leader or enemy is not a cause, it is an effect, a systemic effect, reflecting the group's self-externalization. And this self-externalization, Zizek would add, is self-constituting. Manichaean anti-Semites will find an identity in their unity as anti-Jews. They are living antithesis of the Jew, revolving like planets around a radiant myth. It should be clear in this context that since the authoritarian enemies, visible or invisible, can always be personified as Jews, real Jews are unnecessary to prompt or sustain this worldview. Mythic Jews serve as an explanation, master key for Manichaeans, whether real Jews are present or not. Hence, the decisive issues are not the presence of Jews, but the presence of anti-Semites. If the Jew did not exist, as Sartre famously wrote, the anti-Semite would have to invent him. In a sense, this appears to be what has in fact happened in Japan, Romania, and Slovakia today. A distant echo of Jewish history has taken a transcendental life in the Manichaean myth. Critics of this perspective often note that Jews are less directly menaced by ethnic bigotry than other more visible minorities. From Russia, Azeris, and other so-called blacks are in greater danger. In Germany, Turks and Vietnamese are assaulted. In France, North Africans are at risk. In Austria, migrant Slovenian laborers. In Romania, ethnic Hungarians. In Iran, Kurds and the Baha'i believers, and so on. The truth of this point is plain. It should be recalled, however, that anti-Semitism tends to correlate strongly with bias against other outgroups. Hence, it is a poor consolidation for Jews to learn that the bigots who violently assault Azeris, Turks, Sinti, Romi, and Maghrebs probably hate them too. And the fact that Jews are injured less than others than often than Turks and Roma does not contradict the claim that Judeophobia grows and prospers. On the contrary, it is perfectly possible for anti-Semitism to flourish while Jews are left comparatively undisturbed. Chimeras differ from ordinary prejudice. They revolve around imaginary enemies who can be phantasmically annihilated. As we have seen, actual Jews, whether living or dead, are besides the point for a chimera. In a sense, only mythic Jews count. This perspective also helps to understand why the denial of the Holocaust is now so common among anti-Semites. The elders of Zion are simply more real to chimerical anti-Semites than Jewish millions who died in Auschwitz, Dachau, and Treblinka. Jews seem imperishably occult and nebulous as they are nefarious, a ghostly, dispersed people that cannot be annihilated by ordinary physical means. For many, this is the lesson of the Holocaust. It seems unlikely then that in post-Holocaust era there will be a second edition of the final solution. Jews, however, will never be safe as long as they personify principles hateful to authoritarians, and that unhappily is something wholly beyond their control. Anti-Semites oppose reason and democracy, not just as a people or culture, and no one group is uniquely chosen to resist. Okay, so that article was really long. Mod Guru, God bless, thanks for showing up. Oswald, if you're sticking around, I'm going to go over the Wikipedia entry to Spengler's Decline of the West. So that's probably all I'm going to do. So I'm even going to close these other ones out. So it'll probably take me another 45 minutes or so to just go over these two Wikipedia articles, but I'll try to finish that up. And let me use the restroom real quick, pour another slight drink, and then we'll continue for a little more. We'll look at historical recurrence and the decline of the West. Okay. Yeah, that article took so much time to read that it drained me of any desire to actually make any commentary on it. So I'll just leave it there and you put out some interesting things I'd meant to cover over the last few months. So finally got to it. And, within the general research on sociology. So there's a few semi-related things, somewhat with conspiracy theory, is the understanding of history. How do we understand history, patterns in history? Because really all a conspiracy theory is a causal pattern of history. So let's look at historical recurrence. Historical recurrence is the repetition of similar events in history. The concept of historical recurrence has variously been applied to overall human history, to the rise and fall of empires, to repetitive patterns in history of a given polity, and to the two specific events which bear a striking similarity. Hypothetically, in the extreme, the concept of historical recurrence assumes the form of a doctrine of eternal recurrence, which has been written about in various forms since antiquity and was described in the 19th century by Heinrich Heine and Friedrich Nietzsche. Was often remarked that history repeats itself in cycles of less than cosmological duration. This cannot be strictly true. In this interpretation of recurrence, as opposed perhaps to the Nietzschean interpretation, there's no metaphysics. Recurrence takes place due to a certainable circumstances and chains of causality. An example is the ubiquitous phenomenon of multiple independent discovery in science and technology, described by Robert Merton and Harriet Zuckerman. Indeed, recurrences in the form of reproducible findings obtained through experiment and observation are essential to the natural and social sciences, and the form of observation, rigorously studied in the comparative method and comparative research, are essential to the humanities. G.W. Trompt, in his book The Idea of Historical Recurrence in Western Thought, traces historically recurring patterns of political thought and behavior in the West since antiquity. If history has lessons to impart, they are to be found par excellence in such recurring patterns. Historical recurrence of the striking similarity type can sometimes induce a sense of convergence, resonance, or déjà vu. Authors. Ancient Western thinkers who had thought about recurrence had largely been concerned with cosmological rather than historical recurrence. Western philosophers and historians who had discussed various concepts of historical recurrence include the Greek Hellenistic historians Polybius, the Greek historians, and rhetorician Dionysius of Halicarnassus, Luke the Evangelicus, Niccolo Machiavelli, Giambattista Vico, Cordelia Moreland Walsh, and Arnold Toynbee. An Eastern concept that bears kinship to the Western concept of historical recurrence is the Chinese concept of mandate to heaven, by which an unjust ruler will lose the support of heaven and be overthrown. In the Islamic world, Ibn Khaldun wrote that asabiya, social cohesion and group unity, plays an important role in the kingdom or dynasty's cycle of rise and fall. Trump describes various historical paradigms of historical recurrence, including paradigms that view types of large-scale historical phenomenon variously as cyclical, fluctuant, reciprocal, reenacted, or revived. He also notes the view proceeding from a belief of the uniformity of human nature. It holds that because human nature does not change, the same sorts of events can recur at any time. Other minor causes of cases of recurrent thinking, he writes, include the isolation of any two specific events which bear a very striking similarity, and the preoccupation with parallelism, that is, which resemblances both general and precise between separate sets of historical phenomena. Lessons. Trump notes that most Western concepts of historical recurrence imply that the past teaches lessons for future action, that the same sorts of events which have been happened before will recur. One such recurring theme was early offered by Posidonius, a Greek polymath, who argued that the dissipation of the old Roman virtues had followed the removal of the Carthaginian challenge to Rome's supremacy in the Mediterranean world. The theme that civilizations flourish or fail according to their responses to the human environmental challenges that they face would be picked up 2,000 years later by Toynbee. Dionysius, while praising Rome at the expense of its predecessors, Assyria, Media, Persia, and Macedonia, anticipated Rome's eventual decay. He thus implied the idea of recurring decay in the history of the world empires, an idea that is to be developed by the Greek historian Diodorus Siculus and by Pompeius Trogus, 1st century BC Roman historian from a Celtic tribe in the Galilee. By the 5th century, Zosimus could see the writing on the Roman wall and asserted that empires fall due to internal disunity. He gave examples from the history of Greece and Macedonia. In the case of each empire, growth resulted from consolidation against an external enemy. Rome herself, in response to Hannibal's threat posed at Cannae, had risen to a great power status within a mere 5 decades. With Rome's world dominion, however, aristocracy had been supplanted by the monarchy, which in turn tended to decay into tyranny. After Augustus Caesar, good rulers had alternated with tyrannical ones. The Roman Empire, in its western and eastern sectors, had become a contending ground between contestants for power, while outside powers acquired an advantage. In Rome's decay, Zosimus saw history repeating itself in its general movements. The ancients developed an enduring metaphor for a polity's evolution, drawing analogy between an individual's human life cycle and developments undergone by a body politic. This metaphor was offered in various iterations by Cicero, Seneca, Florus, and Ammianus Marcellinus. The social organism metaphor, which has been traced back to the Greek philosopher and polymath Aristotle, would occur centuries later in the work of the French philosopher and sociologist Auguste Comte, English philosopher and polymath Herbert Spencer, and the French sociologist Emile Durkheim. Nicholas Machiavelli, analyzing the state of Florentine and Italian politics between 1434 and 1494, described recurrent oscillations between order and disorder within states. When states have arrived at the greatest perfection, they soon begin to decline in the same manner, having been reduced by disorder and sunk to their utmost state of depression, unable to descend lower. They of necessity reascend and thus form good. They gradually decline to evil, and from evil mount up to good. Machiavelli accounts for this oscillation by arguing that virtue of valor and political effectiveness produces peace, peace produces idleness, idleness disorder, and disorder ruin. In turn, from Ravenna springs order, from order virtue, and from this glory and good fortune. Machiavelli, as had the ancient Greek historian Thucydides, saw human nature as remarkably stable, steady enough for the formulation of the rules of political behavior. Machiavelli wrote in his discourse, "Whoever considers the past and the present will readily observe that all cities and peoples ever have been animated by the same desires and the same passions, so that it is easy, by diligent study of the past, to foresee what is likely to happen in the future in any republic, and to apply these remedies that were used by the ancients, or not finding any that were employed by them, to devise new ones from the similarity of events." In 1377, the Arab scholar Ibn Khaldun, in his Muqaddimah or Prolegomena, wrote that when nomadic tribes become united by asabiya, Arabic for group feeling, social solidarity, or clanism, their superior cohesion and military powers puts urban dwellers at their mercy. Inspired often by religion, they conquer towns and create new regimes. But within a few generations, writes Ibn Khaldun, the victorious tribesmen lose their abbasiya and become corrupted by luxury, extravagance, and leisure. The rulers, who can no longer rely on fierce warriors for his defense, will have to raise extortionate taxes to pay for other sorts of soldiers, and this in turn may lead to future problems that result in eventual downfall of his dynasty or state. Joshua Goldstein suggests that empires, analogously to an individual's midlife crisis, experience a political midlife crisis after a period of expansion in which all earlier goals are realized. Overconfidence sets in, and governments are then likely to attack or threaten their strongest rival. Goldstein cites 4 examples: the British Empire in the Crimean War, the German Empire in the First World War, the Soviet Union in the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the United States in the Vietnam War. Suggestions that the European Union is suffering a political midlife crisis have been put forward by Gideon Rockman, Roland Benedictor, and Natalie Norgerede. David Hackett Fisher has identified 4 waves of European history, each of some 150 to 200 years. Each wave begins with prosperity, leading to inflation, inequality, rebellion, and war, and resolving in a long period of equilibrium. For example, 18th century inflation led to the Napoleonic Wars, and later to the Victorian equilibrium. Sir Arthur Keith's theory of species-wide enmity complex suggests that human conscience evolved as a duality. People are driven to protect members of their in-group and to hate and fight enemies who belong to an out-group. Thus, an endless, useless cycle of ad hoc ism arise. Similarities. One of the recurrence patterns identified by Trump involves the isolation of any 2 specific events which bear a very striking similarity. The Spanish-American philosopher George Santayana observed that those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Karl Marx, having in mind the retrospective coup d'etat of Napoleon and his nephew Napoleon III, wrote acerbically in 1852, Hegel remarks somewhere that all facts and personages of great importance in world history occur, as it were, twice. He forgot to add the first time as tragedy, the second time as farce. However, Poland's Adam Michnik believes that history is not just about the past because it's constantly recurring, and not as farce as Marx had it, but as itself the world, writes Michnik, is full of inquisitions and heretics, liars and those who lied, terrorists and those terrorized. There is still someone dying at Thermopylae, someone drinking a glass of hemlock, someone crossing the Rubicon, someone drawing up a proscription list. Plutarch's Parallel Lives traces the similarities between pairs of Roman and Greek historical figure. Poland's Catholic primate Stanislaw Zenzanopowski was murdered by his former friend, King Balstool the Bold, and England's Catholic primate Thomas Becket was murdered at behest of his former friend, King Henry II. Mongolian Emperor Kublai Khan's attempted conquest of Japan was frustrated by typhoons, and the Spanish King Philip II's attempted conquest of England was frustrated by a hurricane. Hernan Cortes' fateful 1519 entry into Mexico's Aztec Empire was reputedly facilitated by the natives' identification of him with their god Quetzalcoatl, who had been predicted to return that very year, and English Captain James Cook's fateful 1778 entry into Hawaii during the annual Makahiki festival honoring the fertility and peace god Lono was reputedly facilitated by the natives' identification of Cook with Lono, who had left Hawaii promising to return to a floating island, evoked by Cook's ship under full sail. In 1521, Portuguese explorer Ferdinand Magellan in the Felipe Islands, foolhardily with only 4 men, confronted 1,500 natives who defied his attempt to Christianize them and was killed. In 1779, English explorer James Cook on Hawaii Island, foolhardily only with a few men, confronted the natives, and some individuals took one of Cook's small boats, and Cook and 4 of his men were killed. Poland's Queen Jadwiga, dying in 1399, bequeathed her personal jewelry for the restoration of the Krakow University, and Leland Stanford's widow, Jane Stanford, attempted, after his 1893 death, to sell all personal jewelry to restore Stanford University's financial viability, ultimately bequeathing the jewelry to fund the purchase of books for Stanford University. In 1812, French Emperor Napoleon, born a Corsican outsider, was unprepared for an extended winter campaign, yet invaded the Russian Empire, precipitating the fall of the French Empire. In 1941, German Führer Adolf Hitler, born an Austrian outsider, was underprepared for an extended winter campaign, yet invaded the Russian Empire. Soviet successor state, which was ruled by Joseph Stalin, born a Georgian outsider, thus precipitating the fall of the German Third Reich. Mahatma Gandhi worked to liberate his compatriots by peaceful means and was shot dead. Martin Luther King worked to liberate his compatriots by peaceful means and was shot dead. Over history, confrontations between people, typically geographical neighbors, help consolidate the peoples into nations, at times into frank empires, until at last, exhausted by conflicts and drained by resources, the once militant polities settle into relatively peaceful habitus. Martin Indyk observes, wars often don't end until both sides have exhausted themselves and become convinced that they are better off coexisting with their enemies than pursuing a futile effort to destroy them. Polities ignored John Black's 1898 warning of the railroad mobilized, industrialized, stalemated, attritional total war, World War I, that was on the way and would destroy an appreciable part of mankind. And polities ignored geologists, oceanographers, atmospheric scientists, biologists, and climatologists' warning of the climate change tipping point that is a course to destroy all of mankind. Humans tend to behave in accordance with the principles of social physics described by the English philosopher Thomas Hobbes after he had met the Italian physicist Galileo Galilei in 1836 in Florence. Humans empirically minded tend to doubt what has not been presented by their own senses or by unquestioned authorities, and inertly to not act unless compelled by circumstances. John Valent writes, in reference to the global warming crisis, the self-protective tendency to favor the status quo over a potentially disruptive scenario one has not witnessed personally. Well, it is clear from the laws of physics that rising levels of greenhouse gases in Earth's atmosphere must eventually cause disastrous climate warming with consequently enhanced droughts, floods, forest fires, and cyclones. people were easily lulled into complacency by the mendacities of fossil fuel interests. Similarly, navies continue building aircraft carriers at enormous expense despite their clear vulnerability to attack because their construction creates civilian jobs and because, as Stephen Rank, political science teacher at the U.S. Naval Academy, historically the top leadership of the military organization has not abandoned obsolete prestige weapons until compelled to do so by a calamity. People ignore warnings about the dangers of nuclear power plants until anticipated nuclear power plant accidents occur, and people ignore warnings about the dangers of nuclear weapons, which in 1945 destroyed two Japanese cities, have on several occasions come close to destroying more of the world's cities and could still do so in the future. The dangers of the fissile-fossil complex have been denied or minimized by power interest, and as the dangers of the tobacco smoking has been denied or minimized by tobacco interest. Jessica Tuckman Matthews, Daughters of the Guns of August author Barbara Tuckman, observes that powerful reasons to doubt that there could be a limited nuclear war include those that emerge from any study of history, a knowledge of how humans act under pressure, or experience of government. Apposite evidence for this is provided by Martin Sherwin's Gambling with Armageddon, which makes clear on the basis of recently declassified documents that it was a matter of sheer chance that the war was averted during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Numerous events have they taken a slightly different course could each have precipitated nuclear war. Fintan O'Toole writes that American war correspondent Martha Gellhom, her dispatches were not the first drafts of history, they were letters from eternity. To see history, or at least the history of war in terms of people, is to see not as a linear process, but as a series of terrible repetitions. It is her ability to capture the terrible futility of the sameness that makes Gellhorn's reportage so genuinely timeless. We are drawn into the undertow of her distraught awareness that this moment, in its essence, has happened before and will happen again. Cassie Kepp, describing a distance between William Faulkner's documented personal racism and Faulkner's depiction of the American Confederacy, writes that Michael Gora, in The Saddest Words, William Faulkner's Civil War, posits that the character Quentin Compson, who suicides in Absalom represent Faulkner's view of tragedy and recurrence. Again, was the saddest word for the character and the author alike because it suggests that what has simply gone on happening, a cycle of repetition that replays itself forever. What was is never over. Gore writes, pointing out that the racism that ensnared Faulkner in the last century persists in the 21st century. Again, that's precisely why Faulkner remains so valuable. That very recurrence makes him necessary. British novelist Martin Amis observes that recurring patterns of empirical ascendance and decline are mirrored in the novels published. According to Amis, novels follow current political trends in the Victoria era, where Britain was the ascendant power. British novels were large and tried to express what society as a whole was. British power waned during the Second World War and ended after the war. The British novel was then some 225 pages long and centered on narrow subjects such as career setbacks or marriage setbacks. The British novel's great tradition increasingly looked depleted. Ascendants, according to Ames, had passed to the United States, and Americans such as Saul Bellow, Norman Mailer, Philip Roth, and John Updike began writing huge novels. Novelists and historians have discerned recurrent patterns in the histories of the modern political tyrants. Gabriel Garcia Marquez, in his novel The Autumn of the Patriarch, created a composite character, a mythical, unnamed autocrat who has held sway seemingly forever over an invented Caribbean country akin to Constaguin and Joseph Conrad's Nostromo. To portray him, Garcia Marquez drew upon a motley cohort of Latin American caudillos, as well as Spain's Generalissimo Francis Franco. Ruth Ben Giat's Strongman, Mussolini to the Present, writes Ariel Dorfman, documents the virile recurrence around the world of the past century of despots and authoritarians with comparable strategies of control and mendacity. Ben Giat divides the narrative into three, at times overlapping periods. The era of fascist takeovers runs from 1919 to the ascent of Mussolini until Hitler's defeat in 1945, with Franco as the third member of the atrocious trio. In the next phase, the age of the military coup, 1950 to 1990, the main representatives are Pinochet, Muammar Gaddafi, and Mobutu Sese Seko, along with minor figures like Ibn Amin, Saddam Hussein, and Mohammed Said Barre. Finally, starting in the 1990s, the cycle of new authoritarians who win elections and proceed to degrade the democracy that brought them into power. Ben-Gvir primarily dissects Silvio Berlusconi, Vladimir Putin, and Donald Trump, with Viktor Orban Jair Bolsonaro, Rodrigo Duterte, Narendra Modi, and Recep Tayyip Erdogan given perfunctory assessment. Dorfman notes the absence from Benguet's study of many authoritarian rulers, including communists like Mao, Stalin, Castro, and the three Kims of the North Korea, nor is there mention of Indonesia's Suharto and Shah of Iran, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, though the CIA engineered coups that led to both lording it over their lands, and the agency can also be linked to Pinochet's military putsch in Chile. Dorfman believes that Juan Domingo Perón would also have been made instructive example to include Ruth Bengott's study of strongmen. British political commentator Ferdinand Montt brings attention to the ubiquitous recurrence of mendacity in politics. Politicians lie to cover up their mistakes, to gain advantage over their opponents, or to achieve purposes that might be unpalpable or harmful to their public or to a foreign public. Some notable practitioners of political mendacity discussed by Blount include Julius Caesar, Caesar Borgia, Queen Elizabeth I, Oliver Cromwell, Robert Clive, Napoleon, Winston Churchill, Tony Blair, Boris Johnson, and Donald Trump. In the Talmud, they use the expression Maisel Avos Sinem to Labunum, the signs of the father are assigned to the children, in the sense that cycles repeat. What happened with the fathers are repetitive in the children. And, as I mentioned, the Kabbalah has a deeper mysticism with reincarnation, where it's the same actors of the same play in every generation. That's essentially the same people in the same play, generation after generation, just through transmigration of souls. Okay, so we'll conclude this week in review with the overview of Oswald Spengler's The Decline of the West. And I'm not sure if Oswald is here for this, and this is just a brief overview, but talking about patterns in history, one of the most famous is Oswald Spengler. The Decline of the West. The Decline of the West is a 2-volume work by Oswald Spengler. The first volume, subtitled Form and Actuality, was published in the summer of 1918. The second volume, subtitled Perspectives of World History, was published in 1922. The definitive edition of both volumes was published in 1923. Spengler introduced his book as a Copernican overturning of a specific metaphor of societal collapse, involving the rejection of the Eurocentric view of history, especially the division of history into the linear, ancient, medieval, modern rubric. According to Spengler, the meaningful unit of history are not epochs, but whole cultures which evolve as organisms. In this framework, the terms culture and civilization were given non-standard definitions, and cultures is described as having lifespans of about 1,000 years of flourishing and 1,000 years of decline. To Spengler, the natural lifespan of these groupings was to start as a race, become a culture as it flourished and to produce new insights, and then to become civilization. Spengler differed from others in not seeing the final civilization stage as necessary, better than the earlier stages. Rather, the military expansion and self-assured confidence that accompanied the beginning of such a phase was a sign that civilization arrogantly decided it had already understood the world and would stop creating new bold ideas, which would eventually lead to a decline. For example, to Spengler, the classical world culture stage was in Greek and early Roman thought. The expansion of the Roman Empire was its civilization phase, and the collapse of Rome and the Byzantine emperors their decline. He believed that the West was in its evening, similar to the late Roman Empire, and approaching its eventual decline despite its seeming power. Spengler recognized at least 8 high cultures: Babylonian, Egyptian, Chinese, Indian, Mesoamerican, Mayan, Aztec, Classical, Greek, Roman, Apollonian, the non-Babylonian Middle East, Magian, and Western or European Faustian. Spengler combined numerous groups under the Magian label: Semitic, Arabian, Persian, and the Abrahamic religions in general as originating from them: Judaism, Christianity, Islam. Similarly, he combined various Mediterranean cultures of antiquity, including the ancient Greek and ancient Rome, as Apollonian, and modern Westerners as Faustian. According to Spengler, the Western world was ending, and the final season, the winter or Faustian civilization, was being witnessed. In Spengler's depiction, Western man was a proud but tragic figure because while he strives and creates, he secretly knows the actual goal will never be reached: creation. Spengler said that he conceived the book sometime in 1911 and spent 3 years to finish the first draft. At the start of the World War I, he began revising it and completed the first volume in 1917. It was published in the following year when Spengler was 38 and was his first work apart from his doctoral thesis on Heraclitus. The second volume was published in 1922. The first volume is subtitled Form and Actuality. The second volume is Perspectives in World History. Spengler's own view of the aims and intentions of the work were described in the prefaces and occasionally in other places, such as in the preface to Man and Technics. Overview. Spengler's world historical outlook was informed by many philosophers, including Goethe and to some degree Nietzsche. He described the significance of these two German philosophers and their influence on his worldview in his lecture Nietzsche in his Century. He called his analysis approach analogy. By these means, we are able to distinguish polarity and periodicity in the world. Morphology was a key part to Spengler's philosophy of history, using a methodology which approached history and historical comparisons on the basis of civilization, forms, and structure without regard to function. In his footnote, Spengler described the essential core of the philosophical approach towards history, culture, and civilization. Plato and Goethe stand for the philosophy of becoming, Aristotle and Kant the philosophy of being. Goethe's note in verse must be regarded as the expression of a perfectly definite metaphysical doctrine. I would not have a single word changed of this. The Godhead is effective in the living and not in the dead, in the becoming and the changing, not in the become and the steadfast, and therefore similarity, the reason, is concerned only to strive towards the divine through the becoming and the living, and the understanding only to make use of the becoming and the steadfast. This sentence comprises my entire philosophy. Scholars now agree that the word decline more accurately renders the intended meaning of Spengler's original German word Untergang, often translated in the more empathetic downfall. Unter being under and gang being going is also accurately rendered in English as going under of the West. Spengler said that he did not mean to describe a catastrophic occurrence, but rather a protracted fall of twilight of sunset. In 1921, Spengler wrote that he might even have used the title of the word Vollendung, which means fulfillment or consummation, and saved a great deal of misunderstanding. Spenglerian terms. Spengler invented certain terms with unusual meanings not commonly encountered for everyday discourse. Culture, civilization. Spengler used two terms in a specific manner, loading them with particular values. For him, civilization is what culture becomes once its creative impulses wane and become overwhelmed by critical impulses. Culture is the becoming, civilization is the thing which culture becomes. Rousseau, Socrates, and Buddha each mark the point where their culture is transformed into civilization. They each buried centuries of spiritual death by presenting the world in rational terms. The intellect comes to rule once the soul has abdicated. Apollonian, Magian, Faustian. These terms are Spengler's terms for classical Arabian and Western cultures, respectively. Apollonian cultural civilization is focused around ancient Greece and Rome. Spengler saw its worldview as being characterized by appreciation for the beauty of the human body and a preference for the local and the present moment. The Apollonian world sense was described as ahistorical, citing Thucydides's claim in the histories that nothing of importance had happened before him. Spengler said that the classical culture did not feel the same anxiety as the Faustian when confronted with an undocumented event. Magian culture and civilization include the Jews from about 400 BC, early Christians, and various Arabian religions up to including Islam. He described it as having a world feeling that revolved around the concept of world as a cavern, epitomized by the domed mosque, and a preoccupation with essence. Spengler saw the development of this culture as being distorted by a too influential presence of older civilizations, the initial vigorous expansionary impulses of Islam being in part a reaction against this. Faustian, according to Spengler, the Faustian culture began in Western Europe around the 10th century and had such expansionary power that by the 20th century it was covering the entire earth, with only a few regions where Islam provided an alternative worldview. He described it as having a world feeling inspired by the concept of infinitely wide and profound space, the yearning towards distance and infinity. The term Faustian is in reference to Goethe's Faust. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe had a massive effect on Spengler, in which a dissatisfied intellectual is willing to make a pact with the devil in return for unlimited knowledge. Spengler believed that this represented the Western man's limitless metaphysics, unrestricted thirst for knowledge, and constant confrontation with the infinite. Pseudomorphosis. The concept of pseudomorphosis is one Spengler borrows from mineralogy and is introduced as a way of explaining what he calls half-developed and only partially manifested cultures. Specifically, pseudomorphosis refers to older cultures or civilizations being so deeply ingrained that a young culture cannot find its own form and full expression of itself. Spengler's words, this leads to young soul being cast into old molds, young feelings that stiffen in senile practices, and instead of expanding creatively, it fosters hate towards the older culture. Spengler believes that Imagian pseudomorphosis began the Battle of Actium, in which the gestating Arabian culture was represented by Mark Antony and lost to the classical civilization. The battle was different from the conflict between Rome and Greece, which had been fought out in Cannae and Zama, with Hannibal being the representative of Hellenism. He said that Antony should have won Actium and his victory would have freed the Magian culture, but his defeat imposed a Roman civilization on it. In Russia, Spengler saw a young, underdeveloped culture in a pseudomorphosis under the Faustian Petrine form. He said that Peter the Great distorted the Tsarism of Russia to the dynastic form of Western Europe, the burning of Moscow as Napoleon was set to invade. He described it as a primitive expression of hatred towards the foreigner. In the following entry on Alexander I into Paris, the Holy Alliance, and the Concert of Europe, he said that Russia was forced into artificial history before its culture was ready or capable of understanding the burden. This would result in hatred towards Europe, which Spengler said poisoned the womb of the emerging new culture in Russia. While he does not name the culture, he said that Tolstoy is its past and Dostoevsky is its future. Becoming being. For Spengler, becoming is the basic element, and being is static and secondary, not the other way around. He said that philosopher as a nutshell is contained in the line from Goethe, the Godhead is effective in the living and not in the dead, in the becoming and the changing, not in the become and the set fast, and therefore similarity and intuition is concerned only to strive towards the divine through becoming, and the living, and logic only to make use of the becoming and the set fast. Blood, race. Spengler described blood as the only power which is strong enough to overthrow money, which he saw as the dominant power of his age. Blood is commonly understood to mean race feeling, and the concept is partially true but is misleading. Spengler's concept of race has nothing to do with ethnic identity. So, in that sense, he was hostile towards racists. The book states that a population became a race when it is united in outlook, regardless of its ethnic origin. Spengler also states that the final struggle with money will be a battle between capitalism and socialism, but again, it will be socialism with a specific definition, the will to call into life a mighty political economic order that transcends all class interest, a system of lofty thoughtfulness and duty sense. He also writes a power can be overthrown only by another power, not by principle, and only one power that can confront money is left. Money is overthrown and abolished by blood. Life is alpha and omega. It is the facts of facts before the irresistible rhythm of the generation sequence. Everything built up by the waking consciousness in its intellectual world vanishes at the last. Therefore, if he wanted to replace blood by a single word, it would be more correct to use life force rather than race feeling. Spengler's culture. Spengler said that the 8 Hoc culturin or high cultures have existed: Babylonian, Egyptaic, Indic, Sinaic, Mesoamerican, Apollonian, Magian, and Faustian. The decline is largely concerned with the classical and Western, and to some degree Magian cultures, but some examples are taken from the Chinese and Egyptian. He said that each culture arises with a specific geographical area and is defined by an internal coherence of style in terms of art, religious behavior, and psychological perspective. In addition, each culture is described as having a conception of space which is expressed by an or symbol. Spengler said that his idea of culture is justifiable through the existence of recurrent patterns of development and decline across 1,000 years of each culture's active lifetime. Spengler did not classify the Southeast Asian and Peruvian cultures as high culture. He thought that Russia was still defining itself but was bringing into being a high culture. The Indus Valley civilization had not been discovered at the time he was writing, and its realization with later Indian civilization remained unclear for some time. Themes. Meaning of history. Spengler distinguishes between ahistorical peoples and peoples caught up in world history. Well, he recognizes that all people are part of history. He said that only certain cultures have a wider sense of historical involvement, meaning that some people see themselves as part of a grand historical design or tradition, while others view themselves in a self contained manner and have no historical consciousness. For Spengler, world historical view is about the meaning of history itself, breaking the historian or observer out of the crude culturally parochial classification of history. By learning about different courses taken by other civilizations, people can better understand their own culture and identity. He said that those who still maintain a historical view of the world are the ones who continue to make history. Spengler said that life and humankind as a whole have an ultimate aim. However, he maintains a distinction between world historical peoples and ahistorical people. The former will have a historical destiny as part of the high culture, while the latter will have a mere zoological fate. He said that the world historical man's destiny is a self-fulfillment as a part of his culture. Further, Spengler said that not only is pre-cultural man without history, he loses his historical weight as his culture becomes exhausted and becomes more and more defined civilization. For example, Spengler classifies classical and Indic civilizations as ahistorical, comparing them to the Egyptian and Western civilization, which developed conceptions of historical time. He sees all cultures as equally in the study of world historical development. This leads to a kind of historical relativism and dispensationalism. Historical data in Spengler's mind are an expression of their historical time contingent upon relative to that context. Thus, the insight of one era are not unshakable or valid in another time or culture. There is no eternal truths, and each individual has a duty to look beyond one's own culture to see what individuals of other cultures have with equal certainty created for themselves. He said that what is significant is not whether the past thinkers' insights are relevant today, but whether they are exceptionally relevant to the great facts of their own time. Culture and civilization. Spengler's conception of culture was organic. Primitive culture is simply the sum of its constituent incoherent parts, individuals, tribes, clans, etc. Higher culture, in its maturity and coherence, becomes an organism in its own right. According to Spengler, culture is described as sublimating its various customs, myths, techniques, arts, peoples, and classes into a single strong, undisputed historical tendency. Spengler divided the concept of culture and civilization. The former focused inward and growing, and the latter outward and merely expanding. However, he sees civilization as the destiny of every culture. The transition is not a matter of choice. It is not the conscious will of individuals, classes, or peoples that decides. He said that while cultures are things becoming, civilizations are things become. Well, the distinction between civilization and what culture becomes when they are no longer creative and growing. As the conclusion of the culture's arc of growth, civilizations are described as outwardly focused and, in that sense, artificial or insincere. As an example, Spengler used the Greeks and Romans, saying that the imaginative Greek culture declined into a wholly practical Roman civilization. Spengler also compared the world, city, and province, urban and rural, as concepts analogous to civilization and culture respectively, with the city drawing upon the collecting the life of broad surrounding regions. He said there is a true type rural-born person, in contrast to the city dwellers who are allegedly nomadic, traditionalists, religious, matter of fact, clever, unfruitful, and contemptuous of the countryman. In his view, the city contains only a mob, not a people, and are hostile to the traditions that represent the culture. In Spengler's view, these traditions are nobility, the Christian church, privileges, dynasties, convention, and art, and limits on scientific knowledge. He said that city dwellers possess cold intelligences that confounds peasant wisdoms and naturalism and attitudes towards sex, which are a return to primitive instincts and a reduced inner religiousness. Further, Spengler saw urban wage disputes and large entertainment expenditures as the final aspect of the signal of the closing of culture and the rise of civilization. Spengler had a low opinion of civilizations, even those that engaged in significant expansion, because he said that expansion was not actual growth. One of his principal examples was the Roman world domination. In his view, Romans faced no significant resistance in their expansion, meaning it was not an achievement as they did not so much conquer their empire, but rather simply took possession of that which lays open to everyone. Spengler said this is in contrast with Roman displays of cultural energy during the Punic Wars. After the Battle of Zama, Spengler believed that the Romans never waged or even were capable of waging a war against a competing great military power. Race, peoples, and cultures. According to Spengler, a race has its root, like a plant, which connect to a landscape. If in that home the race cannot be found, this means that the race ceases to exist. A race does not migrate, men migrate, and their successive generations are born in ever challenging landscapes, with the landscapes exercises a secret force upon the extinction of the old and the appearance of the new. In this instance, he uses the word race in the tribal and cultural rather than the biological sense of the 19th century use of the word, still common when Spengler wrote. For this reason, he said a race is not exactly like a plant. Science has completely failed to note that a race is not the same for rooted plants it is for mobile animals, that with the microcosmic side of life, a fresh group of characteristics appears, and that for the animal world it is decisive, nor, again, has it perceived that a completely different significance could be attracted to races when the word denotes subdivisions within the integral race. Man, with its talk of causal concentration, is set up of a soulless concentration of superficial characters and blots out the fact that here the blood and there the power of the land over the blood are expressing themselves, secrets that cannot be inspected and measured, but only livingly experienced from eye to eye, nor are scientists at one as to the relative rank of these superficial characteristics. Spengler writes that comradeship breeds race, where a race ideal exists, as it does supremely in the early periods of culture, the yearning of a ruling class towards this ideal. It will be it will to be just so and not otherwise, operates quite independently of the choosing of wives towards actualizing this idea and eventually achieves it. He distinguishes this from a sort of pseudo-anthropologic notions commonly held when the book was written, and he dismisses the idea of an Aryan skull and a Semitic skull. He also does not believe language is itself sufficient to create races, and that the mother tongue signifies deep ethnic forces in late civilizations rather than early cultures. When a race is still developing the language that fits its race ideal. Closely connected to race, Spengler defined a people as a unit of the soul, saying the great events of history were not really achieved by peoples. They themselves created the peoples. Every act alters the soul of the doer. He describes such events as including migrations and wars, saying that the American people did not migrate from Europe, but were formed by events such as the American Revolution and the American Civil War. Neither unity of speech nor physical descent is decisive. He said that what distinguishes people from a population is inwardly lived experience of we, and that this exists so long as a people's soul lasts. The name Roman in Hannibal's day meant people, in Trajan's time nothing more than a population. In Spengler's view, people are neither linguistics nor political nor zoological, but spiritual units. Spengler disliked the contemporary trend of using a biological definition of race, saying, of course, it is quite often justifiable to align people with races, but race in this connection must not be interpreted in the present day Darwinian sense of the word. It cannot be accepted surely that people were ever held together by the mere unity of physical origin, or if it were, could maintain that the unity for 10 generations. It cannot be too often reiterated that the physiological provenance has no existence except for science, never for folk consciousness, and that no people were ever stirred to enthusiasm by this ideal of blood purity and race. There has nothing material but something cosmic and directional, the felt harmony of a destiny, the single cadence of the march of the historical being. It is the incoordination of this holy metaphysical beat which produces race hatred, and its resonance of this beat that makes the true love so akin to hate between man and wife. To Spengler, people are formed from early prototypes during the early phase of culture. In this view, out of the people shapes the Carolingian Empire, the Saxons, Swabians, Franks, Visigoths, Lombards arise suddenly, the Germans, the French, and the Spaniards, the Italians. He described these people as products of the spiritual race of the great cultures, and people under the spell of the culture are its products and not its authors. These shapes in which humanity is seized are molded, possess style history, no less than kinds of art and mode of thought. The people of Athens is a symbol not less from the Doric temple, the Englishman not less from the modern physics. There are peoples of Apollonian, Magian, and Faustian caste. World history is the history of the great cultures, and people are but the symbolic forms and vessels in which the men of these cultures fulfill their destinies. In saying that race and cultures are tied together, Spengler echoes ideas similar to those of Friedrich Ratzel and Rudolf Schellen. These ideas, which figure prominently in a second volume of the book, were common throughout German culture at the time. In his later works, such as Man and Technics, 1931, and The Hour of Decision, 33, Spengler expanded upon his spiritual theory of race and tied it to his metaphysical notion of eternal war and his belief that man is a beast of prey. The authorities, however, banned the book. Religion and secularity. Spengler differentiates between manifestations of religion that appear within a civilization's developmental cycle. He sees each culture as having an initial religious identity which arises out of fundamental principle of culture and follows a trajectory correlating with that of the culture. The religion eventually results in a Reformation-like period. After the cultural idea has reached its peak and fulfillment, Spengler views a Reformation as representative of a decline. The Reformation is followed by a period of rationalism and then a period of second religiousness that correlates with decline. He said that the intellectual creativity of a culture's late period begins after the Reformation, usually ushering in new freedoms in science. According to Spengler, the scientific stage associated with post-Reformation Puritanism contains the fundamentals of rationalism, and eventually rationalism spreads throughout the culture and becomes the dominant school of thought. To Spengler, culture is synonymous with religious creativeness, and every great culture begins with a religious trend that arises in the countryside, is carried through the cultural cities, and ends in materialism in the world cities. Spengler believed the Enlightenment rationalism undermines and destroys itself, and describes a process that passes from unlimited optimism to unqualified skepticism. He said that the Cartesian self-centered rationalism leads to schools of thought that does not cognize outside of their own constructed worlds, ignoring actual everyday life experience, and applies criticism to its own artificial world until it exhausts life itself in meaninglessness. In his view, the masses give rise to the second righteousness in reaction to the educated elites, which manifests as a deep suspicion of academia and science. Spengler said the second religiousness is the harbinger of the decline of mature civilization into an ahistorical state and occurs concurrently with Caesarism, the final political constitution of late civilization. He describes Caesarism as the rise of an authoritarian ruler, a new emperor akin to Caesar Augustus, taking the reins in reaction to the decline of creativity, ideology, and energy after a culture has reached its high point and become a civilization. He said that the second religiousness and Caesarism demonstrated lack of useful strength and creativity, and the second religiousness is simply a rehashing of the original religious trend of the culture. Spengler maintains that the West will revert to its roots before the Great Schism of 1054, returning to Orthodox Christianity by 2100, as noted by Archimandrite Justin Popovich in his Orthodox Church and Ecumenicism. Democracy, media, and money. Spengler said that democracy is the political weapon of money, and the media are the means through which money operates a democratic political system. The penetration of money's power throughout a society is described as another marker of the shift from culture to civilization. Democracy and plutocracy are equivalent in Spengler's argument, and he said the tragic comedy of the world improvers and freedom teachers is that they simply assisting money to be more effective. He believed that the principles of equality, natural rights, universal suffrage, and freedom of the press are all disguises of class war of the bourgeois against the aristocracy. Freedom to Spengler is a negative concept only entailing the repudiation of any tradition. He said that freedom of the press requires money, entails ownership, meaning that it serves money, similar since suffrage involves electoral campaigns, which involve donations. Elections serve money as well. Spengler said that ideologies espoused by candidates, whether socialism or liberalism, are set in motion by and ultimately serve only money. Spengler said that in his era, money had already won in the form of democracy. However, he said that in destroying the old elements of culture, it prepares a way for a rise of the new overpowering figure, who he calls the Caesar. Before such a leader, money collapses, and in the imperial age, the politics of money fades away. Spengler said that the use of one's constitutional rights requires money, and that voting can only work as designed in the absence of organized leadership working with the election process. He said that the election process is organized by political leaders. To the extent that money allows, the vote ceases to be truly significant. In his view, it is no more than a recorded opinion of the masses on the organization of government, over which they possess no positive influence. He said that the greater the concentration of wealth in individuals, the more the fight for political power revolves around questions of money. He believed that this was the necessary end of mature democratic systems rather than being corrupted corruption or degeneracy. On the subject of the press, Spengler said that instead of conversations between men, the press and the electrical news service keeps the waking consciousness of the whole people and constitutes under a deafening drumfire of theses, catchwords, standpoints, scenes, feelings day by day and year by year. He said that money uses the media to turn itself into force. The more spent, the more intense its influence. In addition, the functioning press requires universal education. And he said schooling leads to the demand for shepherding of the masses, which then becomes the object of party politics. The Spengler people who believe in the ideal of education prepare the way for the power of the press and eventually for the rise of Caesar. He also said that no longer a need for leaders to impose military service because the press will stir the public into a frenzy and force their leaders into conflict. Spengler believed that the only force which can contain money is blood. He said that Marx's critique of capitalism was put forth in the same language and the same assumptions of capitalism, meaning is more recognition of capitalism's veracity than refutation. He said the only aim of Marxism is to confer upon objects the advantage of being subjects. Future. The formation of the battling society of nation marks the beginning of every civilization. In the following phase, the size of the armies and the scale of the warfare increases. For us, the time of the warring states began with Napoleon, who introduced the idea of military world domination, different from the preceding European maritime empires. The trend continues with the American Civil War and the explosion of the First World War. The book was published before the Second World War. The next century will be one of actually warring states. Within 2 generations, from 1922, we will start the contest for the heritage of the whole world. With continents at stake, the destinies of the small states are without importance to the great march of things. There are ages of gigantic conflicts like the warring states in China and the wars of contemporary Roman world. In one such age we find ourselves today, and it is accelerated by modern military technology. The way from Alexander to Caesar is unambiguous and unavoidable, and the strongest nation of any and every culture, consciously or unconsciously, willing or unwilling, has had to trend it. From the rigor of these facts, there is no refuge. The Hague Conference in 1907 was the prelude of World War. The Washington Conference in 1921 will have been that of the other wars. Alternatives now are to stand fast and go under. There is no middle course. It falls for us to live in the most trying times known to history of a great culture. The stronger race will win and seize the management of the world. Synchronously with the acceleration of warfare and the rise of the strongest race to the world management, there occurs an accelerating demolition of ancient forms that leaves the path clear to Caesarism. The phase began in China in 600 BC, the Mediterranean 450 BC, and the modern world 1700. Comparing these 3 ages, Spengler states that Caesarism is an inevitable product of such an age and it suddenly outlines itself on the horizon. In China, the culmination occurred with the First Empire in the Mediterranean Sea with Sulla and Pompeii, and in our world is forthcoming. Spengler selected the Chinese and Roman empires as the most relevant models for the future and argued that the modern world undergoes the same evolution towards Caesarianism, but now on a worldwide scale. The present is the last century of the pre-imperial age of world history, to be followed by an imperial age with the rise of Caesar. The transition from Napoleonism to Caesarism is an evolutionary stage universal to every culture and takes 2 centuries. Hence, modern Caesarism is expected in 1 century. Caesarianism grows on the soil of democracy, which is dictatorial money economics. The mighty ones of the future may possess the earth as their private property, but they would have the task of caring for the world, and the task conflicts with the interest of the democratic money power age. Hence, there now sets in the final battles of the struggle of democracy versus Caesarism, in which the latter is destined to prevail. The coming of the Caesarism breaks the dictature of money and its political weapon, democracy. Despite Spengler's negative view of democracy, he is neither positive about Caesarism or the imperial age of world history has arrived. There is no more great politics. People manage with the situation as it is. In the period of warring states, torrents of blood had reddened the pavements of all the world cities for the winning the rights without which life seemed not worth the living. 100 years into the imperial age, and even the historians will no longer understand the old controversies. Caesarism means a kind of government which, irrespective of any constitutional formulation that might have, is its inward self a return to thorough formlessness. It does not matter that the Caesars in history disguised their position under antique forms. such as the Senate and the Roman people in the Roman imperial age. The spirit of these forms was dead, and so all institutions, however carefully maintained, were thenceforth destitute of all meaning and weight. Real importance centered on the wholly personal power exercised by Caesar. A form-fulfilled world degenerates into primitivism, and historical periods are replaced by biological stretches of time. Wars between states end to be replaced by private feuds between Caesars. With the accomplished state of Caesarism, high history lays itself down weary to sleep. Man becomes plant again, dumb and enduring. Reception. The decline of the West was widely read in German intellectuals. It has been suggested that it intensified a sense of crisis in Germany following World War I. George Steiner suggested that the work can be seen as one of several books that resulted in the crisis of German culture following Germany's defeat World War I. Comparable in this respect with the philosopher Ernst Bloch's The Spirit of Utopia, 1918, the theologian Franz Rosenzweig's The Star of Redemption, 1921, and the theologian Karl Barth's The Epistle to the Romans, 1922, Nazi Party leaders Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf, 1925, and the philosopher Martin Heidegger's Being in Time, 1927. The book received unfavorable reviews from most scholars, even before the release of the second volume, and the stream of criticisms continued for decades. Nevertheless, in Germany, the book enjoyed popular success. By 1926, some 100,000 copies were sold. In 1928, a Time review of the second volume of Decline described the immense influence and controversy Spengler's ideas enjoyed in the 1920s. When the first volume of The Decline of the West appeared in Germany a few years ago, thousands of copies were sold. Cultivated European discourse quickly became Spengler-saturated. Spenglerism spurted from the pens of countless disciples. It was imperative to read Spengler to sympathize or revolt. It still remains so. Critique in the 1950s, the philosopher Theodor Adorno published an essay entitled Spengler and the Downfall to commemorate what would have been Spengler's 70th birthday. Adorno reassessed Spengler's thesis 3 decades after it had been put forth in light of the catastrophic destruction of Nazi Germany. Although Spengler had not meant Untergang in a cataclysmic sense, this was how most authors after World War II interpreted it. As a member of the Frankfurt School of Marxist critical theory, Adorno said that he wanted to turn Spengler's reactionary ideas towards progressive ends. He believed that Spengler's insights were often more profound than those of his more liberal contemporaries, and his predictions more far-reaching. Adorno saw the rise of the Nazis as confirmation of Spengler's ideas about Caesarism and the triumph of force politics over the market. Adorno also drew parallels between Spengler's description of the Enlightenment and his own analysis. However, Adorno also criticized Spengler for an overtly deterministic view of history, which ignored the unpredictable role that human initiative plays at all times. He quoted the Austrian poet George Trakl, "How sickly seem everything that grows," to illustrate that decay contains new opportunities for renewal. He also criticized Spengler's use of language, which he called overly reliant on fetishistic terms like soul, blood, and destiny. Pope Benedict XVI disagreed with Spengler's bialistic thesis, citing the arguments of Arnold Toynbee, who distinguished between technological material progress and spiritual progress in Western civilization. In 1954, Georgy Lukács criticized the work of Spengler in his book The Destruction of Reason, describing it as amateur, pseudo-historic, and irrational. He attacked him for rejecting causality in laws, recognizing them as the only historical phenomenon of any given epochs, and denying them any competence for scientific and philosophical methodology, and substituting causality from analogy, making the often shallow similarities of his canon of investigation. Influence. Chechen warlord Shamil Basayev was given Decline as a gift from Russian radio journalist. He reportedly read it in one night and settled on his plan to organize life in the Chechen Republic. Samuel Huntington seems to have been heavily influenced by Spengler, Decline of the West and his Clash of Civilizations theory. Joseph Campbell, an American professor, writer, and orator, is best known for his work in the fields of comparative mythology and comparative religion, claimed that Decline of the West was the biggest influence on him. Northrop Fryer, reviewing The Decline of the West, said, if nothing else, it would still be one of the world's greatest romantic poems. Oswald Mosley identified the book as a critical influence for his political conversion from far-left to far-right politics and his subsequent foundation of the British Union of Fascists. Ludwig Wittgenstein named Spengler as one of his philosophical influence. Camilla Paglia listed The Decline of the West as one of the influence of her 1990 work on literary criticism, Sexual Personae. William Burroughs referred repeatedly to Decline as a pivotal influence in his thoughts and work. Martin Heidegger was deeply affected by Spengler's work and referred to him often in his early lecture courses. James Blythe used many of Spengler's ideas in his book Cities in Flight. Francis Parker Yockey wrote Imperium, the Philosophy of History and Politics, published under the pen name Ulick Varnage in 1948. In his introduction, the book is described as a sequel to The Decline of the West. Whittaker Chambers often refers to crisis, a concept which is influenced by Spengler's in Witness. It is mentioned in more than 50 pages, including the first page, where it is mentioned in a dozen places. In Cold Friday, 1964, more than 30 pages. In his other pre-His case writings, his central feelings repeated in hundreds of statements and similes that the West is going into a Spenglerian twilight, a breaking down in which communism is more a symptom than an agent. The title of Pat Buchanan's book, The Death of the West, is a reference to the decline of the West. Evelyn Roth's novel Decline and Fall is an allusion to both Decline of the West and Edward Gibbon's The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. H.P. Lovecraft was heavily influenced by the book, as was William Gaddis. Okay, so there you have it. A lot of different information there. So I'm going to call it a week. I was feeling a little weak to do, a week in review, but still we got 6 hours there. So appreciate Ralph coming on and some insight. We talked about computational Trinitarianism. I finished up most of my Wikipedia reading from Sociology, but we're still going to have a little bit more. There's always more topics and more stuff to cover, and we're going to be pivoting into more academic literature on the sociology, philosophy of religion, and from there, go back to like Dewey and philosophy of mind, monism, and eventually we're going to get back to gifted and talented education and theories of expertise. And the metaphysics series is still going, so hopefully very soon I will, hopefully this week I will do my deep dive into Descartes. God willing, have the time, and then we'll continue. So God bless. We'll leave it there, and I'm going to call it a night. So have a great week, everybody, and blessings.